white bitches. Raid, raid, raid on the opponent's trade. Trade, trade, trade. It's the manga that parade. Plans laid, arrows upgrade, victory displayed and enemies made. Adrenaline high, opponents cry. Time for a break, maybe a steak, Mongolian lamb, sandwich in hand, peanut butter jam, ready to expand. Yum network built, no delay. Khan's command, we obey. Curl tight necks, boost on the way. Enemy type shit, castle rush, cray cray. Raid, raid, raid on the opponent's trade. Trade, trade, trade. It's the man at arms parade. Plans laid, armor upgrade, victory displayed and enemies made. That's the plan. Enemy rammed, it's the Mongol clan. Opponents whining, we're not stopping. Villagers sweet like a chocolate topping. Raid, raid, raid on the opponent's trade. Trade, trade, trade. It's the manga that parade. Plans laid, arrows upgrade, victory displayed and enemies made. Macedonian picked it's the climb. French rushed me, hold the line. He resigned, I type, maybe next time. Frenchie replies, you're lucky you're shit. Rage bait him again, get good and quit. Coordinate, dominate, terminate, eliminate. Rule like an emperor, exterminate your fate. You're inferior, chop down your forest. This is the chorus. I'm the Macedonian Chuck Norris. Coliseum, QFFA, Dynasty Stadium, here to slay. Villagers in TC, Steel Scout sheepies, English weepies, make you go sleepies. Coordinate, dominate, terminate, eliminate. Rule like an emperor, exterminate your fate. You're inferior, chop down your forest. This is the chorus. I'm the Macedonian Chuck Norris.
Real starts have no guilt. Spearmon rush, rams spilled, economy bloom. Byzantines crying sealed their doom. Japanese victory won the fight. Petals falling, beautiful sight. It's 1 a.m. Still awake, never sleep. Where's the freaking sake?
Dynasty selected, civilization perfected, loading screen spin, wrap up begin. Army production. put you in a coma, give you blisters, hide your workers. Hide your workers. Bring the dynasty, rushing ecstasy, French types and banters, give him elephant radar.
And here we go. We're back for another day here at Age of RTS with Top Team Gamer. And we saw some interesting developments yesterday. Of course, with this mixed event, we have professional players pairing up with some of the well-known Go members in our community to duke it out on the battlefield.
Yep, it's nice to see some good faces we know of in the community, the girls. It's nice that they get to see and play with the pros. It's definitely a privilege. We're gonna have Bochin and Bella against Anatan and Lyra in the first series. What do you think, Myriad? Who is looking better for you for now?
Well, I can speak a fair bit towards Anatan and Boltun, but the girls obviously a bit less so. We don't get to see as much of them, quite simply, when playing the game, whether it's 1v1s or team games. So it's going to be a bit of a surprise for all of us here in terms of what we see from their half, at least. But Anatan and Boltun, both young players, both extremely talented players, and Anatan has had the edge over Boltun in terms of results and experience up to this point as well. But Boltun is one of those players that should never be discounted. He comes out swinging when you least expect it. And he has, I know, experience playing with Bella specifically. Whereas Anatan and Lyra, I mean, Lyra has had great success in previous Whamenqt tournaments and is quite a capable 1v1 player herself. When it comes to 2v2, though, as you know as well, Mioasis, it's quite a bit different, isn't it?
It is, but actually, from what I heard, Lyra mainly plays 2v2s or other team games. She doesn't really play 1v1s anymore. So I think she's got the experience she needs today. But yeah, Bella and Bochin obviously know each other quite well, so that might play to their favor as well.
They did do well yesterday, Boltun and Bella, when they were matched up together, and they did win that series. That was, I'm just going to double check who it was against. That was up against you and B yesterday, so yeah, they managed to pull through there. I didn't actually mean to bring up a pass hurt there. My mistake for that. Didn't realize.
It's fine. No, it was tough games. They were really good. Like Bochin just knows what to do in team games, so definitely all the girls who got to play with him, he made it easy for them for sure.
And he's just arguably probably the best team game player in the world. One might even be able to say he's plays it extensively, and has a good network of players that he plays often with. He just understands the meta through and through for these team games, no matter if it's 2v2, 3v3, or 4v4, and he's able to lead people very well in it. And looks like we're seeing that manifested today, because I see very unspecific Civ here, Mioasis, that I'm sure you recognize as well, that it's just so disgusting to face.
Yeah, so it's first map J Arabia, I think. So right, so
yeah, that does look it.
Pretty plain, which is nice. We get a lot of possibilities, and of course, on Bochin's and Bella's side, we got Sengoku. Disgusting Civ.
Really?
Yeah, it says he's in game.
Sengoku is. Oh,
Yeah, maybe
we have
he's
a little
watching
bit
the
of
game
a
and play
speech
with
there.
the Sims.
Yeah, for sure.
There we go. Let's see what the
So
other
you
team
put
is saying now.
5 on wood, but it's only 4, maybe? No, because
No,
you
no,
had
no.
25 at the end. Okay.
Yeah. You can do 4 as well. It's fine.
Okay.
Okay, I'm inviting you.
like a fly on the wall. We're able to hear exactly what these players are whispering to each other in terms of strategy here. So it bodes well as to what we can expect. We have a little build order talk there from Manatan and Lyra, as Boltyn and Bella are still just sort of prepping for this. Having Sengoku on your side in any sort of team game is a special kind of privilege for sure. The civilization with the knights, especially in Castle and beyond, it just gets out of control so quickly. They just need a tiny bit of babysitting from the beginning of the game with their ally who can act as a sort of supporting civilization. In this case, the Mongols is a great civ for that, being able to play the Dark Age, then able to protect the Yatai from Sengoku. And especially with somewhat slow startup civs like Golden Horde and French as well. Although French is quite quick and feudal, Dark Age they can't do much. This way, Sengoku might find the space needed to maybe get out of control.
Definitely, I would like to see some early aggression, and I think all these civs, well, obviously Sengoku needs a little bit, but I think we'll have a lot of feudal aggression as well. Lyra is quite comfortable on French, from what I remember. It's probably her main pick, so I think the pros are just trying to give it to her if they can. But what do you think, Marriott? What is the strat? Is it better to all in the girl or all in the pro? Because there's some mixed opinions about it. I wonder what works better.
It depends a lot on the strat for the game overall, right? I mean, in theory, the Go player will be weaker, so more vulnerable, right? That seems like an obvious conclusion to draw. But civilizations play a part in it as well. I mean, you might want to go on to what I would assume would be Bella's Mongols here, but I'm not sure if she actually played them before. Oh no, Bella is playing Mongols, so you might want to go on Bella's Mongols, for example, here, if you're Anatan and Lyra. But depending on the spawn, they might simply be untouchable. They might have one of those god spawns with the gold and the uvu next to the TC on the wood line, in which, well, what are you really going to hit except your head up against the wall? So it's a difficult question to answer.
That's going to definitely depend on the map. What I played against yesterday with Bella and Boltyn, she did actually open Dark Age stable. So I wonder if they're going to try to repeat. They actually had exactly the same picks. So they must been thinking that through, must been practicing. Got a tower on gold from Lyra from start, I think. But yeah, let's see properly the teams. Do you want to introduce them?
We do have, like you already mentioned, Lyra in the color French in the north side of Dry Arabia here. In the color French, in the Civ French in the color yellow. Close enough, right? Paired with Anatan's orange golden horde. And they are facing Boltyn and Bella in blue and teal respectively. Boltyn playing as a Sengoku with Bella looking to aid him early on with the Mongols here. And like you mentioned, Dark Age here from Bella makes perfect sense as the Mongols. There's a lot of places for you to strike. We have the Yatai. We have the Uvu, I mean, from the Golden Horde, and of course the gold from the French, which will be secured by a tower, but even Anatan is now dropping a tower of his own, which is double the price of regular tower, 150 wood and 50 stone, the fortified Golden Horde outpost is. So already, just the sheer presence of a Mongol in this game is demanding so much defenses to be set up beforehand, and this is the type of value that Bella and Boltyn really want to obtain early on.
Yeah, they're definitely respecting their opponents, Lyra and Anatan, which is good to see. They are thinking it through. They're trying to be one step ahead. And there it is, Bella with Dark Age Spears now moving towards Lyra and Anatan. I wonder who is she going to pick to bully. It's not quite clear yet. I guess Anatan maybe will try to mess with his Uvu. We'll see if he will. Oh yeah, I don't think she's gonna get away with it, but I don't think she sees that yet. So we'll see what's her next step after that.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? Because there's always a choice to make when you go for this kind of Dark Age players, the Mongols especially. You can go for the spears, put on some pressure, maybe force out the outposts, as we saw happen here. But then do you follow up with a tower of your own? The distance is so much greater, even in just 2v2 compared to 1v1. You can look to put a tower there to potentially deny both golds from Lyra
Ooh.
on the left side there. However, that's extra delay for you. And that is going to be the plan, it looks like. With the villager on the way, escorted by the spear, is definitely going to be a tower. And I do understand the temptation for this. With a double gold, it's pretty hard to pass up.
Yep, definitely got a good spot. We'll see if she can use it up, if she can find that safe little spot, which will interrupt Anotant, but still let her do what she wants to do. I wonder what Bochun is going to follow up with. He is going for Coca Township, so we are going to see some shinobi action, which is always very helpful. Triata is pretty standard. On the other side, we got School of Cavalry already halfway through from Lyra. She is playing her very standard strategy. We'll see if she can cause some damage in Bella's and Boch's base.
Because if we can have a look quickly at Lyra's berries, I do wonder whether she opted for that Dark Age wheelbarrow. So that is not the case. So this is extra safe and careful gameplay here from Willa. No Dark Age wheelbarrow means that she didn't have to gather so much extra gold in comparison, but she opted to drop the tower anyway to secure herself. So they definitely do not want to be pushed off of gold, this means, and they are looking to prioritize as many knights as early as possible. But this tower's definitely not getting denied. There's no Dark Age response whatsoever here from Lyra and Anatan, which makes sense. They can't really match what the Mongols can output in the Dark Age here. So soon enough, that gold is going to be history here for Lyra, and securing a second one is going to be a big ordeal, since that second gold is also denied by the tower, and any further golds are very far away. There is a very back one there in the left-hand corner, but with what is likely soon to be cavalry coming out from Botun and Bella as well, that's going to be a tough place to secure. It would make a lot of sense here for Bella to follow up with Keshix once she reaches her own feudal age to mount up that pressure continuously with what is likely to be an archer response.
We are just having a little
You just
listen
play
to
Spear and Archer. First knight is here, I'll follow.
the players.
Yeah, I'm
See.
trying to protect this thing.
Yeah.
As you can hear, there is communication coming from Boch and Bella. It's always nice to hear
Here's-
that.
Yeah, here.
Oh, sorry, I
She's
didn't see.
protecting. Yeah.
The tower, it's still okay?
Careful. Yeah, but careful is okay. Tower is super okay.
Okay,
You
I'm
can try
reaching.
top pressure gold, it's fine.
Okay.
From the other team as well.
Yeah.
Maybe I should
Ooh,
go on
skill
another
comes in on the
tower.
knight.
Another gold? I don't
No.
know. Okay.
Yeah, they were not wanting to mention that little skill on the tower. That would certainly upset the team balance slightly. You don't want to let those moments get to you. But the knight gets away, of course, so no massive harm done. It is a spear follow-up here from Anatan as well with the barracks as the Golden Horde. So he's going to be able to push back just a little bit of this pressure, as Bella did invest in way more spears than just needed for the tower. So she wanted to keep mounting that pressure, make sure nothing here gets denied, and that Lyra and Anatan don't have any more
Berries
states
and go back
than
to base. Oh yeah,
necessary.
go away. Yeah, and now go away completely. Like yeah, she will upgrade it in a second.
You
Definitely
already
helps a
upgraded,
lot
actually.
No.
when the pros can guide the girls. It's definitely what they should be doing. The course really help out, and we can just do our little jobs, and hopefully it works out. On that note, looking at Bochun, he is about to hit Fast Castle, so the thing we're all scared of, the Mountain Samurai from Sengoku, are going to be on the field very soon. So wonder if Anatan and Lyra are prepared for that.
No one's ever prepared for that, let's be completely honest. That is the reality of Sengoku here. That is why they are picked in these games. It's to get that castle age as fast as possible and get those mounted samurai in the field, which early on might not be as threatening as Japaneses, for example. It does take a while to get them online fully. You need the Takeda clan daimyo levels. You then later on especially need the Sword Hunt statue in that Imperial Age to bump up the attack speed to a total of 40%, which is just insane. But it will be a while up until we get to that point, because at this point it looks like the tower isn't long for this world.
Yeah, Anatan decided that that was annoying enough and will also help out Lyra, because I don't know if she is on any other go. It doesn't look like it, or maybe. But yeah, that frees up. The Khan has also died from Bella. She's got her 5 spears there, which need to find the way home. There's more here to be saving the reinforcements, so she should be able to save them. For now, we got good responses. The knights mostly on side of Lyra and Anatan, so Bella is ready. I think Khan died. But Boltun now, with Castle Age, will definitely be able to put some pressure on the enemy team.
Yeah, only now did Lyra manage to get back onto that gold after Anatan burned the tower for her, so the knight count isn't quite as high as Anatan and Lyra would like at this stage, which will make it difficult to put on any type of counter pressure. There's still plenty of spears on the field still from Bella, with her own archers on the field now as well, so Anatan's spears could also be in danger quite soon, which is why he is forced to back off here. Meanwhile, Lyra, with the 3 knights wrapping around the back of Boltun's base here, looking to find some damage and put on some pressure onto what so far has been Boltun being just completely undisturbed.
We got a little bit of a situation here. There are Bella's villagers were not protected. Boltun tried to body block with the Yatai. Unfortunately, it was not successful, so 1 villager will go down. Luckily, Bella has seen it just in time, so the rest of villagers has been pulled back to the base. But Lyra, just like we said, with her early aggression, even though she doesn't have that many knights, she is able to cause some trouble. And looks like she might also want to be going castle. She wants to match that Boltun mounted samurais for sure. I do wonder what her landmark of choice will be, though.
That's an interesting choice here from Lyra, because there's plenty of space now after putting on the pressure and seeing that Boltun is going for that castle age. Means there's not much threat, at least for now, to her. But trying to match the mounted samurai with the French knights, it can be doable early on in the castle age, as long as you do have that Royal Institute and, of course, the royal bloodlines from it. With that upgrade, French knights are still the best in castle age, up until something like Ridari gets fully upgraded, but that will not be happening this game, of course. And Bella, now feeling a bit more confident, going towards the Uvu here from Anatan. There is a fortified outpost, so realistically, she can't stay here for very long. Very difficult position to crack at this stage. You know, Boltun's mounted samurai numbers just keep climbing for now. The Yatai are still on the field, undisturbed, 4 of them at this point.
Yeah, I do wonder what his next place attack will be. It looks like he is maybe heading towards Anatan. But Bella is struggling here with 2 of the armies, Lyra and Anatan, collapsing on her. Unfortunately, will lose most of her army for now. Boltun needs to come there for rescue. I wonder if he's able to, or maybe this is just a distraction, and Boltun will try to hit Lyra's base. I'm not sure how protected her villages are at the moment. There's a lot of going on here, really.
That is exactly what's happening as well. We do see Boltun's samurai wrapping around the woodline there from Lyra, so although what might have been a slight overextension there by Bella, she did draw both of the armies from Lyra and Anatan towards that right side of the map, which allows them, Boltun, to find an opening here, not only on the woodline, but now the deer as well, and these villages are not going to survive.
Yeah, he's making sure that he's wrapping around them, making sure none of them can escape. There's few villages, few knights here from Lyra. She's not paying attention though, because there's so much else going on. She's got the few horsemen still raiding, but Bella is chasing them down, and the dive is just happening. But I think Lyra has got enough, right, to defend herself for now.
Yeah, the mounted samurai can't stay here for long with the knights in space present, right? It's going to be a hit and run strategy at this point in time until Boltun gets those numbers higher and higher. Meanwhile, though, Anatan feeling a bit frisky of himself, trying to find some damage on Boltun's side this time round, but most of the exposed villages are towards the back of the base, so he's going to have a hard time going to that side. And Bella comes in clutch here on the defense as well, picking off good number of units here on the retreat from Anatan, and Boltun's own mounted samurai are circling, looking to engulf this mass, but there are still plenty of space available for Anatan to use. And Lyra with her own knights is also circling both sides. A bit hesitant to fully commit here, but when you have so many knights roaming around, you don't really need to commit. You just need to keep hitting and running.
Yeah, we have reached a state of the game where Bochun is now just looking for damage, for eco damage. That's all he needs to do. Bella is just keeping them busy, and it seems to be working. She was even able to pick out some of Anatan's army, like you said. He has to be defending his own base. He has lost a few of them, but let's see what the players are thinking. Ay, ay, ay.
I'm gonna push Lyra
Full
again. We
focus.
can try to kill this. I'm going behind it.
They're not messing around. They're not talking about what they had for dinner. They just want to win this. So only the necessary comms are being said right now.
Might hear a bit from the other side as well, but as there's
Okay,
so
let's
much
go
happening on
together.
the
And
Pick the wrong unit.
map from Anatan and Lyra.
Okay, be careful here.
I'm having trouble with...
Careful, careful, careful. Nice.
Pretty much the same from both teams, very focused, zoned in, ready to win this game. It is looking very close at the moment. Army numbers are very similar, equal the same, but Bochun has that age advantage, and he has been left alone for quite a long time, so these numbers will just be creeping up now by Bochun, and I do wonder if he's got the second level of the daimyo yet.
Yeah, he does indeed have it. We do see in the bottom left that marker to Takeraktan Estate, so up to 10% additional health around the aura of the daimyo for these mounted samurai, and the siege is beginning. The fortified outpost, what was a blocker to their advances before, Baltin and Bella now no longer fear it. And can we have a quick check to see if Lyra's knights do have that royal bloodline? That is a key detail here, which is going to be significant. And no, they do not. She's still actually H2. She was forced to reinvest earlier on when the original plan was castle age. That's always a horrific position to be in, because now she's behind in age and behind in knights, which is going to be disastrous in this fight. Bella sniping out the spears with plenty of Mongol archers here, very few of them left still, and the royal knights count is dwindling rapidly. There's virtually nothing left here for Lyra and Anatan.
Yeah, they completely snacked on that army. Very nice composition here. Knights archer, you cannot go wrong with that. People say that horsemen / knights and spear are a good combination to it, but if you can micro your knights and archers well, then they definitely have an advantage. And they are just face rolling through Anatan's base at the moment. There is a lot of villagers and they are going to call it. Very nice game.
GG gets called as Baltun and Bella do pick up a fairly clean first game here in the series with the Mongols and the Sengoku. Quite a big win to start off with here, and especially with it being somewhat decisive, I want to say as well. They had a very clear strategy and executed it extremely effectively.
Yeah, definitely. They definitely had a plan, which is good to see. I think the worst you can do is just kind of get into the game and just do your own thing. They definitely teamed up, were able to join their army together, but also was really nice when Bella was able to kind of keep both of the armies of Anatan and Lyra busy while Bochun was picking up
Kmali plus
villagers. Let's see what the players are planning for this second game.
and then you have like a mini Aachen also. Okay, so I'll do Japan and actually we do have Mali and open. And I did just play Sengoku. I think we do Japan. I'll do Japan Abbasids, and then I'll pick French for you. I think that's the best.
Okay.
I'm trying to
Let's see their side.
choose my thief for it.
Okay, no problem. If you think it's better, I will take it.
Okay, let me show you my screen. And what for Gorch? I think Mali plus what? Oh, maybe actually Macedonian. But no, like, you prefer to play IBIT or GG here? I think both too good.
I don't know. Really, it doesn't change anything. But
Nah.
I'm thinking because it will change your sieve, right?
Yeah. If you want to play GG, I probably will pick Mali plus something like Japanese. If you want to play IBIT, I'll play Mali plus Macedonian, I think, because yeah.
Right. So
As you can see, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, there is definitely some discussions here for pigs. It's not quite clear what we're going to see yet. We did have discussions of Mali, which are very good civ, especially on Gorge, which we are going to be seeing next. Tell me a bit about this map myriad. It's very, very specific, the way players are put there. Definitely need to have a bit of a different strategy than just on plain map like J Arabia, right?
Yeah, you spawn extremely close together here. Not only with your teammate, with your TCs virtually on the same screen, but even with your opponents. Akin to the name, you spawn just in a straight line with your opponents throughout the center of the map. It's just like a spine running through the map, and you spawn just along it. So there's no side to side here. It's just back to front. And that can impact the way the map plays out quite drastically. It keeps in line with that typical Gorge dynamic of the flanks being very rich in resources and your initial spawn being quite safe, but then it becoming very unsafe very quickly. And the civs do, in fact, reflect this. Looking at this, we have double Japanese as well as JD and French paired with either of the Japanese here. And the reality is, this is great if the Japan spawns at the back for both of them, which I would assume they would have checked the spawn locations and can make sure that happens. Otherwise, it might become a little bit trickier. Now, even with Knights early on, it's not easy to dive because everything is so close to your TC. But as those Knight numbers start climbing, you suddenly get undermesh as well for the ranged armor. Then diving becomes less of a problem, man. With the front exposed Japanese that's going fast castle, yeah, that's definitely going to be a problem.
Yeah, I do think what they are going to decide on regarding tactics, from what I've talked with the players on this map, you probably are better even going off with two fast castle saves for some reason. I guess you got the save gold, but talking of save gold, yesterday we could see Beastie a couple of times. He actually tower rushed that save gold in the middle of their opponent. So if you're not careful, it might not be that safe. I don't know if Anatan or Bochun will get inspiration from that play yesterday and try anything else. We do have Japan, which can do some shenanigans in Dark Age. They are not too known to be doing a tower rush, but it's not impossible. So I wonder how much spice are they going to show us in this game.
They won't have any.
You make a good point.
Yeah, I think no.
No. Okay.
Just another check. See, maybe we get to hear what their plan is, which would give us a
I dropped the keep.
bit of an idea.
Immediately after I drop. That was
Yeah,
pretty good.
it's good.
Okay.
Let's see if we can find there. I'm going bottom, you go top.
Where's deer?
Okay, so they keep communicating, which is, I think, is just the most important thing, that they're vibing, communicating. That's how you win these games. With this being a BO3, it might be a match point for Bochin and Bella. So Anotan and Lyra really need to focus up to be able to hopefully match it to 1v1, 1-on-1 to see a third game. And the game starts.
It will be necessary because with your back against the wall on match point, the pressure is mounting up very literally, not only mentally in game as well, because one more match and it is over if you do lose this one. Baltoon and Bella look to secure it, hopefully 2-0 for them here in the color blue and teal yet again, with Bella making an early move out towards this day, which can be quite safe and nice and close on Gorge in team games here. Meanwhile, Lyra and Anatand in yellow and orange yet again, playing as JD, and Anatand as Japanese. So Anatand is on the front here with the Japanese. This is exactly what we spoke of before, which is a position you want to avoid to be in. So it looks like they weren't quite clear where exactly they spawn based on their position in the lobby, and this could hurt them in the future. But the spares are on the field, and with the early move out to Deer here from Bella, this is going to be a nice little catch here for Anatand.
Definitely, he is going straight there. Players do it a lot, so I guess he's expecting this to happen. Usually it's quite safe until about 4 or 5 minutes to be on the deer, but not when you have a Dark Age civilization. Now, this will require a lot of micro from both of the players, as the spears are not that hard, and she's actually able to do some damage. The spear is already half HP. She might be able to take it off, but there's another friend here from Anatand joining the battle, and Bella unfortunately is forced to push back, which does put her a little bit behind, as already going out to the deer. It's a little bit slower initially. It does pay off eventually, but this is not ideal right now for Bella. What would you do in this situation, Myriad?
Well, you'd ideally love to avoid this position in the first place, but it's tough, right? You want to get that there. The earlier you get it, the better, but there's a real risk of this happening as long as there are any civs in the game that can play Dark Age, and of course Anatan taking full advantage of this. But investing into a lot of spares, actually. We had those 2 initial ones, which is normally the optimal amount to deny, whether it's Deer or Gold for that matter, because 2
There's
is
a
sort
villager.
of the sweet spot where... Oh, villager?
I'm pretty sure there's a villager there joining Anotant. He will be doing this. He knows that this is gonna be such a pain for them to do. They cannot defend against it, but would...
Oh, but that's... Yeah, it's a bit too deep, right?
Ooh, yes, a little bit too close, but he does back off. He's able to do that again. He's got the 3 spears to save. And now we are in a little bit of more trouble. Even more for Bella, unfortunately. She does need that gold.
Nice. TC, nice. Really good. So good, so
minus
good.
1 spear.
Yeah. I'm gonna burn it a bit next.
I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to
make
jump.
a few Yumi when I... Watch out.
With 1 spear sniped.
Nice, he cancelled and he lost wood for it.
And he lost lots of 3
Looking a
spears.
bit better, but
Okay.
Fuck him housed.
they really just don't want this tower to go up. They know how difficult it will be. Like you said, this initial gold and the resources are very safe, but once you get rid of that, the next one is quite far, so you don't really want to have to be doing that. So it's good that they were able to save themselves from that for now. But Anatan is relentless, and he's not letting it go.
It's a very big investment here from Anatan, isn't it? Already has that tower been cancelled numerous times. Wood has been lost from the damage that the tower had taken whilst it's being constructed. And as we heard Baltoon himself mention, he will go just a few Yumi here to shut this down, because that tower, due to how long it has been delayed, the Yumi, yeah, it's not going to go up. So this delay really hurts Anatan here in the long term, because after this Baltoon can just go up straight for that castle age, because the delay is significant on Anatan. He won't be able to answer with any units of his own if he so chooses, although he is going up to the feudal core quite slowly here, as opposed to Baltoon, so more of his economy can work as a result of this, which might mean that he could actually get a faster castle, even with this delay. But the knight does come in, there's nothing to stop this knight from charging, so he picks off a villager there from Bella. Good catch by Lyra.
With the knight on over half HP, she's still got some maneuvering she can do. The two Yumis are not gonna stop it, so she could even try to pick them off, but she shouldn't be too greedy. She's got one villager down from Bella, so I think she should be happy with what she's got at the moment. So with second knight there as well, just looking for a little snack if they can. Just as long as they don't have any spears, she knows the time is running out, and soon she will have to back off with them for a bit. So she is trying to do some damage, but Bella is actually, Botun is really good at kiting that and is actually able not to lose any of the Yumis, which is quite impressive because mine would all be dead by now.
Even using the Yumi to body block there a little bit to stop the charge from Lyra's knights. And Bella finally had been able to manage up herself, to age up herself, and got most of the gold needed to start pumping out a bunch of these knights. One on the field, make it 2 now, third one on the way. But Lyra still has a slight lead when it comes to that knight count. Of course, playing this aggressive means that the knight count lead is not going to materialize anytime soon, needing to cross so much more of the map. And the 2 knights from Lyra here are already quite battered. So when it comes to these trades, they have to be extra careful. JD's presence is going to help that out quite a bit, especially in ranged form. The Divine Arrow is going to do a lot of damage to Bella's knights here. Big advantage for JD in these skirmishes. Bella did want to get the tower to secure that there, but that's a bit ambitious at this point in time.
Definitely. She should maybe look into that deer on the other side. It's not being contested at all at the moment, so she could sneak out there, and that's what she's doing. I'm sure Botun advised her to do that as well, as at the moment they are just needing a little bit more time to build up their army to answer to Anatan and Lyra as they keep their aggression going with JD as well. Keeping an eye on any low villagers, any low Yumis to snap that, get that XP. And if they are planning to fight for a while in feudal, this will be slowly paying off to Lyra, getting all that experience. Let's hear what the players say.
Going up. Oh, he's on Dirs.
Okay, I'm going there.
Okay. Looks like they found the other safe deer from Bella, so they will just try to deny that. This is exactly what you need to do. Like, if French cannot...
Oh, nice here. Shit.
Doesn't have access
Careful, help
to
me a bit.
food, it will be hard.
See the delay that we had spoken about manifested here. Although space had been denied for quite a bit, as well as the tower from Anatan. He is still the first one to go for the floating gate, but it does get interrupted by Bella's raid here. Very well timed indeed. Even a villager paying with its life there.
Yep, and at this point, the whole army of Anatan is really out in the field. He has to back off to be able to put this floating gate up. Maybe a tiny bit greedy, maybe a little bit too fast, but you do kind of want to go to castle with Japan. This is your strong point. You're definitely when Japan shines. And it looks like Bella is forced due to the little attack from Lyra. Very aggressive, very nice. Catches the villager. And Bella is now moving back, allowing Anatan to age. Tuna also marched it.
Question. I really wonder here with this floating gate. Do we just go into... Yeah, we do. There it is. Botun knows. It's the Onimusha for him as the choice. It just makes so much sense. There's already knights on the field there from Lyra. Anatan is likely to go into knights himself, but he's no fool either. Naturally, he's going to follow up with the Onimusha as well. So it results in this interesting mind read here from both of them, where there's maybe an expectation of mounted samurai, so they're just going to pre-counter with the Onimusha, and it just happens to also answer the French knights in question for either side here. So this is going to be an interesting dynamic to observe.
Definitely. It looks like both pros wanted to be a step ahead of each other, resulting in an Onimusha mirror, which you don't really ever see. Obviously, with the tournament format allowing the mirrors, it's nice that we get to see something different than the standard 1v1 games, which pros show us normally. So I guess at this point in time, whoever has more Mushas wins Anatan Merit.
To put it simply, that could just be the case. Yeah, it really does come down to those Onimusha numbers here initially, but an interesting detail is the possibility of horsemen here for either of the French players. Not normally something you want to directly go into as French or JD for that matter. However, they will counter the Onimusha while still tanking a decent damage from the Knights and tanking even more from the Onimusha compared to the Knights. Of course, they are not armored, so they do not take the bonus damage. We saw one horseman come out from Bella, so that made me wonder if Boltun told her to specifically opt for them, but no further ones have been made, so that might not be the decision just yet. It's difficult to make that pivot because you do need a lot of those horsemen in order to stem the tide of these Knights, already of which there are so many on the field here for Lyra. Bella not far behind in numbers either, just 9 to Lyra's 11 now. But with JD present as well in this map control, Boltun and Bella have to be very careful how they pick their fights.
Definitely. It looks like Bella is also heading towards castle, and Lara still keeps making units, so we'll see how that works for Bella as well. I don't know if she can afford it. The pressure from Lyra and Anton is still going. So they might be in a little bit of a weak spot soon, with food running out slowly as well. And she's doing it with Guildhall. So I guess their plan for the game is to just keep going. They are not planning to shut it down anytime soon with Royal Institute. This is essentially a mirror, but maybe who wins French and JD matchup normally? Is this purely skill-based, or is there advantage from one side?
That's interesting. It depends who you ask, right? Everyone will give a somewhat different opinion. In 1v1s at least, I'd say JD has just a tiny edge with the range form, as the relic that Boltun was planning to bring home is no longer going to be coming home, as Lyra's Knights find it and shut down, and at the same time the Deer is also under threat. And this castage from Bella may prove to be a touch greedy, I think. The Knight count is spiraling way further out of control here in Lyra's case, doubling the Knight count of Bella now at this stage. And yeah, castle is through, but like you mentioned, Oasis, the food is running out. There's not much left here for Boltun and Bella at this stage. And even the Onimusha count is heavily in favor for Anatan compared to Boltun at this point.
Yeah, and as they were very close to numbers, both villagers and army, slowly but surely Anatan and Lyra are taking the lead on that, with the Knights and Mushas just completely chasing Bella's army. She needs to be really careful. If she loses this, she's going to be in a little bit of a pickle, definitely, with only 7, 8 Knights on the field. JD almost able to snipe that. She needs Boltun's help right now. She knows, and they are sandwiching her, unfortunately, and I think she might be able to maybe escape with couple, but this is a big loss for sure, and also a lot of experience running through JD, which is always quite handy. It's over halfway through now. Boltun now with help, but can they do this, Myriad? I don't know.
It was a pretty disastrous catch there from Anatan, coming around the back there, cutting off the escape of Bella's Knights, and so many fell on the retreat there. A couple of Lyra's own Knights did overextend slightly, so they are picked off by Boltun's Onimusha, but still, even now, Anatan has the lead in numbers. Kaburaya has also been researched by both players. We see the little icon above the Onimusha. Additional movement speed. It's going to play a crucial role in these skirmishes, but yet again, Anatan, with the superior micro there, able to eke out an even bigger lead in these small skirmishes. And we see mobilization of villagers in the north, going towards that secondary large gold vein, looking to lean further towards that side. There's a lot of resources up for grabs there, the gold and plenty of food as well. Looks like one knight denied it. One knight, I think, stopped all those villagers. No, 3 knights even, and so many had fallen. The response is there from Bella, but damage has been dealt.
Definitely, Bella and Boltun not in the best situation now. The army numbers are doubled from Lyra and Anatan, keeping the aggression up, making sure that Boltun and Bella cannot leave the base. It's very successful for them at the moment.
Yeah, can't help but think that castle age there from Bella making things a bit difficult. Slight misjudge of the situation, I think, from Boltun and Bella in that case to opt for it. Leaves them so starving for map control at this point in time, as Lyra and Anatand circle like sharks on the right side of the base here. We saw Lyra's Knights earlier hitting from the left as well, camping exactly where they need to, lying in wait for those villagers when they look for the move out. And you can see the lead that this has resulted in. Lyra actually ahead in villagers as JD compared to Bella's French, who of course has that faster villager production. But Boltun on the other side, ahead in villages as the Japanese, 5 ahead compared to Anatan's Japanese. Could be a case of a Yorishiro being placed inside of the TC for that extra 30% production speed.
Yeah, and I'm just worried for them. I don't know why they decided to go for that castle age with Bella. As we know, French can stay in fodder for a long time and still be quite useful. Boltun now trying to catch up a little bit with their economy, getting second TC up, and the relics going pretty much to Anotan's and Lyra's side for now. He's securing few already, and now the numbers of army are evened out a little bit, so maybe this is the time, because Lyra is also aging up with Royal Institute. So maybe this is a little window they have. What do they need to do right now to even out their chances, Myriad?
Well, we do have what we hinted at earlier, which is that horseman switch coming in here from Bella. Now, Lyra's Royal Institute is up, so these 27 French knights, well, make it 25 now, they're going to get upgraded, not only to veterancy, but with royal bloodline soon as well. And they're countered by the Onimusha, but they're going to be able to tank so much additional damage with that extra health. But with the horseman switch from Bella, if they're able to get a good count of them together and potentially encircle that Onimusha mass from Anatand, that might be the fight that they're looking for to really establish dominance once again in this game. But that overstep from Anatand that's necessary to make that happen is, you know, you're essentially relying on an unforced error there from your opponent, which is never a good way to try to get back into a game, but the options are looking slimmer and slimmer here for them.
But Bella is catching a very good point here. She's able to back the villagers from Anatan, at least delay them for a minute, and he's not feeling safe there, so it's nice that she's still putting that pressure, even though they are in a little bit of a tougher position. And Onamusha's now with their mirror, Onamushing around. Very micro-intensive. I think it's so snowbally. If you just lose fuel, that's it. So you need to be super, super careful. And Boltun unfortunately loses fuel. And on the other side of the map, Bella and Lyra both with their knights. However, Lyra's knights, have they got the upgrade already? It's not. It's just been researched, but the numbers, even sheer numbers, like you said, if she can catch her, also having horsemen, Lyra has a much stronger army right now.
Still, though, Boltun hasn't been able to recover this Onimusha mass. Even now, almost 10 behind. They're looking to come around the side of this wood line, to come from the flank and potentially trap the knights here from Lyra, who just keeps charging forward. I don't know if she didn't notice, but this could be disastrous if they catch this. The bait is perfect. Bella just pulling Lyra deeper and deeper, however. Looks like Anatan's still in position there on the flank. And Boltun is meeting with his own Onimusha.
She's about to hit castle. She's not quite ready yet. She is now, comes with a heal, gets sniped straight away. They made sure of that. She doesn't get on the horse yet. Good pickup here from Bella and Boltun, I think, for regarding where they were. This is not too bad of a fight, but maybe just the numbers eventually snowball still towards Lyra and Anatan. Pretty even game for now.
The exchanges aren't terrible here for Boltun and Bella, though. As long as those front lines exchange for each other, sure, Bella's front line, consisting of mainly horsemen, is thinning out a little bit quicker than Anatan's, but than Lyra, sorry. But Lyra is still reliant on those royal knights, which are so expensive at this stage. So even if you lose 1 for 2 horsemen, that's kind of worth it for the horseman player at this stage, because you can't easily keep replacing these knights. this guild hall on Bella's side as well behind this, and a second town center. We already saw the earlier second town center from Boltun in this position. So although the military numbers are looking quite even, the economic numbers are just keep getting further and further ahead here for Bella and Boltun. So Lyra and Anatan, I'm not sure if they're aware of this, but the time is not on their side.
That's what I was wondering. And also with Bella obviously playing Guildhall, she is playing the longer game, and Lyra really has the spike now. So, like you said, the Knights being very expensive. If they could keep shredding their numbers, this might actually work out well for them. We got a little bit of a fight. Lyra is not quite there yet to match with Anatan. They are connecting now. There is a connection. Knights are going in, but Horsemen from Bella wrapping really nicely on the Anatans, Anamushas, and Boltun's ones are completely free to do some damage. This looks really good now.
I mean, that's an absolutely catastrophic encirclement there by Bella. All of Anatan's Onimusha there on the front line have been eviscerated. That's exactly what they were looking for. Looking to wrap the Horsemen on top of the Onimusha, which will in turn expose the Knights from Lyra to be picked off by these Onimusha. And we saw earlier Anatan, who had the commanding advantage when it comes to Onimusha numbers, now looking anemic. 20 compared to Boltun's 42. The Knights as well, most of them have gone down. Now Bella with 19 cavalry units compared to Lyra's 23, the advantage was so much more severe earlier on. And this is the tempo switch that they were looking for. Now looking to put on the pressure on Lyra Anatan's side of the map.
Anatan is actually switching to Horseman himself. I guess he's just given up on Anamushas now. If you don't have the numbers, you will not be able to catch up on that. Boltun still getting the advantage of villagers. Running out of food as well. You can see Anatan is reaching out for very far resources now. And Bella is just around the corner. If she can get the wrap up around this, she'll be able to get rid of so many with only one tower to save them. And he doesn't see it because they're fighting here in the middle. Against Boltun, he's able to hold both of them, and Bella snacks on all those villagers now. This is looking good for Boltun and Bella right now. Just don't throw it now, as Lyra and Anatan are still very dangerous.
As in AoE4, normally you're looking for one of several types of advantages, either military advantage, a tech advantage, or an economic advantage. But what we're witnessing here is both an economic and a military advantage here for Boltun and Bella. These are the kind of positions when you're double behind in this way, where it's such a difficult spot to try and recover from. And Boltun looking to leverage this even further, adding his own horsemen alongside his Onimusha to make himself a fully self-sufficient army independent of Bella's own cavalry. This will allow both of them to just wreak havoc across Lyra and Anatan's side here, and that might be the nail in the coffin needed, because look at this. Anatan adding his own horseman, but he's still just completely behind in mass. Now trying to set up a second TC here on the forward, but I don't think he can hold this position for very long. There's good focus fire coming from the Onimusha onto Boltun's Onimusha, but the numbers just aren't there. He can't stay here. The TC gets cancelled. Meanwhile, Bella finding damage towards the far back of their bases as well, now being intercepted by Lyra's Knights. So she can't stay there for very long. But it's looking quite dire here for Lyra and Anatan.
Yeah, definitely the tables have turned with this team. That maybe the experience of Boltun has just paid off in this case, as obviously he is the team gamer. GigaChat, we would do see a nice raid here from Lyra. If she can do big damage... Oh no, she's not. Still fighting here, Boltun against Anatan mainly, with a little bit of a help from the girls. Onimusha still looking very solid though from Boltun's, and I don't think they'll be able to break this at this point.
No, not quite. With the new reinforcements here from Bella, again, Lyra and Anatan are forced to retreat. The front line has crumbled yet again. We do have now John's horsemen, the riders, hitting the field, and these are exactly the unit you want to have up against any kind of anti-armor cavalry range, as we see these Onimusha are, of course. And with the John's Riders, they have an immense amount of extra range armor that's going to do very well, way better than these horsemen, but they are expensive and they do cost gold. We'd have the discount from Consecration, but will that be enough to really climb back in this game for Lyra and Anotand? As you see that economically just further spiraling so severely out of control. More than 60 ahead now, Boltun and Bella are all together. And soon enough, Boltun, yeah, we're only moments away here from Imperial Age being just around the corner.
Oh, Imperial Onamushas are gonna be a death blow if they are not a death blow already, which they do seem to be. A little catch here from Lyra on villagers of Boltun, but he knows. He's watching everywhere on the map. He will make sure that those villages are safe with nice defensive walls as well from Boltun and Bella. Are able to just secure all these outside resources. Castle of the Crow actually coming up from Boltun next to the sacred site as well. It is actually an interesting placement, so it will be definitely very useful. Maybe they can do a sacred site, but I don't think they need it. This is gonna hurt them once they hear that sound of Imperial coming up. When the army are the same level, if not better, on Boltun and Bella, and on top of that here in the Imperial Age from opponent, Anotand and Lyra will be in a little bit of a tough situation.
Oh yes, it's not only the damage that soon follows to be considered courtesy of those Imperial upgrades, but also the mental damage that you take seeing that you're now not only behind in army, but behind in eco and behind in tech as well. It cannot really get any worse here for Lyra and Anotand as they look to make a desperate engagement here in the north side of Boltun and Bella's base. And looks like they're breaking through the front line here from Bella steadily, relying on a full melee composition at this stage, just wanting to completely wipe that Onamusha mass here from Boltun, but the kiting is very good. It looks like Boltun can keep most of his mass alive because the damage just isn't really there from Lyra and Anotand. They can deal with the front line, but they don't burn through it fast enough to actually have anything meaningful left over to engage onto the Onamusha. Reed status is now in as well. Soon enough, undoubtedly, we're going to have incendiary arrows coming in very shortly here from Boltun, and that will undoubtedly seal the deal here for them. I don't see how Lyra and Anotand can really come back in this position. The food tells the whole tale there. Just under 200 in the banks constantly here for Lyra and Anotand, forced to repeatedly mass again and again into units, and they don't have reliable scaling behind this. Lyra is still on that first town center. Now Anotand has a second town center, but it's so late compared to Boltun, who earlier we saw also has the Yorishiro inside the TC, further expediting his villager production speed.
With some stone walls coming up just in case to make sure that Lyra, the small raid she is doing, they just want to deny that completely. But we do have the JD, which soon is going to be level 4. Do you think if they tear to a little bit, get the JD to level 4, do you think there is any chance for comeback with that?
No, quite simply. It's looking brutal, right? The issue is maybe if Lyra also had a guild hall behind this, ticking away to serve as some kind of economic recovery, right? I'm a believer, right? I'd love to see some hope here for Lyra and Anotand, but it is looking dire, and it's only getting worse as the night raid now catches so many villages on the gold as
Nice
well.
raids.
And
Get
we're
on
gonna hear some
that gold there
thoughts.
as well.
Bullshit sounds happy. This is what we want in team games with him. When he actually compliments you. Best feeling in the world. So well done, Bella.
It's true. When Boltun gets a little excited in these games, that's how you know that something's
Let's
going
go
very,
to
very
their
well
base here.
indeed.
Still commanding the team though. Make sure they don't overextend. Which actually is not looking that bad, that particular fight, but I think the outscale is just a bit too much. Bella's still snacking on villagers. Boltun is able to fight on his own. He does lose quite a bit, but Bella is also reproducing the horsemen now, which will definitely help out and push this out back to more of the middle or even Lyra's and other sides of the map. A lot of villagers here completely unprotected, and they're calling it GG.
GG is called this raid, as well as the fights so far in the center. is what seals the deal here for Lyra and Anatand. As GG is called, and Bella and Baltoon, with a 2-0 victory here, secure the deal. And what looked like a very shaky start in the second game is then converted through one singular beautiful fight for them. With that encirclement on the Onimusha by Bella, that then snowballs out of hand very quickly, with the economic scaling behind it as well. The TCs, when you take a fight like that to then take the military lead as well, it's very difficult to actually lose from that position unless you do serious missteps. So, of course, these players are very capable. And in that position, they will not throw that lead away. Very well played indeed. Particularly impressed with Bella as this game as well. Very fantastic raids all throughout. Knowing where to place her cavalry at the right time. We saw so many pickoffs, so many catches on external economy.
Look at the resources gathered, by the way. That's that second TC.
Damn.
It's just ahead
It's
of
here.
Anatand.
When did
Whole
you put the
time.
TC down? Like after
Maybe,
castle?
yeah, maybe after like 12 minutes or something. Maybe even
Okay.
earlier.
We can hear that
Nice, let's go.
Baltoon and Bella are very happy so far with their performance, as they should be. But both Anatand and Lyra still showed us some good competitive play from themselves. It's it's nice to see. It doesn't mean they are out now, or can they still maybe fight for the third place?
Yeah, I think they're going to be going down to that third place match. So that is where Anatand and Lyra will be, and they will face either Beastie and Lemimi or B and Pepino Pig, who is the two on the other side, two teams on the other side of our semi-finals. And that will be the next match that we're going to be going into here shortly. But great series all around, especially the second game. That back and forth is what we love to see. Couldn't have predicted in that mid game who would have won, but that is how the table turns, right? One side one time one side is in the lead, then you realize, oh wait, there's been two TCs working overtime for many minutes now, and yeah, before you know it, so much for that.
Yeah, I do wonder if they even noticed it. And especially in team games, I think it's really hard to spot it. Unless you're constantly raiding, you can just do sneaky low TC like that and just eventually take the full advantage of that. So,
As we mentioned, Beastie and the Mimi will be going up against B and Pepino Pig in our second match of today. We will have that after just a short little break. So take a bit of rest, get the snacks that you need here for this second series, because we will be back shortly. See you soon.
and deep, lost at sea. Struggles is real, losing spree. Sad defeat, story complete. Fleet, sing, let's go, train. One v one starts, golden horde, let's sweep. Opponent scout, got my sheet. Picks it up, goes yeet, types take a seat. I reply for relics, kill English. He yoinked my bloody meat. Champions rise head to head, minds collide, units spread. Cataphracts incoming, enemy slaughter. GG King is in the freaking water. Next game starts, armies build. Wolololo on my villagers, brother chill. Resources low, pressure high. Sipahi in your base, say bye-bye. Champions rise head to head, tactics clash, enemy fed. Streltsy incoming, I'm slaughtered. GG King is in the freaking water. Surprise Mongol attack workers in my key. Here comes the bomber, comeback is steep. Defend, counter, push, destroy. Charge, raid, win, enjoy. Winning spree, celebrate with cookies and tea. Make your wishes my.
And we are back, as if we were never even gone in the first place, Susie. Here for Age of RTS and the second semi-final, we have Lemimi paired with Beastie up against BM Pepinopeg, and we already have the draft at the ready. Dry Arabia is going to be the first map here, and it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, the top civilizations is for the pro players and the bottom civs is for the girls. So we have Mongols piloted by Beastie with Mimi on the House of Lancaster, and B will be playing Malians, one of his favorite civilizations actually, and Pepinopig as the Japanese. I think there's a favorite, if you ask me, when it comes to these drafts.
Yeah, we do see probably one of the best two civs on solo, at least at the moment. Here, looking at B and Pepino, very solid. This will be very tough for Beastie and Lamimi. But yesterday, when I was playing against them with Papi, they did show a lot of resilience and they were able to come back from a sticky situation. So with Lamimi completely carrying Beastie in that last game on Malians. So, you know, hopefully if Beastie's playing all right, I think Mimi has got it.
That's always what to consider here. How heavy are these pro players to be carried by the girls? And Mimi did manage that yesterday, of course. We'll see if she can manage it here today again. Same with
And
Pepino
I'm
for
gonna
B.
go archers if I need to. And yeah. should be good. Where webcam, Marika yoinked my cable, so it doesn't work, and I CBA setting up the new one.
So I will just play like standard build with pit mine and tower. I have forward gold. That's not good for us, but I'll try to do my best. So usually ship like here.
All right, got a few little thoughts there. We have Beastie blaming circumstances on Whamenqt, of course, and then we have B, who's discussing the early struggles of that front gold, which is always a problem here as the Malians. That's never what you want to see, is it? You know, the Civ is very strong, but if you have that forward gold, things become very scary earlier on, especially against civs that can dark age you, which the Japanese most definitely, which Lancaster and Mongols certainly can. And Pepino may potentially be able to defend B here, but you know, it's only one person making spears. I don't think B is going to help out in that regard. He did mention the tower, but we're gonna have to see what's cooking here, because B in the color green as the Malians spawning in the north side of Arabia alongside Pepino Pig in the color teal as the Japanese, facing Beastie in the color yellow as Mongols and Mimi in orange as Lancaster.
Yes, so far we cannot see any suggestions of Dark Age. Let's see. Okay, Beastie proving us wrong. He is starting with barracks, pretty standard. Definitely we're putting some pressure on B. As we have noticed, we've got a bit of a front gold situation with Malian, but Beastie and Mimi will need to put so much pressure on that Malian player to actually be able to shut it down.
Yeah, I found a little sheep.
Let's see what the players are thinking. What are their early
I'm
game
making
strats?
tower.
Yep.
B with a little safe tower here. He knows what to expect. If he makes it up in time, he might be able to completely shut down the Beastie's early aggression. But does he have time, Myriad? I'm not sure.
One of the nice parts on the defense, at least in these team games with the larger maps, is normally in 1v1s you're forced to go for that tower after your initial two houses around that pit mine to get it up in good timing, especially if it's out of range. You might even need to bring 2 or 3 villagers to build it. But here, B is able to go for the full pit mine surround, get that income up juicy high, and then drop the tower directly afterwards and still be quite safe before these spears present any real threat.
Yep, B being a little bit of a greedy goose, as Whamenqt would say. But if it pays off, we'll be definitely in a good position. Abbey of Kings coming for Mimi. Pretty standard these days. The lords are still the stronger options. Kura
Yeah, he's
safely
Russian.
placed.
Happy if I just fast
But
castle?
yeah, with that gold, I think it's a good
Yep.
idea.
They're just confirming what exactly they want to be doing. You need to have plan ahead. That's what I learned yesterday and on Friday. So very good. B has been super communicative as well. So it's nice. And there's actually tower coming up from Beastie. Will it be able to be enough to shut down the Malian economy?
The tower will give a placement for those spears to stay quite safely and potentially keep burning down those houses. They can hop in and out of the tower. Even healing will be an option with the Abbey if Beastie does opt for it later on. But the tower can of course be upgraded with arrow slits fairly easily by the Malians with the use of that Mansa quarry, which is very likely going to be coming up on the way it is now. That can be switched over to stone, and in under a minute you're going to have the stone needed for the arrow slits. 50 is all you need, of course, and the passive gold will always be rolling in. And interestingly here, Pepino Pig is not deciding not to help whatsoever. So they made the decision for Pepino to also go directly for the feudal age and what looks to be just a direct castle age, honestly, because the tower is coming up on the gold. The Kurastoas is only being constructed by 2 as well. And Silver Tree actually here for
Ooh.
Beastie. Let's go.
Okay, he knows exactly what he's doing with that. Maybe that is the answer for the fast castle civs. I don't really know. First manor up for Lamimi, that is actually a nice manor because it covers everything, including gold, so we'll be getting decent resources from that. Lords are being deployed as well now towards the enemy teams. Peppino, like you said, is being a little bit of a greedy piggy and getting that castle age up, so B needs to be really careful. Can he fight both of the players at the same time? I'm not sure.
That Silver Tree is going to slow down Beastie here a lot if he had plans of any kind of aggression, and that slowdown might be really pivotal in enabling B and Peppino's Pig's game plan here, because, like you mentioned, they are going just unbelievably greedy here. I mean, this is unprecedented. We have the forward pit mine here, which is pressured by the Dark Age. Peppino Pig is just going straight feudal, right? Obviously, this is all planned by both of them. It's not like Peppino Pig is just that AFK teammate, of course. That's not the case. But on top of this, he's just going straight castle. And B, I'm not sure what's on the menu for him. Most likely, we're going to have at least some form of units. We do have that first cattle ranch with the 3 cows about to come in. And stable as well as an archery range coming in here from B. So he's going to look to play feudal here and look to contest what I would assume he expects to be aggression coming from Mimi and Beastie here, but looks like it's a different play altogether with that Silver Tree. So Mimi is likely going to be the one putting on the pressure here, buying time for that trade to start coming online. And make no mistake, although we don't see trade very often nowadays, especially in 1v1s, when it comes to trade, there is no better than the Mongols.
Definitely. I do wonder what actually scales better. I think it's still cows for Cowboom, right? Or can Beastie actually catch up to that? And he knows it. One villager picked off here by Beastie from B. But yeah, what do you think? Who is gonna boom more and better?
Yeah, it's always an interesting question against the Malian cow boom. There is no faster and sharper boom in the game than the Malian cow boom. It peaks so quickly and so potently. However, it is limited, right? There's only so many cows you can make. It's only up to 20, and that corral can only do so much. When it comes to that late game, if you're just peaked out on the cows and then we suddenly have 40 Mongol traders, up to even 50 potentially running around, there's a very clear outscale situation here in favor of the Mongols. But surviving up to that point is normally the difficult part with any kind of counter boom against the Malians. Because they peak so much earlier, you're going to have to withstand a big tide of units just flooding. But that's not the case just yet, because we are still in feudal. So it's actually going to be Beastie and Mimi, as we anticipated, putting on the pressure here continuously. B making a single-handed defense here, just like we predicted, right? I mean, Peppino Pig is going for that cast stage, and he's going to have a very nice timing for it, with the floating gate already mostly completed. But B is feeling the pressure as a result of this.
Definitely, with B's army being much smaller, Beastie is still able to make an army. Maybe, I don't even know if they are aware of the Silver Tree at this point, as obviously Beastie is still showing some army, is not going completely naked with that. So maybe they just think that they are hopefully going to just defend this now, with Peppino just about hitting that castle age and starting the production of samurais. But Beastie has something hidden in his sleeve, as we know.
Yeah, at this point, Beastie just keeps bumping those spears, and that's exactly what he has to do. If he's able to get out enough space to secure this trade line at least most of the way and stop Peppino Pig from doing any significant damage to these traders, which I'm not even sure they've seen yet. I'm sure with 2 scouts running around, it would make sense that they have seen it. They should expect by now that this is the play, or at least have a smell of it, as there's been no deer stones rolling up towards the center of the map. We haven't seen any Khans hunters from Beastie or a compositional switch, so something must be feeling off for them, as the Hobbelar look to encircle the charges there from B, but the Sofas are enough of a deterrent. Instead, they catch a villager. Good movement here by Mimi.
Very nice. And on the other side, Pepino has now sent and found some victims. Mimi going a tiny bit greedy here with her villagers not being protected by any sort of defense. Is able to pick up Kapu and send her back. And Lancaster running out of food. It's going to be a problem. We can see double barracks now being a switch from Mimi. She needs something to defend against this Mounties. I believe Pepino now is able to see the traders walking through Mimi's base, so that will give them extra information as well. So I hope that will mobilize them to be able to put some aggression on Beastie and Mimi now, because this is their time.
Exactly. When you spot that trader, alarms should be blasting in your head. You're going to get some thoughts here from the players.
So far, pretty quiet. Focused, zoned in. Trader is
Get the
being
archers
picked
if you
off.
can.
Yeah.
The heat of the game, with so many things going on, it's difficult to often find the time to give your teammate the instructions they need or the warnings they need, as you're focusing on so many things yourself
Run
at the
away.
same time.
I'm
Definitely.
struggling back there.
Poor Mimi does admit she is struggling. Pepino is relentless. She does not want to let her get away with anything. The barracks switch a little bit too late, as the spears are not ready. As we know, we need a significant amount of spears advantage to be able to hold any sort of nice is in this economy. So it is a
Can
little bit late.
survive
She
that.
needs to play by time.
But I lost like maybe 7 villagers. That's not good for me. But still playable.
Communication is going well for the other team as well, making Pepino aware that he's a little bit behind, as she did kind of leave him on his own, and Beastie and Mimi just used that advantage and dove his base as they still can. B is nowhere near to be getting that castle, and this is a little bit of a tougher situation for him.
Yeah, we do see both sides taking extensive damage. So many of Mimi's villagers have fallen to those mounted samurai, running unchecked for a long time in her base until Beastie was able to reinforce with his spears. But at the same time, Beastie dealt significant damage to B instead, and as did Mimi at the same time on his side. So you can see Mimi down to 34 economic. I'll make it 33 now, and even 33 yet again as another villager produced, because these mounted samurai will not be stopping. But B himself is struggling very much so, up to only 35 eco now. Now the cows are going to help out a lot, of course, but only so much. The trade has been disturbed as well. We saw several traders falling to this pressure at the same time, and if these spears are forced to be on the defense, then there isn't as much to harass B on his side. There's still a bunch of spears, it looks like, behind his base, just circling, looking to find some damage, but by now B's numbers are also looking quite healthy in terms of archers and Sofa, and looks like we have a very interesting switch here from Pepino Pig. It's going to be on a Bugeisha.
Okay, this is not what I was ready for, but I'm in for it. I do want to see it. I do like the Bugeishas. Sometimes it is a really fun unit, really. And against all these spears, it will definitely be a good call, as she probably extended her time, used it all up with the mounted samurai she can go with now. But as the spear numbers are so high, it's a good call to make early. And she just continues to dive Mimi's base and just hopes that she does more damage than B is getting from Beastie and Mimi.
A lot of the mounted samurai did fall for their raids, however, now up to only 2 still alive on the whole map. But damage is still being found. 2 additional traders have fallen. Now, the Honor Bugeisha, I think, is a very intelligent switch in this position. With so many light units on the field from Beastie and Mimi, it's pretty much just spares. So Honor Bugeisha is exactly what you want against this unit at this stage of the game. But they have been revealed early, and that could prompt Beastie or Mimi to opt for a switching composition to deal with these units here. But it looks like the restraint that Mimi and Beastie had on B earlier on this game is being lifted, because B now has free reign over his base. He's able to torch that tower that's been a thorn in his side for so very long. And the unobligation numbers are actually looking very scary at this stage too. With Beastie forced to angle back towards the TC. He actually just needs the TC and the tower on his side to be able to fight this, but is still taking the fight at the front of the base regardless. Meanwhile, Mimi is now moving into the ranges. The Yeoman will be coming out. With both of these spears in position, even the spears combined as well as the TC and the tower is not enough to actually stop these Onobligation. I think the additional ranged armor must be there as well. And a lot of them will fall, so as long as they don't leak into the economy, maybe they don't mind too much, but it's still so many bad trades here for them.
Mimi is in a bit of a tough situation right now. Her army has been cleaned up. She has a very low amount of villagers alive at the moment as well, and the food is also a problem with just having about 50. B, like I told you, like it's impossible to shut down Malian. Like at some point, it's just like a little cockroach. It just comes back, and you cannot stop it. But Farimba job, which is really smart because he didn't have time. He had too much pressure to do his cow bomb, but he's got the army. He can upgrade them, and Farimba might just be the tempo they need right now, with Mimi being a little bit behind. Beastie already in castle. But yep, it's looking solid for B and Pepino now after being pressured in the early game.
I do wonder with the Farimba, what sort of unit we're going to opt for out of that garrison. 3 choices here. Honestly, none of them really great for the situation they find themselves in. Now, they are ahead, I would say, being able to now exert this map control. And with the pressure lifted from B, which is always great for any Malian player when they're not under pressure, means that I'm not even sure they're going to need the Farimba unit. The Corral would be way better for sure, but as you mentioned, the delay is significant and they don't want to take any risks with delaying more here, especially against Mongol trade, which is even now being damaged from left to right. B striking at the left, at the root of the trade, where the silver tree is, and Pepino Pig shutting down the south side, where the neutral trade post is. So this is very crippling damage being dealt here for Beastie. You can see that reflected in the economic count. Only up to 11 plus traders at this stage, and after being online for so long, that's not exactly the kind of count you want to have at this stage. You'd love to have way more. I think it was in fact the Mansa Musafadi as the unit of choice, so that's going to be a fantastic anti-armor option here for B, which, considering Beastie's only making armored units, it's going to do very well indeed. Kurotai is also up for Beastie. Kurotai is going to be amazing in these fights. The extra healing, the damage, it's massive. But with so few units to speak of, is it going to be enough?
I'm not sure, the numbers are not looking so good at the moment. Let's
we
hear
got
what the
the good
players have to
scissor.
say. And they have coded GG.
Oh,
I guess they did
I
not
should
want
have
to.
walled earlier, so I didn't get caught off guard. Because my barracks was so late.
Maybe putting blame on herself, but honestly,
That's awesome.
it's tough.
So now it's just
1.2.
about the gorge, right?
Yep.
Mm,
I've been playing Byzantine on the Gorge, but if BC goes aggressive, it will be quite difficult. I'll say Gold Horde similar. I don't think Sengoku is very good in Gorge, so this.
I like Byzantines here, but
Yep.
I just need to take civilization, which increase the amount of food on bears, for example, like Aubits, right?
Oh, okay.
For your grand winery
Yeah,
also
that'd be cool.
increase. And maybe another option. So still Sengoku, right, for you? But
Sengoku, yeah.
because if Beastie will not pick it here, we have an option
Oh,
to
you're right.
take
Okay.
it. Yeah.
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 Okay.
It just depends on his picks now.
Yep. It sounds good. I think that's fine. And then I could put the Matsuri quite safe. I would put it behind.
We can
Very
see a
interesting
little bit of a
strat move there, actually.
difference, right? Between the two teams. One kind of thinking about the last game, blaming themselves, but they shouldn't. They just need to forget, play the new game. We can do reverse sweep. Let's go. And the other team just planning very deeply. What can you tell us about their strat, Merit?
It's a good idea. You do have a lot of nearby berries on Gorge that you can look to leverage. So any civ that can boost those, like B mentioned, Ayubid, I mean Abbasid, maybe not so much, but I guess it could be an option. Delhi, of course, all these civs can do great, especially in combination with the Byzantines, like we mentioned. So there's a very specific synergy in mind there. With the boosted berries, then that's going to mean a lot more olive oil for the Byzantines. So, in theory, something like Ayubid and Byzantines could be a great comp. The longbows and the Mitane in combination with camel lances, even, or could also just play classic longbow cataphract and then desert raiders for the Ayubids. That can also be very strong indeed. And that's a great comp, I have to say. Question is, what is Beastie and Mimi going to look to answer with? They are a game down now, so only one game away, one loss away from being placed into that third place match. And that will be against Anatand as well as Lyra. But too early to say, isn't it? As you mentioned, reverse sweeps are possible at any stage. So would be pretty bad to count them out for now.
Yeah, definitely. The chances are still there, so they just need to think through of what they want to play. Beastie has got, a little bit of a cheesy strat on Gorge, maybe Tower. We'll see if that throws them off. It did last time, actually. Pepino lost her only match against Beastie, doing Tower Rush with me on her, so maybe that is their chance. The aggression.
We can't because Beastie already took that civ.
We can have mirrors. It's allowed to have mirrors. Yeah.
If someone took it in two previous
Okay.
civ drop, yeah, so we can't repeat.
Okay.
So only one player can play it.
Yeah. Oh, Malian. Okay.
But now we have Sengoku 100% for Himayama.
That makes sense. Okay.
They are also very strong on that map because of huge amount of food from cars. So we can just keep the lake in the middle. So it's Melans and the Sengoku, not Rus.
Yep.
French have, I think, good units again.
Trade?
Saharan. Yeah, and just put it on our gold. Maybe that's a good thing. We'll see.
Yeah, can do that. Good idea.
Because that way we should be able to skip units and just straight castle without a problem.
Mhm.
Did you get invite?
Sorry. Yes.
Some more comms there. So it didn't end up being the berry civ to couple alongside the Byzantines as we originally anticipated. They didn't quite get their way. Instead, it's going to be French and Byzantines here for B and Pepinopig, up against Sengoku Malians for Beastie and Mimi. So, oh boy, these two civs.
Now they have the civ advantage as B and Pepino had it last game. It's looking very strong on BC and Mimi. But both civ, I believe they need a little bit of time, right, to get going. So maybe French, I am assuming B, as we said earlier, is Processor at the top, I think. Maybe B with a super aggressive, super early knight can cause a lot of trouble there. Pepino scaling as a Byzantine, coming with lots of army soon. So this will be definitely interesting. It also depends how they are going to spawn. We did hear Beastie has guided Mimi to maybe do the Saharan trade tower on their gold just to make sure it's all safe for them. So that could deny the knights pretty well. So they will need to really see what they can do on this map.
It looks like we're about almost ready to hop in, as I hear some pretty familiar sounds in the background, akin to a game starting. And here we go. It's Beastie in the color yellow as the Sengoku Daimyo, alongside Mimi in the color orange as the Malians, spawning in the north side of the gorge, facing B in the color green as the French, alongside Pepino Pig in the color teal as Byzantine Seer, who is going to opt for the 2-on-stone start, with one building the house, then likely joining his friend on that stone mine to get those systems up and running quick time, which will be needed to boost that economy. Part of the big strengths of Byzantines. You know, Beastie with a very conservative Matsuri on that wood line means that he's not going to opt for the gold heavy start where you buy wood here as the Sengoku, instead just opting straight for the wood line. And that's going to be great for gathering wood later on, as the bonuses from the Yatai carts will go in aura of in range of it, of course, around the Matsuri, but not on the gold. So even opting for the classic Beastie Dare start here as the Sengoku.
Interesting. I haven't seen it before on BC. But as you say, it's a classic, so he must have done it before. He definitely knows what he's doing. I do also wonder how greedy Pepino is gonna go for with the systems. We did see last game, they went pretty greedy, but that paid off. Just about. It was close, but they were able to defend and scale up. Will Beastie and Mimi take that in consideration? Maybe be more aggressive? Shut it down early enough? Or will Pepino and B get away with it again?
Aggression is always a tricky question with these civs here, because, as we mentioned, Sengoku and Malians, I mean, in team games at least, Sengoku is not typically the aggressive type earlier on. That's definitely not the case in 1v1s. They can play a very heavy feudal, but that loses value in these team games, especially up against the Knight Civ. You don't really want to be going Horseman as your cavalry of choice in feudal very often, especially against Knight Civs, because you'll just end up getting outscaled in terms of raw unit strength the longer it goes. But at the same time, they have their own very reliable scaling, of course. Malians need no explanation for their avenues of booming, plenty of them. But Sengoku, the food carts, and going up to that castle age is exactly what they want to go for. So as long as they can not take too much damage from B's Knights, they should be pretty content and not too worried about getting outscaled here either, which the Byzantines can then certainly do. So it's a tricky question, because the Byzantines can scale very well, just like the Malians, but do you just gamble on which civ gets further economically ahead, or do you actually try to force having yourself an early lead with early pressure?
Exactly, this will be a tough choice. Let's see if we can hear it from the players themselves.
Okay, that board also looks good for French. Super close, especially if you will place like one tower here.
Yep.
But it not needed because no one pushing us.
Yeah.
It just
Oh, okay. I could upload it then.
it depends on the scout right now.
So they're sticking to their plan, making sure they secure enough food.
Hey,
French really
found-
needs it.
Oh, he went the
I will.
It's kind of nice that we can see the deer. You just shift click them.
True. Feels like cheating.
Same go.
Raycon actually going up. And Saharan trade, this will be a very, very safe base for a while. And I don't know if B in this case is able to make enough damage with the knights. The Saharan trade tower is a really smart choice in this case. I think this is already a hard situation. I don't really like French as much here, as they can't dive the gold very well. Everything is very close by initially. So maybe B could recognize that and maybe just go castle instead. I don't know.
It's a very tough decision, right? And very tough position to play, I have to say, because, I mean, the plan is very clear here from Beastie and Mimi, right? With the Sahara especially. They are just going to hole up and do nothing until they're very safe to come out and just run over the whole map, which is, I mean, it makes so much sense to play this way. Even a little wall up to further deny any kind of night shifts and movements. This is a very tough position to crack for B. early on, because it's going to be just him, essentially, earlier on, single-handedly trying to do it up until Pepinopig gets out those longbows. It's going to be a little while till that comes online, and I'm just worried that it might be a little too late for them. We're going to have to see. They will be pretty much undisturbed on their side as well, and undisturbed Byzantines is for sure a force to be reckoned with as well. But can it really handle Malians and Sengoku with just the French by its side? I have my doubts.
They are going even more defensive than they are already, with some tricky walls here to make sure that B's knight just cannot enter the base. And with that first knight actually coming out now, being caught by Yatai, which actually just deployed the trader, B is even blocking it to make sure that the king, the knight, can kill it in time. So a nice pick. This is all he can do at the moment, really. He can't really go into the base. So doing that sort of damage is also nice.
Yeah, it's always a great catch, picking off that first food trader from the Yatai. So nice little pickup here from B. Might even get the Yatai, looks like, with the great body blocks from the scout, and yeah, trapping it in between the berry bushes. That's a classic, one you don't want to be on the receiving end of, so BC pays the price for his greed there.
Definitely. Now knights are able to make a tiny connection there on a base of Malian. Able to pick up one. I'm not sure if it was a villager or a spear. I did not see it. It's just on the other small screen. It was a spear. So not as valuable like killing villager, but still something. And he sees that Saharan trade and knows he cannot come any closer than that. Guildhall coming up instead, as we're thinking. Because he can't do damage, there's no point investing, right? Maybe just go castle, your knights will be stronger, have a bit more healthy, definitely, maybe +2, and maybe then he can do some damage. Or just circle around like a vulture outside of their base, wait until they run out of their first resources.
Yeah, that's definitely the idea here. B recognizes he can't find any meaningful damage in this feudal age, so opts to just go up instead and get a nice early Guildhall timing, which makes a lot of sense in this position. So this is basically a clear decision that he's not really going to try to directly contest most of the knights from Beastie in this castle age. You can't, honestly, with the Guildhall compared to having the Royal Institute. With them, you definitely can, with the Bloodlines. Your knights will be better than the Sengoku knights for a good little while. But without it, you play the scaling game here as B, it looks like, which, again, is a very brave decision up against Mali and Sengoku. But with a good Red Palace timing and a nice bank of food, something could be done here by B potentially later on. Whether it gets to that position, we'll have to see, as the cow boom is also heavily underway at this stage. The wall to protect as well. Mimi securing her layout there. Assistance further coming up here from Pepinopig as well, expanding out towards the berries on the flank. Meanwhile, looks like we do have a raid on that north side, towards the right side. Yeah, villages were evacuated just in time, it looks like.
So yeah, even though B has H2 castle, he still has his eyes open on any opportunity he can to do some damage. And to be fair, I don't know who can outboom this. Obviously, Malian is on another level, so is Sengoku, but Byzantine is as well. And French, as much as we recognize it as a feudal civ a lot for the knights, putting all the pressure, they, with Guildhall, can really do well in the late game as well. Red Palace keeps causing the great discount for the units, which are very, very strong for the value you have to pay for, and maybe even like a second TC somewhere. With villagers' extra production, this can also boom pretty well. So the players really are, looks like both teams are just hoping that their composition will be stronger eventually.
It's like B is even rounding out his composition fully here, opting into the veteran horseman in combination with the arbaletier here, which is It's sort of the classic French late game composition, isn't it? That's what we most often see when French is prepping for a long game, because that's such a reliable comp, such a potent comp. You have better horsemen and you have the best crossbows in the game with the Arbaletrie, where very few armies can actually deal with this in the game, and I wonder how Beastie and Mimi will look to respond to this. Of course, with the Mounted Samurai for Sengoku, I think that's one unit that will not change in this game. I don't see Beastie making anything else, frankly, for the rest of the game. But Mimi has plenty of options, really. Donzo's already on the field to deal with any kind of raiding from B. And of course, still do great up against the Horsemen and the Knights. Even against the Arbs, they won't do terribly here. Being light units, they don't take as much bonus damage, but of course the Arbs can get additional melee armor to help them against that. But there's longbows on the side of Pepino Pig as well, so if we want to play Donzos here, we're gonna need just a ridiculous amount of them, and that could be possible. It's very possible here for Mimi to just play 4 infantry to back up Beastie's raiding and cavalry comp. And that could work well for them. They will be able to pump a lot of numbers with the cows. B, looking for another in here, causing a good bit of idle time, but he's going to sacrifice a knight. Doesn't manage to get the hit on the correct damaged villager, so it's just 2 knights in exchange for a little bit of idle time.
Yes, definitely right now, Beastie and Mimi have just reached their point where their tempo is gonna be going very well. Full cow boom, Beastie in castle. And we do actually have a sofa upgrade now, so even though we had double barracks and some donzos, like you said, she might still be making some of them, but sofas have entered the field as well, and I am a little bit scared right now. Pino is also in the middle of aging right now of Golden Horn Tower. She has got some units, but this double calf landing in your base will be definitely very, very dangerous.
Golden Horn Tower now finishing up for Pepino Pig behind this, so that's exactly what the Byzantines need. Golden Horn Tower, of course, is going to start churning out longbows as well as Lance Connector for free from it for the rest of this game. Alongside the Olive Oil she gets naturally. That's going to really propel Byzantines forward. It's almost like a different version of the cow boom. Instead of having a lot of eco to get a lot of units, you just straight up get free units instead, but also have a great eco alongside it as well. Not as big of a power spike, but not far off either.
Yep, interesting. We have a villager here coming out from Mimi, securing or trying to secure the big gold. I don't think there's much threat at the moment, as the bees and Pepino's army is nowhere near there. So it's definitely a good pick there to go a bit more risky, but on the bigger gold. A little bit of raiding happening by Beastie, I'm not sure, but we do have a bad wolf with rabies trying to attack Mimi, and she's not realizing, and he might be able to pick off that villager, which is more than B Don has done so far. Let's see who was this great duel.
The Bitey Infantry comes in clutch against the villager, and that's a massive pick off for the Bitey Infantry in this game.
That is so bad. That's so annoying when it happens. I don't want... Yeah. I can feel I've done this before, unfortunately. They just have rabies. That's the bonus damage they do to villager.
I mean, what else would possess just, a villager to attack such a helpless young woman building a pit mine, right? What can you do?
I know, right? Beastie, trying to cook with his knights, had to back off as the infantry numbers are quite high, actually. We got 85 units to 33. So B and Pepino are not leaving this for free, even though Beastie and Mimi might be booming a bit harder at the moment. We got a move here from B with his villagers to quite far away from the map. The walling is happening as well, so there's just trying to secure that corner of the map. Mimi is there though. Not many sofas, but a lot of infantry, which actually don't trade too bad against the Arbs. But looks like Pepino and B might have found a good place here and be able to collapse on this small army of Mimi. I don't think she has a way of running out there now.
You can see those Byzantine numbers climbing to what is already, honestly, a very, very scary army here. 25 longbows, soon to be 30. Almost 20 Limitani on the field, and the cataphract numbers are climbing as well. This is a composition you never want to face, really, as any civ. Yet here it is in full force. Beastie, meanwhile, has a good number of knights on the field already, up to 14. But they're a far cry from those Imperial Sengoku knights that are really a powerhouse to be reckoned with. They are still only in Castle Age, and looks like we don't quite know what level of Takeda we have yet. It's probably only 1 or 2 at this point in time, as the Cataphract comes in with the trample, but they are a bit outnumbered, so they're forced to back off and let the spears do the heavy lifting here at the front line. Mimi, meanwhile, still remassing fully into Donzos and Sofa, but she lost a lot of her mass there, and looks like she's struggling to reinforce as quickly as she would like. Maybe more production needed at this stage because they are pushed back. And the longbows are so potent on this kind of a map. This back and forth design that the map lends itself to, the way it spawns, makes it very difficult to ever engage into this central position. It's just such a steadfast unit to round out Mimi and B's composition, and makes it so hard to take decisive fights into it, which means that Beastie and Mimi will have to rely on their raiding around the flank to really gain an economic lead and maybe offset the army disadvantage they find themselves under. But an entrapment coming in from B, the horsemen looking to slow down the escape and retreat of the Sengoku Knights, but they're taking heavy losses to do so. Of course, the additional movement speed of the Sengoku Knights is clashed, but beautiful body block there by B, and Pepino Pig with a surround on the cataphracts. So many of Beastie's Knights going down.
Very nice connection here, indeed. As we know, we are in a pretty much of a cavalry meta. Infantry units are not doing that well, but when you have these numbers, this is the only way of really doing it, if you just outnumber them very, very well. So Beastie and Mimi have a little bit of a tough time right now. I'm not sure how they can attend these massive units right now.
It's a problem. It's definitely a problem. They're relying so much on the Donzo here, when in theory they have the superior cav. But it's just such a robust composition here from B and Pepino. The Horsemen and Arbaletrie with Lombos, Limitane, Cataphracts, they have an answer to every single possible threat that Beastie and Mimi can throw at them. And they're seeming to sort of struggle to find the right answer to this, and this is exactly what we were hinting at earlier, Mioasis. The guild hall has paid off. The food has been cashed in. And now the Red Palace is on the way. Looks like alongside a keep that's going to be going up on the production here to give B that sweet discount on the units. We have the Red Palace going up in such a juicy spot too, on this northern sacred site, which in turn also secures a large gold vein, a second gold vein, the side itself, the left and flank, and even a later trade route if necessary. But Beastie and Mimi are in the right position to deal damage on the other side. Breaking through this wall, they're going to seep in. There's already some cataphracts and horsemen here to meet them. It's going to be a while till the rest of the army mobilizes. The mobility advantage here for Beastie and Mimi is very clear, as Beastie peels off far to the south here to try desperately to find some damage. There's no other choice, really. They find themselves quite behind in this timing, so need to find some counter raids to try to get themselves back in and find the space they need to maybe get their own Imperial Age here. Beastie would certainly love to get up there, but the eco, although it's great for Sengoku earlier on, it stalls just a little bit in this mid-game as food starts running out, as you're forced to switch into farms.
Definitely. Looking at the resources, Mimi is the one who is a bit closer to reaching Imp than Beastie, but she has, just like I said, she has just spent it, so there's no plan so far. She has, however, built a trap, so they are obviously planning to get rid of maybe the Red Palace, maybe the keep, whatever will give them a bit of a window with numbers still looking so much more in advantage of Pepino and B. B is just clicking the upgrades, so that army is going to look very, very scary very soon.
Let's combine that with the discount. B is able to gonna have such a premium army here soon. And it's exactly the composition you want as French too. In most cases, again, the cavalry from Pepino and B, the horsemen. So the cataphracts looking to entrap these Sengoku knights, but they're so much faster than the cataphracts and pretty close in speed to the horsemen as well. So it's not going to be as easy to trap them as before when they don't have that surround. They're going to have to really predict the movements. Mimi positioned in the north side of the map here, trying to find an angle towards this red palace. I don't think she's aware it's there yet, so... Oh, no, she definitely is. The Treb is in position. It's going to start trebbing down, and Beastie is going to look to make the space needed to stop them from defending that position with these raids. And the raids are looking good so far. Beastie is scaling behind this. There has been a second TC thrown down a while ago. And looking at the base, there are plenty of farms as well.
Beastie now with the eco looking like he is going to hit the Imperial H to match with B. So actually, if they just make the game a little bit longer, if B cannot put enough pressure right now, Beastie will be able to match to it and make game much closer again. And like you said, with the advantage of second TC, which like we established earlier in the matches, that on a 2v2 it's not that easy to spot, as you don't scout it the same way you do in 1v1. You are not constantly in your opponent's bases. And double trap now just trying its best to get rid of that red palace. So far,
couple of units coming in from Pepino to try and disrupt this siege, but a couple of spears, Limitane are not quite going to cut it. She's going to look to mobilize on the right side instead, herself, recognizing that if this are focused on the left side, well, what's here on the right side to defend? And she's going to go to find out as the wall burn through on the wall is happening. The Trebs are still working down the Red Palace, and with Beastie's imp coming in now, this is a very pivotal time for B and Pepino to perhaps find some much needed damage, because Beastie's knight count is just not there. A lot of them were sacrificed to make space, not only for the siege on the Red Palace, but also to enable his Imperial Age. A keep was in the works here for B, but he's just not quick enough. And Pepino is just going to force him off all of these farms here with a second Matsuri's placed. The pit mine for Mimi can also be under threat. B is going to make an engagement here towards Mimi, who is not in the correct position with her units, which means that the Trebs fall. The siege stalls right as the Red Palace was about to go down. Just a couple more boulders needed to be hurled, and it was going down without a doubt. But no longer is that the case.
Yes, at the moment, still, we got a big advantage of army on B in Pepino's pick, with being able to save that Red Palace. That is huge. Lamimi's army is deadly and is big, but Beastie is in a little bit of a weak spot at the moment, and I'm pretty sure B and Pepino recognize that there must be calls now going to go in. Small amount of Beastie's knights are surrounding, but these are Imperial Age arms. And like you said, it's very, very strong, definitely the strongest crossbow. So hard to get rid of them with the extra armor they get. Really, what do you use to get rid of them? Horsemen?
Horseman would be the best choice, which is something that Beastie and Mimi certainly don't have in this position, and it's biting them in the behind pretty considerably, because although the engagement in the fight looked great, and a near full surround there, circling around the flanks, is then shut down by the kiting, the longbows, as well as the arbs. I mean, you have one of the best archers in the game and the best crossbow in the game. How do you deal with this back line exactly? The Sengoku Knights seem to definitely be the answer, but as we mentioned, you need the amount. And getting the amount under so much pressure is way easier said than done, because the farms are kaput in the bottom side there, towards the right side of the map, where Pepino Pig has breached. There's still more in Beastie's main base, but not really enough to continually sustain production here. You can see the food not looking all that impressive for Beastie, only 34 on it, and the gold is an even bigger concern, because B now seeps in with another raid, finds the woodworkers from Mimi. The pit mine has been torched as well in the south. Beastie looking to try to maybe clean up this mass from Pepino Pig, but there's still quite a few Limitane here. If she's just ready in position, she can actually take down a lot of Mounted Samurai with her, and it's a great choke point for it as well. Beastie should be able to wipe this. The Mounted Samurai are too strong, but a lot of them are falling for this. It's a big price to pay, and meanwhile they are taking their own damage. Triple Sacred Site locked in too, near full map control for B and Pepino Pig here.
Actually, looking at this fight, she was not able to get that many samurais with her, and Beastie is able to clean that. I mean, he must knew that he can still do it. So this is a nice little cleanup from Beastie, but Mimi has lost a significant amount of her army and villagers at the moment, so she's not in the best position. Beastie and Mimi both on very low resources, just trying to spend all they can to build up that army. Peppino is aging to Castle, to Imperial at the moment as well, so she's definitely in a good position. Army value, army numbers still similar, but I do think it's looking much better for B and Peppino at this point. They also got the Sacred Site, so they could potentially play off that if they feel like they need that much time. But maybe Peppino can just go imp, upgrade their units, and just send it.
And that's exactly what is happening. And with the Ford Engineering Company, they're going to have access to Royal Cannons. I mean, B already has 2 on the field, actually. But now even Peppino can add her own as an additional boost to their firepower against these buildings, which, considering there's a keep in the center, they might need. Beastie and Mimi hear the notification of that Imperial Age from Peppino Pig, and they know that they will be in trouble if they don't make something happen here. As the forced engagement comes through, the front line is looking great here from Mimi. It's all melee composition here, which is going to do great up against the Horsemen and the potential Cataphracts, though there are none left. But with the kiting of the Arbaletier, who now have incendiary arrows, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but it is mainly space at the end of the day. And they don't have the move speed of archers, so without a front line, they're going to just keep bleeding every time they turn around to shoot. So space is being lost here in the center, and looks like a decap might come through.
Nice push from Beastie and Mimi. They knew they have to react to the Imperial Age of Peppino, like you said. The Arbs, however, are still in a good number, so B just had to fall back a bit. We got a big, nice run now by B's Knights, and Arbs are able to pick down, and he's able to trap all these Knights of Beastie. That is most of his army, and they are going down.
Beautiful kiting there by B with the Horsemen, well, more like stutter stepping, I should say, making sure to keep the pathing of the Sengoku Knights blocked to allow the Arbs to do as much damage as they possibly can. But it's still difficult with so much move speed on these Knights, as they find some more villages to pick off there from Peppino, who is now looking to drop a second TC in the north side of the gorge. These Knights are still kind of running unchecked. And now, here's some thoughts on the games.
Oh no, it's just stone walled. Okay, it's not. We go through. Top side is not walled. I guess this is not walled either.
It is.
Got a bit of a different communications here. Stonewall being a problem at the moment. It is fully stonewalled right now, so unfortunately Mimi almost had it, but was just a little bit too late to put pressure. Beastie recognized that, but he's still diving in, trying to pick up the reinforcements of the crossbows, and they will try to collapse on the Red Palace. Is this a wise choice, Myriad?
It's a choice, for sure, especially a fully garrisoned Red Palace. As to how good the choice is, yeah, I think we're best to look away, because...
Okay, climb upwards, and then attack them again, and I'm gonna go do a big run by.
There will be sacrifices made, but they actually are able to torch it.
You
and these villagers might also
traders.
be able to go. They are just being secured on the stone wall there, which they will be untouched for, as they don't have any ranged units. Beastie also finding a very good snack here for his knights, but Peppino was very fast in retreating them to her base for a little bit.
Yeah, with so much torch power, that is what's needed, right? When you just have such an overwhelming number of units, then the Red Palace actually loses a bit of value, because, yeah, it's going to one-shot any unit, but they can only hit one unit at once, so it's, you know, with the damage, it's dealing on one unit the amount of damage it could use to kill 3 at the same time, but that would be, yeah, that would be very busted indeed, so let's not buff Red Palace, thank you very much.
Cannons, unfortunately, now are being sacrificed by B because there's just so much going on. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough multitasking skills to save that in time. Mimi was able to pick it, and now all the multiple DCs, which all the players have put in various places, are being found and torched as much as possible. It's a good start to damage your opponent's economical lead. So they definitely know that Beastie just still raiding. This is what he can do now, as the armies of Peppino are still very slow. So he's just trying to raid and cause damage. Nice catch here by B. So much going on, Merat. What is happening in this game?
We're witnessing the late stage of a 2v2 here, and that's exactly what you'd expect. This is why, in my opinion, it's comparable, if not potentially even harder, to play 2v2 compared to 1v1. This is so much more to focus on here. Even we, as the casters with God Vision, we can't really all keep up with all that's going on. And Sengoku is going to find the cannon here as Beastie snipes it. That's a great pickup. There's just action all around the map as more Peppino pigs, the Metane, look to stem the tide of these Sengoku Knights, but they're never going to catch up to them realistically. They will just keep running circles, and the hole in the wall is still present. The Knights just keep constantly seeping through, and this gives Mimi the space to find her own Aja behind this finally, with the Fort of the Huntress coming up on that center sacred site. And Marlin Imperial Age is not to be scoffed at either. That is for sure. And even trade is actually quite heavily online now for Beastie and Mimi. 21 plus traders at this point in time. So Beastie's gold problems are certainly solved, sitting at over 7.
Oh, wow.
That was soon to be over 8,000 in the bank almost.
That's definitely a lot of gold. He could even possibly give some to Mimi so she can get her upgrades on units. Would definitely be helpful. I wonder if they have the enough multitasking to communicate this to each other, as it would be crucial. And the Beastie Samurais, mounted Samurais, are just such a big problem right now. Peppino's army is completely immobile. They just cannot catch it. So the only answer they have really is the Horsemen and Arbs from B. And it just starts to look like he just can't quite handle it. Beastie, big catch now on the villagers from Peppino, from her fields. Arbs here in place for B, but will they be able to clean them?
Yeah, Beastie struck where it hurts most for Peppino in that beautifully set up olive groves, which are... There's a couple of Mangonel towers here, but at this stage against Sengoku Knights, they're not really going to be dissuaded by a couple of Mangonel towers. Even Mimi looking to push in directly, but she realizes that, yeah, with the 4 infantry mass, yeah, the Mangonel towers certainly do a lot more work. So she's then going to back off. But so much damage has been dealt. We can see Beastie's Beastie alone has more economic units than B and Peppino combined, which is just brutal at this stage. 141 equal to 224. Never mind the trade on the side of Beastie and Mimi as well. Although B and Peppino have a massive army, that's not necessarily the better army, because the value might just be on Beastie and Mimi's side with those Sengoku Knights.
They are just relentless. He's just going in on every side he can, and poor B and Peppino just have no counter to this. Beastie is also having a very questionable amount of resources at the moment, with almost 9,000 stone, 10k gold. Is he gonna do his recent signature move? Might look like a bit like it, but I'm really not sure. I think he's just so focused on raiding that he doesn't want to share anything with Mimi right now.
Why would you send your teammate resources when you can just go for a wonder instead, right?
I know!
And it makes absolute sense here for me, right? It's not about teamwork, it's about who can get the wonder first. And Beastie says, that's me. As he's working towards it, it looks like. It's still some ways off, to be fair. The wood is not there. And, you know, the stone just got there, but without extra stone in the bank, it's going to be hard to actually have securities needed to keep it alive. But they're so entrenched in their bases already that it's going to be very hard for B and Peppino to push across. But with access to double cannons, it might be an option, to be fair.
To be fair, talking of which, we do see a big amount of army advantage now on Beast and Peppino. The only problem is that they are not that mobile. So they need to attack as a one big mass. The Huntress keep is here, 4th of the Huntress, but it won't be able to stop this Giga army right now. So Beastie maybe playing a bit greedy. You can see he's spending resources again. I think he was. What do you think, Maria? Because I think he was thinking about it, but now due to circumstances, he needs to obviously change his mind and make units.
Yeah, I think he definitely needs to keep changing his mind, because the economic count is also a bit of a problem in the other way than what you would expect. BC just has too much, frankly. 175 economic units. He can field 25 mounted samurai and that's it. He has to delete some here, because the issue is they just keep pushing deeper with the cannons. The Rebaldequins are on the field now as well, and they have absolutely zero range units to deal with that with those Rebaldequins that, if just protected, are going to just massacre everything from Beastie and Mimi. We do see Mimi now starting to invest into those Musafadi gunners, an excellent unit in this late game for the Malians, but getting the count together is going to be easier said than done, as Beastie realizes we did see some eco falling or being deleted. So now the mounted samurai numbers are climbing still, but even now it's too much, I think. But despite having so much eco, the food is not really there. There's just not enough food income here from Beastie. He can't actually mass enough of these mounted samurai. Actually, there's plenty in queue, but is he remassing fast enough? Not quite really, as the military count is so severely in B and Pepino Pigs' favor. More than triple at this point in time. 5 times the military count. Everything Mimi and Beastie have is dying.
What a comeback. I was sure Beastie and Mimi had it, but they maybe just played it a tiny bit too greedy. I'm not sure what happened with Beastie being on 175 villagers. Maybe he just thought he can do a villagers only challenge. I'm not sure. Mangono has now been built. We got a couple ready for Beastie, but he doesn't have the army to protect it. And B also sending supplies to Pepino just to make sure they are just massing units and just sending. They have the tempo. They just keep on top of it, and I think they got it.
Yeah, it's too little too late for Beastie and Mimi. They were not able to leverage that economic lead, and just like that, after such a long period of relentless raiding from Beastie, it looked like he was completely in control of the flow of this game, from left and right and the center. And again, every single part of the map was under threat from his knights. But that security can often be one's downfall, because the overboom into economy behind it, failing to reposition into a suitable army at the right time, means that once the forces of B and Pepino Pig were combined and that concentrated push came in the center, they were unable to get up the mass fast enough to really challenge that elite premium army. And before you know it, B and Pepino Pig just had the game on lockdown and now made it a 2-0 victory, putting Beastie and Mimi into that 3rd place match and thus securing themselves their place in the grand final, up against Bella and Bolton.
Yep, this is very exciting to see. Definitely got a little bit of upsets here, as Beastie was one of the favorites. He can really cook some unique strats for sure, and even win from the worst spots you can. Definitely a unique player on that case, not something you can expect from a lot of others. But Pepino is just shining through this whole series since Friday. I believe she's only lost one single match for now. So, we did talk a bit about the lack of who you are matched with and stuff with the Swiss round we had on Friday and Saturday. But her winning so much, I don't think this is just luck at this point. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, if someone just keeps winning repeatedly, that's that normally goes past the position of it being just luck. So Pepino, I think fantastic so far in this tournament. She's definitely one of our stronger female players as well in the scene. So that's coming to fruition here. Because people might think a lot of the time it's sort of the pro play in these games that makes the difference, but that's not necessarily the case, because being relatively even, a lot of them, in terms of skill and ability, depending on the day, of course. It's often the female player that can really make the difference, and there the gap may be sometimes slightly larger between the two players as opposed to the pro. So that leads to very intriguing dynamics in these games and can lead to very unpredictable results, as we have seen so far already today and yesterday. But I mean, this is an exciting third place match and a fantastic final on our hands. So I'm very much looking forward to it.
Definitely.
Okay, French
just a
Golden
couple thoughts.
Horde for Anakin and me.
Okay.
They still seem to be in good mods, which is great. This is what we like to hear.
You can't let the mental falter at this point, can you?
No, because that just automatically loses
Okay,
you the game.
Lancaster French versus Golden Horde Iobit. I actually think that's pretty bad for them.
Wait, I'm playing Lancaster?
Yeah.
Oh. You picked
I think
me
that's
wrong.
pretty bad for them.
Really?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Looks like we got a little bit of a difference in the opinions here of
give
the
me a sec.
experts in this
I'll
duo.
host and be ready.
But they will make it
Yeah,
work.
we'll see. I think it depends on spawn. I think you don't need tower from the start if you get back gold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we'll see my gold. We'll see my gold, and maybe I can also, I don't know, make units and then go castle. I will see.
Yeah. If you had forward gold, you probably need to chop wood again in Dark Age.
I probably need to take good. Oh, you mean to make a tower?
Yeah. If your gold will be forward.
Yeah. Okay.
But,
okay.
But if not, you don't have to do it. We'll see.
We'll see.
Very clear instructions here from Anotant, telling Lyra exactly how much wood she needs, which is always what we want to know. Let's look at the picks. What have we got here in this game, Myriad?
Well, we mentioned earlier, well, we heard earlier, I should say, just moments ago, a little bit of PTSD for poor Mimi when it comes to Lancaster from that first game. And now she's on Lancaster duty again. And we heard the little scoffed, sort of resigned acceptance of it. I don't know how happy she is about this one, but we're going to see what they have in mind as to the way to play it this time round, because it's going to be alongside Beastie's French, and a good French it is indeed. A very successful and capable French player Beastie is, and has shown so in the past many times. But team games, the dynamics can change, so I'm curious to see what he can make happen here. But Golden Horde for Anatan, with Lyra on the IU bids here on Dry Arabia. So quite a difference here in saves for sure and dynamics. It looks to be, of course, French is going to be the cavalry civ here for Beastie. Normally you want at least one cavalry civ in any team game format, really. So that's going to be the French for Beastie. And it's going to be IU bids for Lyra, but that comes in the Castle Age, naturally, if they opt for those Camel Lancers. So the delay could be significant, especially with what's likely to be a Dark Age pressure from Mimi's Lancaster, which both Golden Horde and Iobid are very vulnerable against, right? It's a bit of a struggle to face any kind of pressure there as these two saves, because you need gold as Iobids, you need your pit mine, and gold as Golden Horde. So towers are probably going to be on the menu, which is why they were discussing it. But a double tower investment might bite them in the behind again, like it did in their previous series.
Yes, definitely there is some choices they need to make. Do you think Mimi will possibly do a tower rush, or do you think they should play it safe? I don't know if she practiced that enough. Also, her not being super happy about the pick. I do wonder how this is going to go, really.
Might means.
Let's hear.
In
First.
English.
Might?
Might tell us.
Yeah, my English is too bad.
Say again the word.
Smite me. Like, smite me. But,
I don't know
what-
either.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it's not common word, I guess.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Okay.
Communication is key. Let's see the other team, maybe? Or are we just gonna be heading towards the game?
All right.
I think we have that familiar sound yet again coming through as the match is very much underway at this moment. Any moment we're going to jump in, and we are once again witnessing Beastie in the color purple as the French, alongside Mimi in the color orange, pink as Lancaster, spawning at the south side of Dry Arabia, facing Anatan in the color orange as Golden Horde, alongside Liralia as Ayubid in the color yellow. And well, the spawn for Anatan is actually, it's not that bad. I lied. There's a forward Uvu, but I was very worried for a sec that that gold beyond it is his gold, but no. He has one at the back. Meanwhile, Lira also has a... Wait, am I seeing this right? He's going
Oi, oi,
all the
oi.
way to that deer. That is so far forward. That's crazy. But I guess he's just going to commit to it. There was another one on the left, but I guess he must not have scouted that one yet. And to be fair, there's a boar in the center that's quite close to that deer pack, so that might be on the cards too for him later on. But they're the ones that's... I was going to say, they're the ones that are putting on the Dark Age pressure, but that's not on the card this time round, as Mimi went directly onto the gold. So they're going to skip Dark Age pressure, which I'm not sure about. I feel like there's such good targets to hit here, but maybe Mimi doesn't quite feel comfortable with it, which in that case, if that is the situation, then I think this is the right choice for sure. You'd rather stick with what you're comfortable with and you know you can do efficiently than sort of try to do something too ambitious on the fly.
Definitely, I agree completely. I have made this mistake before. It costed me games, so definitely good to be safe but know what you're doing. But like you said, I also don't like this idea because it's just gonna allow Anatan and Lyra this time they need to get into the game and be in a really good position. Ship amounts are looking evenish. Beastie were very ambitious, being right in the middle with that first deer pack as well. When Anatan and Lyra spotted, he might be in trouble.
Yeah, for sure. Because of the feudal age timing, right, from Beastie, that's going to be slightly delayed. It means there's not going to be as much pressure here on Lyra and Anatan from those knights. He had to walk such a long distance, and Mimi herself going directly for the feudal age, it means that there's no Dark Age pressure, as we already said. It's going to be Lords yet again, with the Abbey of Kings. And what are we going to pair this with exactly? Because in
I
theory...
ain't complaining, but
Okay. Let's hear what the players are going to tell us. Maybe they will reveal some of their strats.
Okay, what are you up to?
I'm gonna go mass spears.
No. Are you?
Is
No. Okay.
No, it's really good with French. They get cheaper
Yeah.
spears.
But
Got a bit of a banter here, a bit of vibing. Beastie is trying to throw his opponent off, which is a strategy, I guess.
Even his teammate in this very case, right? Has a
Yeah.
little misinformation being fed as the boar traps the scout.
Actually, no tower.
But
I will
villagers
build my
are very
tower
clutch.
at your base.
You sure I have the wood, but okay.
Yeah.
It looks like Anatan and Lyra are just communicating. You could see the difference. Beastie and Lamimi up with a bit of banter. Anatan and Lyra fully focused, only communicating with stuff they are doing in game.
Let's just see what age up we have for Anatan. Likely going to be the Kanan Torgut. Yeah, it's typically the best choice most of the time. No horrific bug about to be witnessed here today, luckily.
I was wondering.
Yeah, that'll make for an interesting way to spice up, for sure. Feudal Ages are coming through now. The first of the Lords is in queue completely for free out of that Abbey. So that Lord is going to look to hit the field very, very soon here. And there's quite a distance to cross, to be fair, across the map. And Anatan being a gentleman as a teammate here. That's a different pro player, that's for sure. He's going to look to give Liralia a much-needed fortified outpost there to secure her gold, which means that Anatan is likely to be the one that's going to play full sort of companion here and stick to feudal, give Liralia the space she needs to get that castle age smoothly and transition into those premium units, the Lancers or the Desert Raiders for that matter. Either can be a good choice here.
Anatan has now discovered the deers in the middle of Beastie's, in the middle of the map from Beastie, and he looks like he's now moving them back because he doesn't have any towers there to protect. He's blocking very nicely. The Khan, with his scout, first knight made a connection, but the Khan is quite chunky, supporting as well with the dervishes. They need a little bit more army to be able to tackle this right now.
Yeah, especially with the late age up here from Beastie. You can see he's kind of suffering for this. He's already been pushed off the day, and the village is going to go down to the Batu Khan. And with the dervish here, even two knights, I don't think can actually out-damage this Khan here. But they cannot damage the dervish healing directly one onto the other. But of course, they can't catch up to those dervishes effectively.
Such a toxic unit. But I like it, because I play them. I think they can't really do that much with the knight. No. Lord here from Mimi is actually putting on some aggression, their aggressive pants, and try to contest the Uvu. Unfortunately, Torguts have caught up to him. Another Lord out on the map, not knowing what to do as of yet. And Batu Khan again on that God of Beastie. This is the important place. And Beastie, I guess he just said, okay, I literally cannot touch that Khan. I cannot touch these dervishes, so I'm gonna go somewhere else.
Looking to find an angle on the wood line, but Liralia hasn't even touched her wood line as of yet. Still on those straggler trees. Only can fit 8 villages around any single piece of resource. So one standing idle as the 9th. Stays in position around this fortified outpost as well. This is very smart here from Anatan, placing the production underneath that outpost. Not only does it cut the amount of time needed to reinforce the gold mine, which is being threatened, as the village is definitely going to go down if he hits it. Yes, he does.
Yay. Very nice play here. Very nice pick from Beastie. Spears are in place though, so he has to back off. Will he be able to save those knights as the Torguts are here as well? Batu Khan actually finally a bit injured just because the dervishes are not there. But where are the dervishes? This is what I would like to know. They are just by the base, I guess, securing the villages of Lyra while she's preparing. I never know. Is she actually aging? Because this UI is always bugged. Yep, she is with reinforcement. Okay, what do you think of that choice, Myriad?
Yeah, reinforcement is something you usually go for when you're feeling the pressure mounting up a bit more than you would be comfortable with normally. The Desert Raiders, if you just want to go into pure Desert Raider, it's also a very good choice, which is going to do amazing work up against these knights from Beastie. And Beastie and Mimi both recognize that that is really the main threat to them. It is going to be those Desert Raiders, so Mimi already switching nice and early into these yeomen. And playing just a very classic composition here in the feudal age. The yeoman with the knights, similar to the old school longbow with knights that we saw before. They're going to look to now start pressurizing this gold mine, but it's a very strong position here with the fortified outpost, as well as the production here as well. They have a good number of units, but I'm not sure they can actually torch this outpost in time before Lyra and Anatan are ready to fully make a defense. You can see just how tanky the outpost is, and with the defense edict, the units here from Anatan will also receive an additional 10% extra health.
Yes, the Mimi needs to be a little bit careful. She's losing some of these valuable Yamas at this moment. Beastie, very smart, is taking his lower HP knights back to the base. Hopefully he can preserve them with the healing. And this looks like Lyra and Anna were able to hold this aggression for now. She is in castle. This was their goal. That's where they wanted to get her to. Batukan, unfortunately, here for Anatan was circled by Beastie's Knights. Little raid here from Torgoods, but Beastie has got some reinforcements here which are able to defend. Might take a villager or so, but this fight here is gonna be very important.
It is indeed, and they're kind of forced to take this fight because the Yeomen, although they're quick, they can't run away from cavalry very effectively, so you can see Beastie is constantly forced to screen to keep most of this Yeoman mass alive, and in turn, needing to expose his knights to do so, and quite a few of them falling on the retreat there. The overextension costing them slightly, but they find some counter damage instead on this wood line, as two of Anatan's villages end up falling. Great pickup there for their troubles. But Mimi has taken plenty of damage herself behind this. Now down to only 33 eco again. Suffering here as the Lancaster yet again. Difficult civ to play after this early feudal age, as they can become very vulnerable and they're not the powerhouse that they once was. Especially not in 2v2s, I want to say.
Yeah, let's see what the teams have to say about this. There must be some fresh ideas, fresh strats going on now. Lyra is still able to keep all her dervishes alive. It's paying off for sure.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Clear call here from Anotant. He's confident. He thinks they can take this fight. Are they right? We're gonna see very soon, hopefully.
But the Camelons as well. Numbers are climbing quite steadily here. Combine that with the 3 Desert Raiders from the military wing. This can definitely be a trouble, but the Yeomen are plentiful as well. If with good focus fire, starting with the Dervish, that's a great choice indeed. Dervish followed by the Desert Raiders is exactly the targeting pattern you want to go for here with the Yeomen, but there's also the Spears still to worry about. So really, there's a lot of burden here on Mimi in terms of micro to make sure she snipes out the correct units, as well as macroing behind this and keeping up production. It's very difficult. BC at the same time having to be so careful with the micro.
There are
at the same
villagers
time
also
to
here.
screen.
Careful, careful here.
Unfortunately,
But
they
you're
have
fine, you're fine.
split.
You don't think I win that? I thought, but maybe not.
I think you're fine, I think you're fine. Careful gold, careful gold. Go, Beres, no.
Nice run by Beastie, was able to push the raiders off.
She was going to win the engagement there initially, but the knight reinforcements proved a bit too much.
Antant is just sending it, as he commanded to Lyra as well. This is their time, and they know it. The numbers are looking very close for both teams, though.
They really want to force this timing, but the continuous reinvestment into Knights from Beastie makes it a bit scarier than they originally anticipated. It's not as easy to go in as they would like. It's worth noting that the Camel Lance, although definitely stronger than a Feudal Age Knight at this stage, is also coupled alongside those Desert Raiders, which do die quickly to arrow fire, especially on the garrison TCs.
Actually, here from Beastie, he's still very calm, very focused, giving
Not Torgood here if you can kill that.
good comms to his teammate. This is a very close one. So a lot of these games earlier, we could tell which way it was going, but this one is really close. So I'm really excited to see how they're gonna resolve this. A raid definitely does help. Rabbit Wolf is there to attack. Hopefully it won't take any villagers. But Beastie is in Anotan's base with really good numbers of knights at the moment. Wants to kill the Khan first and then maybe do some more damage, but is not able to surround it at this point. And time Anotan with great micro. What is the next step?
Age up
Play
here for Beastie.
White tower here.
Defend here if you can. There's units coming.
Royal Institute is the choice, giving him the option of that Royal Bloodlines. Less of an option and more so a necessity, really. in a lot of positions as French in team games, you really want to go for the Royal Institute, especially when you have so many knights on the field as Beastie does right now. And with the Royal Institute, undoubtedly, the French knights are going to be better than the Camel Lancers in a direct engagement. The Camel Lancers still have the advantage of that extra vision, the extra charge range and damage, as well as the lower charge cooldown. But in a direct fight, they cannot stay there for long against these Royal Knights.
Definitely. Like you said, the Royal Institute often is the choice on team games, but don't you think it does put them on a timer? Because eventually Guildhall, the longer the game goes, is probably much more useful. It makes French completely impossible to run out of resources. A lot of raiding happening at the same time now with Lyra just diving Lamimi's base. She has no units really to protect her there. They are too slow and they are not the right ones. So she's able to make a lot of damage here, snack on those villages, which she already didn't have that many of. She's throwing the white tower here, but Lyra sees this and this is gonna be destruction. Myriad, what is she gonna do with this?
Yeah, there is a disastrous catch there by Lyra, finding the placement of the white tower, but the yeomen are now in position, and although they're not the best answer against these lancers, there's so many of them, and combined with the arrow fire from the TC, she will be able to clean this up, but heavy damage has been taken. Beastie's doing well himself on the other side though, finding plenty of damage on Anatand, who has lost quite a few villages up until this point as well. Lyra has as well, to be fair. But Mimi is still the one mainly suffering at this point in time, down to only 38 economic units at this stage. And with regards to Guildhall versus the Institute, it's always an interesting one because Guildhall, you're very correct, it scales so well into that late game and gives you access to resources long term, but with the Royal Bloodlines that's going to be coming in 20 seconds, you are often able to put yourself in a position where you can end up being in an advantage in that late game anyway, simply from the fighting power of your knights up until that point. But it's a tough balance to strike to do so.
Definitely, and with this game being so close, there's no definite winner so far. So this is looking very interesting for me. White Tower now is up, is securing both goals from Mimi, but she might need to maybe add a second DC or something because her eco is not looking very good at the moment. Anotant has now aged with what? I'm not sure.
Yeah. Can I have a look? Oh, it actually went for Relic? Ooh, oh no, he went for Muscoviacic, never mind. It's the other way around. Yeah, well, it's what gets... it's what disappears that is not of choice. So, Muscoviacic, of course, +2 ranged armor to all heavy units for Anatand. A very potent buff indeed from that age up, and he's going to put it to use straight away, diving underneath the white tower and finding some nice damage yet again on Mimi's gold mine, which... The first one is not so much secured by the white tower, more so the second one, so she's going to want to exhaust that first one quickly. But they have their armies in position now, Mimi and Beastie do, to knock directly on Anatand's front door. Not much of a door is there anyway, to be fair, because the stockyards are now under threat and they're going to start to get torched down. You know, Lyra, she has plenty of camo lancers still, but is it enough to really deal with all these knights from Beastie? Anatand finding plenty of counter damage still with these Torguds as well as the Khan. A lot of it is going down here from Mimi, but the bigger question still begs an answer, which is this massive army at the front of their base. They're going to look to make the necessary engagement. Again, a mostly melee composition here from Anatand and Lyra. Only a few archers behind this for Anatand. But with so many spears, it's very tough to focus fire effectively here for Mimi at the same time, whilst making sure to also deal with the Desert Raiders, and the Knights are going to constantly be debuffed behind this. Again, the split off happens for Beastie to try to draw some of the units away from the Yeoman mass and also make space to enter the base deeper for himself. But this results in the Yeoman being left to fend for themselves, and they're virtually all going to die.
Yes, very good. defense here from Anotan and Lyra, and like you said, it's just so micro intense at the moment for Mimi. It's so hard. She has to focus so many different units to make this work. And the Torguts with the extra ranged armor, they can just ignore the TC, the White Tower, and they killed so many of Mimi's resources. She's completely starved of food. Not much of the other resource either. She is in big trouble at the moment. Can Beastie survive this and basically carry 1v2 at the moment? Yesterday we saw Mimi was able to carry Beastie in the game on Malians. Now the pressure is on Beastie, and can he make it? I am not sure at the moment.
It's a tough job on his hands for sure, needing to make maximal use of these knights, and just because of the sheer amount of damage that has been dealt to Mimi, she is indeed very stunted in terms of abilities this game. There's just not many options available for her with such a limited army and economy, so really it is all on Beastie to make space here for his team and claw back in this game, because Anatan and Lyra, I think a lot of the relics have been collected for them by now as well behind us, due to the fact that Beastie and Mimi were later to that castle age as well.
Raid
Doing the
still
most.
happening. Cannot locate the relics at the moment, but it's okay. They're still being collected. Lyra is gonna get it eventually. She just needs to find the time for it. Beastie raiding, causing chaos, but the camels are chasing, and this is just a good situation for Lyra and Anatan now. Keeping these knights tamed, making some damage. They do need to be careful though, because they are still very dangerous. They are the Royal Institute knights, so they need to have enough answer for this to be able to take it. But Beastie doesn't really have the support of Mimi at the moment, so he will essentially be dealing 1 versus 2. There is a little bit of Yeoman still alive here. I don't know if she's got the money shot researched, as this could be quite good. This could turn fight around, but there we go. The engage is here. War is happening.
There's plenty of spears and crossbowmen here from Aratan that makes this engagement way harder to take for Beastie and Mimi than they originally thought, but the knight count is also very high here from Beastie, so overextending deeply here for Aratan and Lyra, it's also something they have to be careful about considering, because now with the walls going up as well, it's quite clear that they want to play this a little bit slower. They can't just go for a kind of all-in push here. It makes perfect sense. Although they dealt plenty of damage to Mimi, Beastie is still on Royal Institute and just churning out knights left and right, getting caught out of position with mainly an infantry-based army for them too is an easy way to throw the game. And when you push too far, as we saw already, that gives a space for the French player to wrap around and look to either pick off reinforcements or deal damage on the other side instead. Army almost manages to catch the knights on the retreat there, but only clips a few of them. And Mimi, yet again, the yeomen are there to support Beastie, but they're so much slower than the cavalry here from Lyra. So whenever they actually come close to an engagement, that engagement virtually has to be at least a half committal, and that's what's happening here as well. Beastie again pulling away the units to allow Mimi to escape with what little she still has left, but just a few camel lances being peeled off to chase them is all that needs to be peeled off to keep dealing significant damage to these yeomen. And again, Beastie looking for the damage, looking to catch the villagers and buy more time, more space for Mimi to recover, for himself to recover behind this. Even trade is going up behind us now. Beastie most likely the arbiter of that, as the French, very good value trade for them. And finding damage here on the economy for Lyra. Plenty of idle farms and villagers falling, even defensive Wololo being used by the dervish to control the movement of these knights. A lot of knights did go down, however.
They do, and I think Beastie is just playing it for time now. La Mimi needs this space and time to catch up and come back to the game. But look at this. Most of these knights are now dead by Beastie. He's only on 23. This is like half of what he's got, and there's more and more being picked off. Crossbows are in the right place at the right time, getting even more, and now suddenly, oh, not as suddenly, wall also finished. He's trapped. He's shot and he's gonna lose them all. This is a very tough situation now for Mimi and Beastie.
Yeah, just a couple of Anatan's units also picking off reinforcements here from Mimi and looking to cut off any other knight movements or raids happening. Just a massive crossbowman marauding around the map. As you mentioned, Beastie has dealt damage, has bought space, but he paid a price. Plenty of knights' lives have been exchanged for that precious time. And Beastie, with the trade and the space he has made for himself and for his teammate, now deems it an appropriate time to opt for that Imperial Age quite soon, it looks like. Just needs to catch up on the gold, as the Knights move again in position to pick up a great trade there on the split mass from Anatan. The Yeomen are there in tow to support as well.
Early trade here now from Beastie. He does recognize there is still plenty of gold on the map, but it's not safe, especially with mainly here his army being the only response to this. Lyra is raiding, but got scared by the wolf. I do get it completely, so won't be able to see that they are trading at the moment, which would have been a great catch. They are completely unprotected, but she can see the villages of Beastie. Very greedy with no towers, but she completely misses it. She's focused, she's locked in on something else. Now she sees this, but it's a little bit too late, unfortunately, to do this damage, which could definitely put the nail in the coffin for Beastie and Mimi.
That could have been a disastrous raid there. Gonna see if we can hear some thoughts from our players, but so far full focus mode.
They go by the rule, if I speak, I'm in big trouble.
God.
We do see now Lyra has found the
Oh, a lot of
trade.
units here. Chat, can you try to defend?
She will do damage.
I mean,
She
I died to
must-
them, no?
Alright.
No, I can't defend this. I'm dying to them. I tried to run to the keep.
Yamas now doing a lot of damage, but unfortunately tanking it with their faces, and the camo lancers are just too tanky to be able to be threatened by this army of Lamimi, and are just sending it. Lyra is just sending and just mowing them down. Raid still going on by trade, but it's not as much now. So they just need to clean up these few raiders, which Beastie is trying to catch. Nice help here by him. I'm not really sure what Anotan is doing right now. He has H2 Imperial with, maybe we can find out what, but also has a lot of army and it looks like he's angry. He's ready to go in and finish this soon.
I think that was a pretty funny interaction earlier there. Mimi mentioning that she doesn't think she can hold the army and everything she has is gonna die. Beastie just says, it's alright. you can lose the army, I guess, but with a keep, the defense may be more possible than she originally anticipated.
And the money shot!
That was a big one too.
Big one, taking a lot of Anatan's army. Definitely helps out, but is this enough? Where is Red Palace now coming up? This could be the saving ground here. He needs to rush this with only 13 villagers. He needs a little bit more. I don't think Mimi can hold this for long enough. He's backing off. Is he going to cancel this myriad?
I don't think he can, and it's too late to build it or to cancel it for that matter, but he has, and it's just a straight up surrender. The catch is too big, and GG is cold as Anatan, as well as Lyra, pick up this opening game in our third place match. And what a back and forth this has been. Difficult to call early on who has that lead. The lead kept switching back and forth, but the damage from Mimi mounted up way too quickly, and Beastie did everything in his power to buy space for the sacrifice of Mimi in this game to allow him to get that Royal Institute and run around the map, but it just wasn't quite enough. And when the Imperial Age came through for Anatan, the upgrades, the full economy of that Golden Horde with the stockyards as well as the stone armies, well, not stone armies in terms of the age up, but just the sheer amount of power they can get from stone for their armies with so many buffs means that it's too much for Beastie and Mimi to hold in this first game.
Definitely. And I think this game shows that Mimi is definitely a better carry when it comes to another teammate being behind than Beastie, as she was able to carry Beastie in yesterday's game. Unfortunately, Beastie was not able to do this in this one, but it is a best of 3. They still got a chance. They can reverse sweep, they can even it out. Let's see if we can hear what the players are planning to do in their next game. Silence.
Still sort of thinking about the game that has just passed. And now likely also thinking about the draft for the second game that is going to be yet again on Gorge. Anatan and Lyra finding themselves on match point now. It is only best of 3, so you get one chance at mistakes in the game that lead to a loss, and then you have to win, or you are now facing elimination from the tournament. The difference between 4th and 3rd place here between these two teams, and I wonder what's being cooked up for the second game. I'm honestly surprised enough to have seen no Sengoku in the first game, but I'm assuming it was probably banned.
Possibly, I don't know if we had a look and were able to see all of it. Now just waiting for the players to decide on what they want to play on Gorge. As we already experienced, there's a little bit of a wild tactic going on with the tower rush. Players do seem to do it, and actually both Anatan and BC did it in their previous games, so that would be funny if both of them did it to each other, right?
This has to end up in a case of the villagers run into each other, they pull out the shanks, they start fighting, and that is where the game is and really should be decided at that point. I think that is how the second game should go. If we stick to that theme that we have been seeing so far with the tower rush. But we don't even know the picks as of yet, so there's a question whether the civs that will be picked are going to even be able to put a tower effectively. As we can have a little look here at the draft behind the scenes. So far, we do have Abbasid and Malians for Lyra and Anatant. They're looking to make their 3rd pick. And Beastie and the Mimi currently have Iobids and Byzantine. So Abbasid has been sniped away from Anatant and Lyra, and Byzantines has been sniped away from Mimi and Beastie. So one thing is guaranteed, we're going to have Malians and Iobids present in this game. But the last picks we're still just waiting on. We're about to have confirmation very soon, and it's going to be Rus alongside Iobids for Beastie and Mimi. And for Lyra and Anatan, it's going to be the Malians and French here.
Now, this is an interesting snipe between Abbasid and Malians. Do you really think Abbasids are more scary on this map or in this format?
They very well can be. The Gorge, especially if you have the Abbasid at the back, with how safe the initial spawns are on the back wood line there as well. Something like a 3TC Eco Wing. Again, if you don't punish that, it snowballs out of control incredibly quickly. And
that's the plan.
It looks like we just missed the plan.
Like
We
their
only know
problem is they
that there
can't
was
really
one.
match me on eco. So I'm really
Okay.
not sure what they will planning. We'll
Okay.
see.
They are sure on their picks,
Sorry,
looks
sure.
like.
It's the best probably.
Are you
Got it.
sure?
What
I'm
else would you
sure.
want to do?
I don't know. I feel like we just die to that.
I mean,
mean-
it's up to you. If you want to do something else, go for it.
She needs to believe in herself.
And so it's funny when you pass the ball back and forth with your teammate as to what things want to be done, and either is a bit worried about taking full responsibility for the decision,
you do?
depending on the outcome.
Probably just fast castle, I think. Maybe even a little fast imperial. We'll see.
Wow.
Okay. Let's see if he delivers the promise. With fast Imperial Iobit. Can he get away
That'll
with
be a
it?
choice. That would be a choice indeed, because I mean something like the military wing reinforcement for the Imperial Age is just amazing. But surviving to that point up against French and Malians, definitely easier said than done, if you ask me.
Definitely. But French on this map, like we saw, might not be able to dive the base as much, but it's more like this danger of surrounding their bases and just making sure they can't leave the base for their secondary resources. So this is what we saw earlier with the B and Pepino game. So maybe Lyra doing that. She's very comfortable on this pick. And then letting Anotan just scale up. Maybe that is their plan for the game. I think that's what I would do.
It's a tricky one, really, because the French can make a lot of space here for Malians, but the other side, the plan is a bit more unclear for Ayubids and Rus, I would say, as to what they can go for. But the game is underway now, with Beastie in the color yellow as the Ayubids, alongside his teammate Lamimi in the color orange as the Rus spawning at the front side of the gorge here. On the other side, Lyra in teal as the French, alongside Anatand in the color blue as the Malians spawning towards the back here. So I think exactly the kind of spawns they were hoping for. The Malians, nice and safely tucked at the back, whereas Beastie, who is likely to be going for that fast castle as the Ayubids, also tucked safely at the back. But the Rus pick I'm struggling to understand here, because there must be something being planned that we couldn't quite hear, unfortunately. We didn't tune in at the right time. But what's the plan here? Is this Camel Lancer alongside Horse Archer? Is it maybe Desert Raider with the Rus Knights? There's some interesting possibilities here.
Archer,
Yeah.
you know, mounted archers. How do you
Oh,
say
it's
that?
fine. Yeah, like knights don't really die into it, and I will go Sofa
Okay.
and Donza, and it's not dying to it either. So like, I think it's a really good matchup for us. We'll see.
Okay.
They're in trouble. I'm a bit scared of like Mangonel push. Like if like I don't know, a lot of mangas by Beastie and like me making spears or like so.
Okay.
But it might be really hard to execute for them. Let's see.
The vibe is
Yeah.
definitely there.
Yeah, there were some really good thoughts given there by Anatand. I think those are definitely the correct concerns and considerations for him. Or such as, that's what I was wondering as well, because, I mean, they don't do great against armored units anymore, unless you have just a ridiculous number of them, which, getting it up to that point nowadays, especially in a team game, especially without pro scouts on this map, it's not easy. It's not easy, especially because your teammate, the Ayubids, will also need a lot of food, so it's not like you can rely on them just, you know, giving you a lot of the food on the map. Beastie needs those berries, just like Mimi needs those there.
Completely agree. And
I will pro scout.
so we got a call for Proscott, which is very
Sounds good.
typical. But
I'll probably make some Desert Raiders to push away the Knights.
Okay.
Just if you can, just deliver like 1 or 2 deer packs to me, so I can stay in my base for as
Okay.
long as possible.
Wants to get fed. Okay.
Yeah. Gotta pay for the army somehow. Unless you want 1 Desert Raider, then.
okay, so we see a little bit of a plan has been revealed of Beastie demanding some of Lamimi's deers. Sharing is caring, I guess. Hopefully Beastie can use it up, although he did not share in the last game. Is it last game or the set before where he had so much resource and he was just like, no, Mimi, you ain't having none of that. So let's see if she's a bit nicer and shares that with him. But Rus, yeah, Myriad Rus. Civ is in a weird position at the moment. I don't know. I don't think the players kind of figured out what's the kind of standard best play on them at the moment. I think they have been a little bit overnerved. What do you think?
They've been turned into somewhat of a map reliant Civ nowadays, as That's the case for. That's essentially what separates nowadays. At least in 1v1's a mid-tier pick from a top-tier pick. It's most of the time their flexibility and their relative strength on certain maps. Roos is a top-tier pick on King of the Hill and High View and these kind of maps. On other maps, it's just not. So that lack of flexibility really hurts them in drafts. But in team games, everything is very, very different indeed. And the Horse Archer used to be a dominating force in these team games. It can still do great work, but not nearly with the same potency as it has before. Namely, of course, the fuel for those pro scouts, the deer beforehand. The fuel for the Horse Archers, I mean, with that deer has also been shaved. The decay is now very significant, and with the longer distances on these team maps, with deer packs often spawning further away, that decay is even more significant. Pair that up with having to give some of them over to your teammate here as the Ironbeards means that if you do go for Horse Archers, you simply will not be able to reach that critical mass of 40, 50 plus in good timing.
Definitely, it does sound a bit like La Mimi is getting scammed here. Hopefully she can make it work. Barracks now coming from Anotant. Knight is on the field from Lyra and is gonna be probably searching for those scouts, which will be bringing Knights, bringing deer to their base. They are already prepared. Just 14 seconds left on the professional scouts research, but Lyra finds it in time and they have to completely evacuate. They have no answer to this at this point.
It's going to be Donzos here as the unit of choice early on for Anotand. Against the presence of Desert Raiders, they can do good work, especially with the spear throw. But I think we do have Dervishes, if I'm not mistaken, right? They must be here somewhere, but I don't see them on the UI. Oh, it was for the Eco Wing instead. Very interesting choice here by Beastie, actually. A bit unusual, I have to say. Especially if you go for a few Desert Raiders here, the Dervishes would give immense work in helping to secure this deer, but Beastie opting instead for the villagers.
I think he's just worried about food running out. Like he said, he wanted some deers from Mimi as well, so just getting that extra 50 berry food and a couple of villagers, he's hoping that this will be enough to get him to feudal while making a decent amount of Desert Raiders to keep control of the Knights of Lyra. I think this is the plan for now, but let's see what the players think about the current state of the game.
Double barracks as a follow-up here, it looks like, for Mimi.
I
As the
think he
pressure is
finished.
mounting up.
Yeah, it's fine. Good job.
Lyra and Anotant.
Yeah, go
Very
back, go back,
positive.
go back.
I wanted to kill at least one.
Yeah.
I did.
Okay, Beastie going age up is fine.
Okay.
I'll go
Nice
Nice
villager
pick
pick there by
here.
Lyra.
finish. We can pressure them a bit, I think.
Very aggressive. She's gone a tiny
So,
bit
like, double
greedy.
barracks,
Her
okay.
teammate did tell her to back off, but she knew better. And by being a
Careful.
French main, she knew that she can
Well, I
afford
can
it.
charge. Doesn't have much actually.
Bam.
Okay, nice.
Let's see other team. What state of mind are they in?
Logistics swings behind this full Beastie. So far, they're quite focused on the micro here, knowing what they're going for.
Hopefully we'll be able to yoink all these relics. That would definitely help his eco. With 3 dervishes coming
Well,
out
scouts,
as
yeah.
he ages, he can just collect them so fast, with dervishes also being
We're gonna
super
push
fast.
the gold.
2 rounds and he's basically done with all the relics on the map. Definitely a huge help if he can get away with it. And the other team is not really looking... I think maybe Anotant is planning to go castle soon. He knows he's safe to do it. The cow boom is on its way, almost completed
You're
at this
what?
point. So this is a completely uninterrupted Malian with cow booms about to go castle. How do you think this is gonna go for them?
Considering the already significant amount of pressure that they're on,
Oi,
with
oi,
Lyra
oi.
finding a lot of damage on this wood line, I think it's looking rougher and rougher, actually, at this point. Even the gold now being denied just by a few donzos. Age up just now, finally finishing up for Beastie. So like you mentioned, those relics will be subjected to some yoinking. But how many of them can get back safely is a different question, because there's a lot of donzos. And with the spear throw especially, they can be a real thorn in Beastie's side here. But there's a good number of Desert Raiders present already, and they can definitely mop up a good bunch of the spears. But this wood line has been such a point of contention for Mimi. And this entire game thus far is just so unsafe for her, even with the wooden fortress. I'd be tempted to just throw up a second one, honestly, but that might not be enough either.
Definitely, Mimi has been struggling a little bit keeping her villagers alive, but it's difficult, you know. You're playing the 2v2, you might not be that comfortable. You are playing with all different players or all different levels. It's definitely a tough spot to find yourself, find your routines, make sure
Ranger
you
going?
can just play your best.
Not well.
Desert Raiders picking up now the Donzos.
Age up has not finished
Oh, actually, it is.
for Anatand.
Okay.
So Beastie and
Beautiful.
Anatand.
Now with the full Fulani Corral online, the pump, the big old Malian pump is going to be fully underway. Not quite full, the cows as of yet. Only 15 in the ranches so far. Only 2 more need to be added for a total of 5 cows to completely fill out the boom.
Lyra very nicely here chasing and making sure that the dervishes cannot take every single one of them. She has her eye on one, so make sure that he cannot do much. Beastie, however, is looking like he is gonna deliver to what he said he would, and is almost ready to age up with Imperial. High trade house coming up for Mimi right now. I'm not sure where she's placing it. It will be a juicy one, but I don't know if this is enough for her to keep her in the game at this point.
It's pretty good. It's going to have a good amount of income, of course, in terms of that passive gold, and it's quite in a safe position at the same time. Plenty of space on the field now for Mimi, so these night raids that she's been dealing with are going to be minimized at this point. And Beastie, like we mentioned, he's keeping to his promise. It's going to be the fast imp with undoubtedly the military reinforcement. There's no better option in this position. Unless he's
Another
feeling
raid.
crazy to go for the Atterbags, but yeah, beautiful peel away there from Lyra, putting away most of the spears with the knights to the south side and coming in from the north side with a second raiding force. A classic French move there to secure a lead.
She's really solid on French. You can see it's her comfort pick, and she knows exactly how much she can go in to do enough damage. Guildhall now coming out as well for Lyra. I do prefer Guildhall, although I know Royal Institute has its place. Nice catch here by Anotand. Is able to snack on beasties. He is also aging, or has he already? I can tell because of how it's working. And
Yeah, he is.
reinforcement. Okay.
Yeah, again, those knights found some even more damage on that wood line, and you can see Mimi again just unfortunately ending up as a bit of a punching bag in this game, especially being on the front, down to only 32 eco now. I mean, Lyra with her faster passive production is not far off doubling up at this point soon enough. Combine that with Anotand's cow boom as well. He might only be on 46, but that is honestly closer to 70 in terms of actual income comparison. And relics are coming in pretty fast here for Beastie. I think that's the 4th one now being secured for him. But just a couple of so for finding plenty of damage, as we saw earlier underneath the TC, now on the wood line as well. Lyra mobilizing a large chunk of her knights towards this north side as well, and is gonna spot Beastie completely unawares and unprotected on the berries. This could actually be game deciding. Massive raid. So many villages are falling. Most of them do end up towards the drop-off point of the mill, so they end up being able to worm their way out of that precarious position.
That was very lucky for Beastie, I must say. It could have been a much bigger distraction. Lyra was just a little bit slow to be able to surround them all to make a bigger damage, but still it is quite good what she was able to do there. They now know Beastie's Imperial what
For
to
you,
do.
like maybe keep on your gold out of towers. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's know.
But I keep with knights, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like Anotan might be going towards Imp as well himself. He knows
Careful, yeah.
there's not that much threat really from Beastie. Maybe Beastie has got the Desert Raiders, but their weakness
Go back,
is
yeah.
definitely
I'll just make out of
archers and TC attacks and towers, so they know they can't really dive their bases. So maybe that's why he's deciding to do that. But looks like he's making the army again.
Actually, they're not doing a lot of damage on my knights, but okay.
Yeah. Be careful with God. With wood, I mean.
I was gonna say, they're not doing a lot of damage yet until that Imperial Age upgrade comes through. And soon enough, we're gonna have more of the university upgrades. As soon as Beastie has the eco for it, we see that gold number climbing up. Only 500 wood and 1,000 gold needed to get that coveted incendiary arrows upgrade, which is he's gonna want desperately to really get those damage numbers up. And then the knights are undoubtedly gonna feel the hurt of these desert raiders. But until that happens, looks like Lyra managed to secure this large gold vein in the north there, and the good advice of Anatan is going to be crucial. Towers is the best way to deal with these units on the defense.
Definitely, we can see Anotant not very happy right now.
Yeah, he's here. Okay.
But they might be just able to surround this, catch him before he runs away, but not this time, unfortunately. Another free batch of camels has been deployed. Lyra needs to be careful. But yeah, they are still not doing that much damage, so I think this is their time. The faster they dive in, the easier it will be for them.
I don't think dive-in is too much of an option for them, unfortunately. The army from Anatan is just too immobile, too vulnerable to arrow fire, right? The archers, the donzos, they can't stay on the TCs for long. And Lyra's knight count, although looking healthy, she doesn't have that Royal Institute for a kind of all-in push play here for them. So they're just going to look to keep Beastie and Mimi as much in their base as they can. Delay the time it takes for these desert raiders to really come online. As we see, we don't have any of the university upgrades in yet, and those are really needed for these raiders to start posing a big threat. Beastie almost has the resources needed, but doesn't quite queue the incendiary arrows yet.
And they are going for it. But like you said, it's not the best situation for them yet, so let's see. To be fair, Mimi's base is not that much of a danger, and with Beastie not coming in yet, he is now, so they need to be careful. They don't want to throw this whole army. It's expensive, especially the knights, and desert raiders are the one unit which can deal with them pretty well. So good decision here from Mimi and Lyra, from Anatan and Lyra, to back off and play it safely.
Yeah, the space they bought by pushing in that deep looks like would be just enough for Anatan to find his fort at the Hunter's timing, which I'm assuming is going up directly at the front there, but I could be wrong. We might be able to find it if we look carefully. It's going up somewhere. Okay, it's on the defensive here, towards this very rich corner of the map. Plenty of food, stone, as well as gold there. Double pit mine even set up here. So yeah, this is definitely a position you want to defend here as Anatan, without a doubt. And with Imperial coming through, then suddenly Anatan's going to have access to elite poison archers, and precision training is likely going to be on the cards for him too. And that way he can actually really contest these desert raiders for a good while, up until they get that triple university upgrade, which is still some ways out for now.
Let's see what the players have to say about this. Quite silent for now. They don't really want to reveal the secrets of what they're planning to do right now. Nice little raid here from Lyra. Is able to pick up a couple of villagers. She's just so good at it. It's really nice to see that the ladies can play a bit of aggressive too.
Indeed, well-placed knights, finding good damage. But at this point, Incendiaris is in, as we spoke of. The Beastie even feels confident enough to trade alone against the double mass there. Again, another knight causing so much havoc there. Oh, it's the same one from earlier, actually. Still being alive at this point, just finding a lot of kills by himself. A single Manjanique as well, just kept in reserve for now. As the Desert Raiders split off towards the south side, but I mean, it's a good target they have in mind, but unaware that there's a Fort of the Huntress there to cut them off. And Beastie does have to be very careful here. He's going towards the left, which...
This is looking a bit dangerous for him. I don't know if he's aware what's gonna be waiting there for him, with both armies able to collapse on him and the Fort of the Huntress in the corner. He is a little bit squished right now. You have to run through the base, which is not ideal. I'm not sure if there is any keeps from Lyra there yet, but he needs to be careful, as if he loses this, it will be very, very tough.
The question if they're able to somehow cut this off towards that northern side, because Beastie, he will pull through here
I can give you
Anatan's base.
Okay.
Lyra
thanks.
herself.
I'll just click,
I missed that. Careful you got.
Yeah, some res sent over to Lyra means she can get her own Imperial Age now.
And let's see where she decides to put that Red Palace on. Definitely securing some... Although, what would you do? Would you put an aggressive one somewhere in the middle, putting more pressure on Beastie Mimi, or would you do a defensive one just to maybe protect the base a bit better?
Looks like she's going to opt to get a little bit of leverage towards the center as the gold miners get discovered, and you can see the outposts, they're going to be good garrison spots and they do decent damage, but at this stage with so many Desert Raiders and an Imperial Age, you know, the damage is not as impressive as it would be beforehand. So the Desert Raiders can survive it better than before. Keep coming up towards the eastern side of the gorge here for Beastie and Mimi. Looking to secure that large gold vein. Walls alongside it as well.
If we do have a second, maybe let's have a quick look at Mimi, because she hasn't been present for a bit of time. Beastie bought a lot of time for her. What is she doing? We got plenty of spears, second TC, which almost got her up to the same numbers. So going from a very, very bad start, Beastie has definitely bought that space and time she needed, and soon she will be able to assist him with dealing with this Lyra Anotant scary combination.
Yeah, exactly. And in the Imperial Age now, Beastie with the Desert Raider is definitely in a way better position to be poised to give Mimi that space to recover and find his own damage in time, and maybe keeping the armies of Lyra and Anotant somewhat distracted, somewhat contained on their side, but that can't last forever, of course. And we see Anotant and Lyra now once again moving quite aggressively as the archers look to wrap around this woodline that has witnessed the blood of so many fallen bodies throughout this game so far.
Definitely should have changed color of the soil by now, but we don't get these special effects, unfortunately. And Mimi is just spear massing. This is her plan. Keep to one unit, few men-at-arms here and there. I'm not sure it was intentional or not. But it can work. I think when you are a bit behind, sticking to just one unit could be good, because you don't need to invest that much in production building, I guess. So it's good that she was able to do that, and at the same time Beastie was, while distracting the other team, he was able to build up a significant amount of Manjaniques. 6 is a good number. Definitely you can literally mow down a whole army of infantry with that. So if he can't defend them, if Mimi just sits on that with her spears, they can get rid of most of Anatan's army.
It's true. The 6 Manjaniques is the sort of count where you start to feel the tilt creep up on you as to this unit. And you can start one-shotting most things, honestly, just with the fire alone, whilst covering an entire screen worth of area, of course. Very strong unit here, but only on the defense, really. They're not in a position to really move out with that unit and expose themselves to the army here from Lyra and Anatan, who are now wreaking havoc, actually, all across. Going very deep in this north side, looking to break through. A bit of an exposed position. It could be quite dangerous if they get caught here and wrapped around on, which looks to be on the cards.
This is looking spicy now. The Manjaniks are probably gonna join as well. Just as we speak, they are coming through. Bit of a distraction there just with the scouts. Okay, can he make the shot which will change directions of this game? What do you think?
It's tough for those Manjaniks to catch up to the archers is the problem. And I mean, you need... And the thing is, Beastie and Mimi are going to now start mobilizing quite slowly and move very menacingly across the map, and that's kind of what they're going to have to do. Mimi is pretty much relegated to full space at this point, and some men-at-arms, it looks like, to help hold the line against the archers. And her only job, really, is to protect those Manjaniks for Beastie. Protect those Manjaniks, and they're going to roll through and eviscerate pretty much everything that they come across. That's exactly the way they're going to look to play this, but you have to be very careful about leaving them exposed. They're keeping tabs on the knights, so they know that the Manjaniks are mostly safe. And Anatan's archers split off to the north, so they're going to look to keep being very annoying here. Maybe cut off some reinforcements too.
Yeah, that Anatan's army is really deep there, but I think he just decided to sacrifice them. If they do damage, they do. They get caught. He's not going to be too worried about them because he is preparing a little bit of a switch. Let's see if he can tell us a bit more about it. Pure silence.
Okay, he's coming.
Yeah, just focus mangonels with it. Yeah.
I would
Oh,
like
God.
to... Okay, I don't have time. Okay, I'll do the back...
This
I'll
is
go
a death for
back.
11.
I think I can't. Can I?
No, okay,
That's a
we
massive-
can go back at it. Don't fight it.
It's a huge number of Manjaniks, and the Red Palace...
I would
He's
like
in
to
range
save
of them
him. My upgrade
technically.
is 80% done.
Yeah, let's wait for the upgrade.
But without garrison spots, the damage isn't really there.
Let's go
And
cold
the
because we
Sofa
might lose it.
seep through in the meantime towards Beastie's economy yet again, but witnessing a situation very similar to another game we witnessed today, Oasis,
we
I'm
can
sure you
go.
remember.
Let's fight.
Let's see. For some reason, Mimi has completely left the Manjaniks and
We are
protected
GG'd,
Beastie
I
has to
think.
go
Yeah, let's.
back. Is he able to save them? Big shots now happening from the Manjaniks, but Lyra has one only task: snipe them, and she's doing just that.
Yes, the surround is there. Just a moment of distraction is all that was needed for the full melee comp here to wrap around. The Sofa switch was absolutely clutch here from Anatand, and he's able to envelop the mass together with Lyra there around the flank and just clean up the mass completely here from Beastie and Mimi. Great timing to pick to go in and to close out this game, because combined with all the damage that they've done so far, behind that committed push, there was nothing left for Mimi and Beastie.
Oh, that must be so sad for Mimi and Beastie. They've been in a bad spot, then they held for so long just to be shut down like this with this last fight with Mimi a little bit out of position. Beastie then couldn't cover his Manjaniks, and unfortunately that was it. There was no comeback. If this one fight didn't work, Beastie just called it. But it was very fun to watch and well played for our 4th and 3rd places, as it's now official.
Indeed. Anatand and Lyra secured themselves that 3rd place match here, and that makes them the 3rd place in this tournament so far, which concludes the tournament for Beastie and Mimi. They have now been eliminated, and it leaves us with only the finals left to go today. That will be played between B and Pepino Pig up against Boltune and Bella. We're just going to have a short little break, so don't go too far to get your refreshments. We'll be back very, very soon, so see you then.
Army crushes, just like Beastie's fishes. King is in the water, never give up. Don't falter. HRE pressed. Outclass the rest. Loading in. Born to win, 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 win.
And we're here for the decider set that will determine all of it. Who takes the entire tournament here at Top Team Gamer Mixed Event. And we have Baltuna paired alongside Bella facing B and Pepino Pig. And already we have some interesting civs in the works for us both. We have Ottomans over on the side of B and Pepino Pig with Sengoku to pair. Baltun's going to be playing his signature JD alongside Bella's Mongols, which he did quite well with earlier on today as well.
Definitely, I am excited. I don't really know. Who do you think is going to win? If you just had to choose right now, who is looking better for you?
I can get rid of all three civs and just look at one, and I can just base my decision off of that. So I think the answer is clear for me with Sengoku, to be honest. I think the civ is just insane. But a Baltun with JD is not to be underestimated, and the early pressure from Mongols is something Sengoku always would rather not deal with. Now, B on the Ottomans, however, there is no better Dark Age civ than the Ottomans, so he's definitely going to be comfortable going up against Bella toe-to-toe with that. And he's also just an exceptional Ottoman player himself, arguably probably the best up there with Louis MT, also a very firm Ottoman enjoyer. So this is a game of essentially comfort picks for the pro players, and the girls are relegated to the supporting civilizations here. Well, Pepino's kind of in a carry role almost here with the Sengoku, whereas Bella is definitely playing sort of support with the Mongols to Baltun's knight play here.
Yep, I do wonder what we are going to need to see from Bella. Actually, she has shown quite a few games on Mongols, and there was quite few different strats. One time she started on stable. One time she was doing Dark Age Spears. She can do Ataris as well. So with Ottoman and Sengoku being a little bit slower at the start, there's definitely a potential there, right?
That there is, for sure. And I'm curious about the opening from Ottomans in particular, because there's so many ways to open with them. You can go military school into Rex. You can just go barracks straight away without middle school and then add it later. You can just skip the military school altogether. Really a lot of available options for him. And it's the level of investment is probably going to rely heavily on the amount Bella invests in that Dark Age, because B is very comfortable staying there for a long time as the Ottomans if he so chooses, but Bella has to consider the fact that eventually those imams will come out, and that's going to make it very hard to win spear on spear.
And just like that, we are in game. First game of finals on Dre Arabia. Who have we got here?
We're going to have B in the color green as the Ottomans, very fitting for his civilizations, paired alongside Pepino Pig as the Sengoku Daimyo in the south side of Dry Arabia, facing Baltun in the color purple as the John Dark civilization, with Bella alongside him as the Mongols in pink, who is already gathering that wood quite quickly. Soon enough, we're going to have what is very likely a barracks on our hands and the early pressure commencing. B on the other side, I think we see, so it's going to be a military school opener here for him. Likely to be followed up by what I assume is to be a barracks. Yeah, we already have the 3 on wood, and he's likely rallying his TC on wood to... Okay, no, it's back to sheep, so this could actually just be military school opening here for him, and no barracks.
Okay, it's great that you are here for this information, because I could not work out from what B has been doing so far what exactly is going to happen. Let's see if you are going to be right. But so far, barracks from Bella was called out, and looks like it is happening. So is that barracks? Yeah, I think so, right?
Yeah, there is a barracks going up, so she's going to look to contest the Dark Age here directly. Definitely the right choice up against the Yatai. It's always a good target to strike. If you can limit that food income, it slows down the Castle Age, which slows down the Knights, which, well, slows down the loss usually. Although we have seen Sengoku lose today already.
We did, so that proves that it is possible to lose with them, but it's hard. So Pepino and B definitely have solid picks here. If they can use the advantage, I think this could be a civ diff. But let's see if the players can maybe share a bit of secrets of what they're planning in this game. Nothing from Bella and Boltun for now, fully focused. Maybe they discussed it before game. Spears attacking the Yatais. Bella is trying to very nicely to body block it if they can. Just make this trip back home longer, so maybe she can take it, but B is there. He knows. And he's going to defend that little push here. Yata is being very tanky as they are. It's not gonna really do much here. So Bella has decided to back off for now. But there are
So
reinforcements
found
coming.
only one ship, so
Okay, I can
maybe
give
you
you
should, yeah.
Yeah, B has changed his mind. He did opt to go into that barracks as well to supplement
Okay,
this Dark Age
Boltun.
play.
Raika now going up for Pepino already. School of Cavalry is basically finished for
Think we're fine.
Boltun.
Yeah,
Queued up
in
that
there.
first night completely.
Yeah,
Let's hear.
nice. I'm going for deer pretty fast. Chair? Yeah.
Spear
Bella
fights here.
but is able to keep tabs on B Spearman, allowing him to move out onto the deer, which he's doing at this very moment, quite early. Although it looks like there is some green towards that northern side that might get spotted out if Boltun is not careful. There's a scout in position there. They will, of course, be able to
Yes.
see this through the fog of war as well if they do pay attention, and even the mill, although it can be a bit deceptive on the UI with the fog of war because it's not showing up on the minimap, but we can see it on the screen, so it's always tough to tell if he can actually see it or not. Meanwhile, Bella pushed back all the way to her Uvu, where she will have the fighting advantage. Ryokan nearly finished for Pepino. Tearstone's on the way for Bella as well.
No silver tree shenanigans in this game. But it was nice to see it earlier. Definitely fun difference to what we have as a standard for Mongols. Boltun has got this first night out and he's going straight for Yatai. I guess he knows there is some spears in around bees and he's covering Pepino pretty well as well. But what he can do is to hopefully deny this Yari, which is almost full, to get the trader out. If he loses that, if she loses that, it would definitely be a nice advantage to have by Boltun, but he cannot do it because his teammate, her teammate, is just healing it.
Very nice
So,
charge micro
very-
there to try to get the finishing touch, but that's what's crazy about those Yatais. Villages repair them so quickly compared to how much total health they have, which is pretty radical, honestly. And it's going quite well for him, keeping the Yatai alive there for Pepino.
The deer is still unprotected by Boltun. He must be feeling confident enough to be leaving the villages there. There's only really spears, which take ages to get here. Unfortunately, so slow. But let's see what else are they planning to do. We got the archery range coming from Bella. Oh no, is she gonna press the button for the cursed unit? Although they have been nerfed recently, so not as much of a threat as they used to be. Before the patch, I think we would have been seeing Mongols much more on this tournament.
With the deer stones, she's gonna have access to the Khan's Hunter, and the extra range is gonna be crucial, especially when harassing this Matsuri position. Now, with arrow slits coming in, I think that's arrow slits, although it could be reinforcement as well. Coming into the tower is going to make it a bit more difficult to push this position, but even a tower is going to be on the menu for Bella and Boltun here, and I don't see B or Pepino being in a position to really stop this. And when the tower goes up, the gold will be denied. It looks like there is a second gold mine, I think, just to the south side of Pepino's base in the back, if I'm not mistaken. Is that berries? No, it is a gold. That's actually massive. That gold there is very big. Means they don't even need to overcommit to the defense here, really, if they don't want to. But with so many spears, actually, it's becoming...
You need more spears and bring the rest of
scary.
your army here fast.
Coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, sheer number of spears
nice.
with
Really
the
good, really good. Let's bring the build back for a second. We got this.
It's
Nice.
looking good
Watch your
for
spears.
B and Pepino so far. The imams are doing good work. Bella doesn't have the numbers at the moment, but she is bringing some archers here, which will definitely make a difference. Tower is still on its way, but like you said, it's not
I'm gonna steal your
as
deer, by the way.
annoying as
Just make
it
pastures.
could be with the other
Nice.
gold being free available
She
there
has
for
back gold
Pepino
here.
to move
Okay.
into.
Let's try to go. Let's go up here. Let's punish B's food, I think.
Pressure is mounting up a little bit. You can tell by the hurried nature of Botun's voice there. He understands the pressure on them to find some kind of damage here. The gold may have been denied, but it's a 2v2 map at the end of the day. The size is bigger. There's a lot of other gold mines available, and it's perfectly possible for there to be a second gold that's very safe at the back. And guess what? That's exactly what the case is, as we saw earlier. And the Sake Brewery is now almost complete here for Pepino. Triple stable about to be set up, 2 already completed. And the Mountain Samurai are going to hit the field very soon. Shocker.
I was just gonna, yeah, I wonder what are we gonna see here with the triple stable. Sake Brewery about to complete, and
Mass
Pepino
scouts.
is... Yeah. Oh yeah, maybe mass scouts into TC, into landmark snipe or something. You never know, right?
Don't forget they have 1 extra damage from the unique tech to Japanese and Sengoku. So yeah, that's
There's some potential there, right?
surely. And they can heal even faster with the Ryokan. That's actually 5-hit.
Yep. This is the strat. We need to see it. We need someone to be brave enough and do this in a tournament. Now, Botun has got a good, healthy amount of knights, 13 on the field. B, however, has got the right answer here and is right in the place where it needs to be. Bella now joining forces with Botun. Pepino has unleashed the power button and pressed Mounted Samurai. So now Botun and Bella need to be very careful.
Yeah, they recognize the fact that there is a second gold mine there at the back that they really would like to strike, but it's easier said than done in this position. The tower is there. They can't really go the other way around, as it would take a whole minute to go around to that side, by which time the Mounted Samurai numbers will be double what they are currently. There's plenty of space here for B as well.
And let's hear if the players are thinking the same as us.
Matching up now.
Botun communicating the age up with
Let's go here. He wants to
Bella.
build a tower, I think.
Very nicely
Try to kill him
guiding
on
Bella.
with the tower.
Curious if the tower has gotten fortified at this point or not. It's a very key detail. They are rushing over to defend at this very moment. Oh, it's a Mongol outpost, so of course there is going to be no fortification here at all.
Don't need to fight. We have an advantage of your castle age, so just okay, I see a lot of mounted spearmen from Bella, so I need to add archers also.
We also communicating clearly, telling Pepino what to do. This is just what the girls need. I think we've got the skill. We just need a little bit of guidance to make sure we are doing the right thing at the right time. And both Botun and B are definitely the teammates who have been doing that for the whole tournament. Maybe this is why they both met in the finals. Tuna aging, Botun aging with Royal Institute right now. plenty amount of healthy knights here, so definitely be a nice spike here. And what else? Bella and B still staying in Feudal, are not really looking to age. What's next on the plate, Myriad?
Well, I think both teams are probably planning to win here. As to how, that question I have to dodge, because I actually have no idea. At this point in time, it's going to be Sengoku Knights that are going to be the main win condition, of course, for B and Pepino. They need to get that count up, soaring high, find some damage to offset the time that Bella and Boltun have to get the counters they need in position, with walls, towers, defenses, of course, crossbows and spears is very likely on the menu here for Bella as well, alongside Boltun's Knights. As Boltun and Bella, again, Boltun has to find damage of his own, and I think it was the Royal Institute he went up with, right, if I'm not mistaken, so that's going to be, of course, a necessary committal. Yeah, the Royal Bloodline's already on the way, more than halfway through completion. Defensive wall coming up as well, just to limit the amount of space these knights have to move, and this is very important against all manner of cavalry. Even segmented walls cutting across through the bases is great to limit the movement and help aid to trap the knights if need be in the future.
Definitely B now with healthy enough amount of Sipahis trying to get through the wall of Tuna, Boltun, just to get some damage, and we got a little bit of a collapse here from B and Pepino on Bella's army. Are able to get a chunky amount of them down, which is definitely a good start to attempting this mass. Spears are at the front, exactly where we want them. Will B be able to do enough before they are being snapped by the great amount of archers that Bella has?
Yeah, the mass is looking very healthy from Boltun and Bella indeed. Now, these aren't all the numbers for B and Pepino. Most of the armies are split still around the map and looking to find damage on other parts, which they successfully do, as just a spear raid from B finds a lot of workers from Bella on those berries and forces them to move away, but no very significant damage dealt. Sipahi as well, raiding for B behind this, and the spears at the front though get a little bit abandoned, and most of them end up falling. A lot of experience being fed over to JD, who is now level 3, and after that engagement gets ever closer to that level 4 as well.
That worked out very much in Boltun's and Bella's favor, even though they have lost stuff. But yeah, like you said, JD is level 3 now, and that's when she gets scary. You can do a lot with her. Eco numbers exactly the same, but the army numbers are definitely on the advantage of Bella and Boltun. I think they need to recognize that this is probably a good time to cause some more aggression. They haven't really crossed their half of the map yet since a long time. Obviously B is keeping them a little bit in with his little raids, and so is Pepino. But they need to kind of maybe just make the move towards enemies, as then the B and Pepino have to come back to their base, right? And that
they would love to do that one day. If only there wasn't so many knights just putting them apart in every direction. That's what's so difficult, to mobilize effectively all around this map and defend, whilst at the same time putting on your own pressure. That's the beauty that makes these 2v2s actually so much more complex. Even the 1v1s, I would say. Really do believe that. And we see now a raid from Pepino Pig disrupting a lot of the food from Bella, but the knights end up getting cleaned up in a moment of stretched attention span, as B now making his way in towards Bella's economy from the other side. A hole in the wall has been spotted and now exploited as the Sipahi bleed through, and we're gonna find a lot of economy up for grabs here. Fortitude gets activated immediately upon spotting these villages. One goes down quickly, but the Sipahi have to keep running. They cannot engage those spears in melee as well as knights are able to.
Yeah, you can often, well, sometimes catch yourself on that. You're thinking, oh yeah, cavalry meta, knights just kill spears, but horsemen luckily can still be stopped by the spears. That's exactly what's happening now. Bella and Boltun trying to fight the armies in their bases, make sure they get out they've had enough of them just running around their side of the map. We saw a bit earlier Peppino has lost quite a few of her Mounties as well to the spears of Bella, so they need to be careful as it all has pretty much evened out now. So I think one wrong move and this can go into one big advantage of one of the teams, whoever don't make that mistake.
Yeah, often the lines are so thin, the margins are so thin as to which side has the advantage that one wrong move can often turn the entire game on its head for either side. And we may be witnessing one of those moves right now, because when an engagement comes through directly, just a few of Baltoon's knights are present, but more are coming to reinforce now. And the signal round comes through at the perfect timing here for Bella. He's getting right on top of the mass, and it's going to clear a lot of space here on the retreat from B, who is behind in movement speed, especially considering the knights are chasing as well. So many units falling here for B, more XP being fed over to JD behind this as well, who is hot on the heels of these units. Where are the knights from Peppino Pig? She has plenty out raiding still, but only, it looks like 12 total on the map. So expensive to get together, especially the castle stage, and a few of them get trapped as they look to go through. Most of them manage to get away, but one goes down.
Big tempo hit advantage here now by Baltoon and Bella. They need to keep it going, and I think they'll be in good position. Peppino unfortunately has fallen a little bit behind with the knights. I'm not sure why. She probably has them somewhere on a different group. At least we know she's not doing all army hotkey, right? Because these guys definitely didn't go up. They will probably also be cleaned up, unfortunately, by Baltoon. Kurultai now coming up for Bella as well, so they will be both in castle compared to B. Still not being quite there. He is saving up, so he can also click it very soon, and to make sure he's not too behind. But again, Baltoon and Bella might just have this little bit of advantage of time to be able to cause some serious damage here. Now Peppino's stone villagers as well unprotected. She's using her army to do it instead. Baltoon, luckily for them, misses it. Bit of a distraction Wololo here. Or actually to move the army to a space they want them to be a bit more comfortably. And the chase is going. They're chasing the knights for now. Not really sure
is going to be.
Yep, still collecting them.
what comes now.
Now go back. Now go back.
Connection from Baltoon's knights to Peppino's Mounties are able to get 2 down, which makes a big difference at this point of the game.
Mehmed Imperial Army is up behind this as well. So upgrades coming in hot for B. Bella as well finished her Kurultai, which is going to be...
Wanna go back a little bit? I'll try to finish the wall also. Forgot.
Yeah, okay.
Can you just protect me until I have the wall finished?
Yeah. I'm with you.
And get the upgrade for the Kurultai so you can move faster.
Okay, now this Kurultai, like you said, will be crucial. Will just give them that boost they need to take over this army of Peppino and B. Baltoon, able to pick up very clean.
Another 20 XP there for JD. Quite a lot indeed, based on the cost of the unit. And expensive they are, those monks.
They're also dangerous. So I guess the price is fair. But like you said about the XP, JD is actually halfway through to being level 4. And at 21 minutes of the game, I would say that's pretty good timing. Now though, Peppino has found a gap in the wall. Will she be able to take down as many as she wishes? Though no, she's face planting the spears. Need to be really careful. Has taken a couple villages, but needs to retreat. Needs to find hole in the wall to be able to save those. But this is a dangerous angle. I think like Bella and Baltoon can really just cut her off and make her lose all these knights.
Yeah, you have to be so careful extending this deep on the opponent's side, even past the wall. You found the hole to get in, but getting out, or finding damage to exchange favorably for all these knights, you need to kill a lot of eco. And with Botun cutting off the escape route from this side and Bella from the other side, this is exactly the disaster that Pepino does not want to encounter, as half of the knights get completely surrounded and she barely gets away with the rest of them. Big losses there for Pepino. But that does mean that Bella and Boltun give up quite a bit of the map in the chase of those knights, opening up the space for B to find damage somewhere else, which he's going to look to do at this very moment, pushing away Bella's villagers from the berries.
I'm coming to the middle. Just trying to find that good.
Make sure Kurultai is with us. Get the Kurultai up here somewhere. I think they want to push to my base.
Janissaries now have also joined the army of B, and there's no joke with them. You need to be really careful. They can mow down the knights, as well as some other units. But it's interesting for me that both teams have decided to set up trade so early. Why is that? Is it just because it's safer than getting big gold from the middle of the map?
Yeah, it's partly safer, and it's also the nature of the 2v2s, right? Because of the bigger map, and you can more easily secure it relatively to the size. Like, it's actually easier to get 4 walls up in 2v2 because you split the cost between 2 players as opposed to 1v1, so you can really save a lot on that and secure your side easier if you just coordinate with your teammate. And because of these factors, it means that trade is often seen quite a bit earlier, especially with the presence of something like a French and Mongols. So it doesn't surprise me at all seeing Bella and Boltun having so many traders due to them having great bonuses for them. And B and Pepino, of course, not being trade civilizations, are gonna follow, but be a bit fairly behind in the timing, which is okay for them for now, as long as they can keep access to the resources. But that access seems to be slipping a little bit because Boltun and Bella are pissed from all these raids from Sengoku Knights, and they wanna really try to close out this game. There's an absolutely ridiculously big army here from B. It looks almost as big as the Bella and Boltun's armies combined, and the Kurultai looks to want to deploy here. And beautiful cutoff by Boltun to prevent the charging from the Sengoku Knights. He has so many of these Royal Bloodlines Knights in still, but the mass beat from B is absolutely ridiculously big. He's mowing down most of the combined armies by himself. Janissary's focusing in onto these knights, but with the Kurultai deployed, it's so much damage, it's so much healing, and B's numbers have dwindled drastically. There's no Whamenqt for the buff anymore either. Pepino's knight count is not really that high either, and she's still in that castle age, so she doesn't have that, that pure power behind the knights in the form of that attack speed just yet, but neither side really wanting to commit too deep, too early, as that can spell doom very quickly.
We have also heard the doom sound of JD reaching level 4 in that army. So she's not a yoke anymore, unfortunately. They need to be really careful. She can cause a lot of trouble. It will definitely buff the army even more. On top of Kurultai as well. Once they fight all together, it's just crazy strong at this point.
Can we quickly have a look maybe to see what the choice was for JD? I think it looks like it's the Gunpowder Monarch, but maybe mistaken. Can't quite see in the UI there, unfortunately. But maybe we have a quick click on there, we can then find out. Yeah, it is going to be the Gunpowder Monarch. So Valor's Inspiration plus 35% attack speed for 20 seconds is absolutely massive for JD as a buff, and the armies around her. Works on teammates as well, but it is temporary, unlike the Kurultai. But together with these, they can really beat probably even the Sengoku Knights with so many buffs. But the Knights have stepped through.
B and Pepino have recognized that they cannot take them in a direct fight at this moment of the game, so have decided clearly to do some raiding. Pepino in the base of, I'm not sure if it's pink or purple, we got a bit of a lower quality suddenly. And the chase on Boltun's Knights may be overextended a tiny bit. Both Pepino's and B's army here, can she put a quick wall? I don't think there's a good position there to be able to do that, to lock these knights down. JD dead? I do believe so. I did hear that though. But let's see how much damage actually Peppino, we can see on the small camera. Is she doing enough to be able to keep them in game? 20 villagers lead at the moment for B and Peppino. Army numbers also on Peppino and B's side, but Boltons and Bellas with all the buffs, like you said, Kurultai, JD, probably evens out, if not even puts them in a bigger advantage than B and Peppino having a little bit more units.
That's a very significant lead in army there, and a pretty decent economic lead for B and Peppino, but the trade is the main concern for them, right? They might have the raw economic lead, but with so much trade, 80 plus traders combined for Bella and Baltoon, that's income that's pretty much never going to run out. Well, it definitely won't ever run out, unless it's stopped, which Peppino's definitely doing a great job doing so far. Raids left and right repeatedly, keeping the armies from Baltoon and Bella pinned, but she still needs to find that Imperial Age to really have these knights become the powerhouse that they are in that late game. B, meanwhile, has ambitions of Imperial Age himself, it looks like, with the bank growing quite rapidly now. Soon enough, just the food needed to place down what is likely to be the Istanbul Imperial Observatory.
Is that the wise choice though? Will they here be clicking imp and just send it? I am a bit worried. I'm worried if they have enough army to survive this attack.
Oh, so much map control. They should be able to have the space needed to get away with this. The raids from Peppino have been absolutely relentless this game so far. She's traded a lot of Sengoku Knights for that. Big expensive losses, but it's, as we mentioned, it's buying them space. It's giving them time to get up the eco numbers themselves, now at the point of exceeding Baltoons and Bellas, as long as they can keep this trade pressured constantly. B has found his Imperial Age now. Peppino will likely have to find hers as well, but B's Imperial Age may potentially be enough here to actually win a fight if they do decide to go for it. But Baltoon and Bella's armies are still incredibly scary, especially with the Kurultai and especially with the Valorous Inspiration, if they're able to force that fight fully. We actually have Peppino, interestingly, now moving into some of the Tanegashima hand cannoneers as well. Interesting choice.
Yeah, it is definitely. B now, like we said, has confirmed and made a decision to go imp. Needs a little bit of time to upgrade his units. Bella and Baltoon are not pushing as hard as I was expecting them to. They know that B and Peppino still have a lot of army, so just playing it cautiously. I wonder, it does kind of look like they want to match up the imp, at least from Baltoon's side. He's almost there, he's just missing a little bit of foot. Nice fight here now from Peppino, pushes out Bella back to this side of the map. Yeah, this over 100 traders as well. It's looking interesting on the side of Baltoon and Bella. And Red Palace is now coming. I do wonder where. Would they put it somewhere to maybe protect the trade a bit? Okay. Is that where it's going? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that looks to be the plan. That's gonna make it very harder to push in from that side, and the armies are combined in the center now. There's a large, well, towards the south side, there's a large gold vein here. Quite well secured by a bunch of outposts, but against this sheer number of units, it's far from enough. The Kurultai is rolling through as well. We saw the blueprint placed there as to where the targeted location is. Just there, like slightly behind the army at this stage. Gold sent to Bella, as looks like she just needed a bit of gold to actually upgrade these units and get Imperial Age herself. Yeah, no Imperial Age yet. It's just coming through now, so no upgrades yet. Kaghanet Palace is the choice, so that's going to be a lot of free units on the cards for Bella as well this game, just like B has had access to so far. Peppino, still really far from her Imperial Age, and that's exactly what B and Peppino need. We have to get the Sword Hunt statue to be able to stem the tide of this army, because with double imp now for Baltoon and Bella, it's looking very scary.
Definitely, and the relentless race now from Baltoon trying to do some damage as much as they can is definitely going to help them out as well. Pepino now, I'm not sure if she's maybe cancelled some units or if she was sent resources, but almost had the food needed suddenly. It's just missing a little bit of gold and hopefully is able to match Imperial as well and bring on these samurais, Imperial Age mounted samurais from Sengoku, which are just a killer. Let's
I will have
see.
like 60 knights. Oh my god, I forgot blacksmith.
I'm
for a
making
bit.
towers for Yum Network as well.
Okay.
Resources
Okay, wait.
being sent over, like we can see. Make sure she has enough to keep producing, upgrade units as
Upgrade
well.
first of all samurais.
Yep.
This is exactly what B is telling her to do. She just needs the Imperial Samurais. This is their
I
saving
think
ground.
Kurultai will move soon. Okay, go, 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 go. She
Seems
needs
to
enough
want to go for the-
space to...
Seems like they wanted to pick the timing to go in them, but the Elite Samurai upgrade is still some ways out. This might not be the timing that they're looking for. I don't think the numbers look great here for B and Pepino. They have a good angle of attack. They're having most of the encirclement angle, but the Valorous Inspiration has been used. The attack speed is there. The Kurultai is also deployed. The Sengoku Knights are just melting. The upgrade still, even now, is not finished yet. As well as the Mangonels coming through. They deal great damage to the backline here from Bella, and a lot of Boltun's Knights have also fallen, but there is no more frontline for B and Pepino. The Kurultai buff is too much. Both armies have been eviscerated at this point in time, but the winner is clear. Boltun and Bella take this engagement and keep pushing ever deeper, but I don't think they can stay here for long.
Archers sniping up Janissaries, which are definitely the most dangerous unit here as well, slimming down these numbers. Boltun only on 39 though. Pepino has now finally hit the Imperial Age mounted samurai. If they just waited, what, extra 30 seconds, I think it would have worked out much better for them, but sometimes you just feel like you got the right angle for the fight, and B just decided to take it. They're still in game though, so maybe mowing down the units have reduced the amount. They have advantage now, and B is just adamant he can push this on his own. So let's see how that goes. Pepino's joining as well. They're trying to torch the Kurultai. Definitely make a big difference, right?
That could potentially be game winning, honestly. Taking out the Kurultai, that's the entire significant military lead in terms of raw strength that Boltun and Bella have is now gone. Outside of the buff from Valor's Inspiration, that is a huge loss for them. And combined with the fact that Pepino Pig is now officially Imp, I mean, we're dealing with two of the best Imp civilizations in the entire game, now fully online in the form of the Sengoku and Ottomans. Even with 118 traders on the field, I think this is a tough one.
Go, go, go.
But traders
So
can't fight.
we just should go to the
This is the
trade
problem.
spot. That's like all games playing in 2v2.
Let's see what Boltun and Bella think
Okay.
now after this
I'm gonna try to
surprising.
get a big mass of knights,
Fair
and
enough.
then let's try to
Alright.
push. Watch out, don't fight before you're maxed. Careful, careful. Just go back here.
Like you said, Kurultai
Do you need any resource? I give you some
being
gold,
dead.
you can make more hand cannons.
definitely makes big difference. And B and Pepino know it. They are pushing. There's no stopping now. They are all maxed out. Going in. Pepino's
Yeah,
almost
B and
maxed out.
Pepino smell blood. Gold has been slung over to Bella. She needs ranges desperately. She needs hand cannoneers desperately. Nothing else has a chance of dealing with this army, but I'm not even sure that's enough, frankly. Boltun looking to cut off the entrance of the Sengoku Knights into the economy. They don't want to allow that trade to bleed any longer. And he's taking the fight. He has the knight advantage, so he can win that engagement there. But B has now caught up and has joined the fight as well. So many Janissaries just melting through the knights here from Boltun. Cannon as well, used by JD. Valorous Inspiration looks to be on cooldown as it hasn't been used just yet or used earlier on in that engagement. Bella's getting the numbers together. Good number of hand cannoneers and a range mass. Looks like they will hold, at least for now, kind of. They pay a big price for it, but they do get the complete envelopment and encirclement And now Pepinopeg looks to bleed in with the remaining mounted samurai that she has left. She snipes out JD. The cannon will also be sniped. She might be able to pick up a few traders for her trouble as well if she moves now. But Botun and Bella hold.
Definitely a good defense there from Bella and Botun. Janissaries were just a little bit unprotected earlier, but big raid here by Pepino. Good catch. A lot of villagers are gonna pay with their lives for this. Bella just not quite realized that happened, but there's no surprise to of what's happening in this game. She's got a bit more important tasks. She needs to prioritize JD back to full health. But B is just sending it. He's maxed out. He's got resources in this bank. Ottoman in late game. Who beats that, Myriad?
Ottomans beat Ottomans in late game.
Only the mirror.
Yeah, and that's a tough thing to try to emulate in this position because you simply don't have them. Historically, the French had an alliance at some point with the Ottomans, but looks like that's not on the cards here, as there's just knights massacring Ottoman units and vice versa. Janissaries just melting through the knights like butter. But so far, Bella has also joined the fray, and that's enough to push B away.
2,000 gold now sent to Bella. She can go shopping. So hopefully she gets it to a little bit of a up mode and is able to defend
I'll
this.
do my uni upgrade.
You can give these hand cannoneers slap a Gucci logo onto it.
Why not? But what I wonder is, where is Pepino's army? She only has 30 units. They are mowing
Too
down
much
the
hand cannoneers.
trade, which
Should
is
retreat.
definitely a good start.
I
Botun now,
must delete
however,
villagers
has
from gold.
completely has his eco destroyed. He's out of food, out of wood, not much gold left in the bank either, and he gave it all to Bella to go shopping. This, even though they were defending it very well, I feel like the eco is just slightly stronger on B's and Pepino's side, so they will be able to remass the units faster and at a better scale.
Yeah, there's definitely way more eco on P and Pepino's side, at least in terms of villagers. Altogether, just over 240, and Botun and Bella are not far behind at 230 altogether, counting the traders as well. 250 eco now for B and Pepino. That's a lot indeed. See Pepino having a bulk of it, 140, and again, it's one of those situations where it might be a case where we need to delete a couple villages here and there soon enough, because we would love to get just an overwhelming number of mounted samurai out.
Yep, definitely. We've learned that earlier today in this series, that there is actually a point where there's too many villagers. Don't let anyone fool you. You see, if you sometimes skip a villager or two, doesn't matter. You can't have too many. All jokes aside, you still need plenty. But Pepino and Botun are both reaching the amount where they need to think about stopping and maybe, just like Myriad said, maybe sacrificing a little bit for this big army boost to just do the final push to stop this army of Bella and Botun.
Trade is dying a little bit, still worrisome.
The leading mobility for B and Pepino is definitely a big advantage that's being leveraged excellently here. The mounted samurai being faster than the knights bleed through on the right. The Sipahi cause havoc in the north.
I just don't really see Pepino's army at the moment. Obviously, she is focused on the trade. No, that's Sipahi's now, so
Okay,
where is her army? What is she doing?
Oh, I thought he's wanting to flank you.
Only
Go
got
back a bit, go back a bit. They're gonna
I'm a
try
little bit
to surround you.
worried.
Just running around still, looking to find damage. I guess they don't want to combine all their masses just yet here, because it's basically just a pure anti-armor mass here from Bella. 65 hand cannoneers and some archers thrown in there for good measure as well. Why not? Sipahi are going to look through to get onto it, but you need double the Sipahi numbers that we see currently to really deal with this. It's going to one-shot them as soon as they kite, line by line. But with the mounted samurai, that might be a little different. We do see a bit of a, I don't know what that jiggle was, but certainly a style move, that's for sure, as they look to wrap around and encircle but the Encirclement is not quite there yet. She needs to get just a little bit more on top of them, but doesn't quite manage it. And our bot lane is here to reinforce as well, with plenty of Royal Knights, fully upgraded French Royal Knights. And the numbers from Pepino are falling quickly. The Mounted Samurai aren't here yet. Even now, up to 149 eco is just a little bit too much, I think. And B is clearing a lot of these knights, and actually most of the backline from Bella has been vanquished, but again, there's no more Mounted Samurai left, which means that B is forced to retreat here.
Bella's still on a solid amount. Is that a solid amount? I'm not sure if it's... No, that was 30. I thought it was 80. Okay. Her hand cannons have definitely shrunk. At the sacrifice of Pepino's whole army and some of B, but this was the dangerous bow which they had to break, and they were able to. B has definitely got the tools to be able to do that, so they're back in a pretty even game again. 43 minutes on the clock. Nobody really interested in Sacred Side victory, I guess. So this game might be still going for a while. You don't have a definite winner here at the moment.
No, we don't. When the trade is so fully online for both sides, that could really extend a game, and it becomes about just continuously building up that destroyed value favorably, continuously taking good fights, eventually to the point where even the trade can no longer make up for it, continuously finding damage. And eventually it's going to reach a point where the actual barrier to further progression in the game just becomes the wood, and that's when map control becomes hugely important. How much wood do you have secured when food and gold is then virtually endless? The wood is going to be what makes the difference, and more Mounted Samurai now seeping into the economy from Bella, who looks to make a stand. She has plenty of hand cannons here, but Big Mongols, all of her food is in one place here underneath this TC, so when that gets interrupted, there's definitely trouble on the horizon, as Mounted Samurai now peel off to once again go hit that absolutely endless trade. There's so many traders that it's just one straight line, virtually.
It is, but Pepino is not giving up, and she just keeps standing in there to just break that chain. With big, great Bombard now coming up, destroying the keep very easily. That would definitely make a little bit of progress towards pushing into Bochus and Bella's base.
You can see the gold bank especially is looking way, way healthier here for Boltune, for B and Pepino Pig as compared to Boltune and Bella. There's virtually no gold for Boltune and Bella, even with the way superior trade. They're just spending it constantly on these premium units. B, not as much. He's making the Janissaries, but with so much trade, he's just able to continuously afford them. And normally a sign that with full trade, one side has way more gold than the other is a sign that the side with more gold is trading way more favorably, and that's definitely been the case so far. The Mounted Samurai are just so potent. The Janissaries will always deal with Boltune's Knights, so trading favorably is very difficult for Boltune and Bella when it comes to these full fights.
And the eco is just looking so much better on Beast and Pepino, but it is quite surprising that they just keep fighting and fighting these big fights, mowing down both their armies. And even though Boltune's Bella's eco is much worse than Beast and Pepino, but they still are able to match this, which is kind of crazy.
As the power of the trade is going to help out a lot in that. Boltune is able to get every single resource from trade if he wants, being able to directly switch the traders, but there's a massive clash coming in here. And it looks like Boltune find an amazing engagement with the Knights, getting on top of the backline from B, forcing him to stutter throughout the fight backwards. The Mounted Samurai held the line as firmly as they could, but there's so many hand cannons here from Bella, able to cut through them rapidly. But the Janissaries are also making very short work of the Knights here from Boltune, to the point where both the Knight players just have nothing left, and it's just backline against backline. And this is where the Sepahi seeping through are able to turn the tide in B's favor, despite Bella technically having the better backline unit with the hand cannon here compared to the Janissary with more range and more damage. Mounted Samurai also reinforcing this front line yet again. There's a keep attempt at the same time on the trade. This could be massive, and this might be the game decider that they finally need, and looks like is the case, as the tap out from Boltune, I think, has happened, but not just yet, actually. Oh no, it was a landmark that had fallen. I thought it said that that defeat happened, but oh, I jinxed it anyway.
It did.
Here it
It
is.
did.
Yeah, the keep seals the deal, and after a bloodied struggle of a game back and forth with both sides just bearing everything, putting everything on the table here to win, B and Pepino Pig reign supreme in our opening game. And with the Mongols, with the Ottomans as well as the Sengoku, they're able to take the win against also very capable civilizations, but this civil's advantage is significant, and they're able to capitalize and secure it for a win here. Now, question is, what will Bolton and Bella do to strike back?
This was such a close game, so I really feel like the game number 2 can swing either way. So far, we had 2 zeros, I believe, today. But let's see, maybe we will get a little bit of a plan ahead if we listen to the players. Quiet from Bolton and Bella. What about other team?
But okay. So next map is Gorge. We don't have Sengoku now, right? But we still have
Yeah.
Japanese for you. So I have Melons, right? And Ubits, French, Jean. I have a lot of sieves. They don't have French. They will pick like Sengoku and Japanese, I think. That's scary, really. But maybe Ubits with their Desert Riders against Onamushas still looks good. Okay, Ubits.
Uh-huh.
We can hear a little bit of
I
plans
really hope
ahead.
they don't pick French.
Yeah.
See. I don't know
That
what
would
you're
be
gonna play then. Okay, thank
okay,
God. Let's
okay,
go.
okay.
Oh, Ayubit is actually perfect. I really like playing against that.
Okay.
So Ayubit and should be Byzantine, I think.
Let's see what's on the
Preferably.
plate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's a very good discussion there, actually, giving us some mixed insight. I have to say, that's very intriguing. We have B mentioning how he is going to look to rely on the Desert Raiders of the Ayubids up against Baltun's Onamusha. Although that's actually not going to be the case because Baltun did not opt to go for the Japanese. Instead, it's B and Giacchino with Ayubids and Japanese up against Malians and French from Baltun and Bella. And this is an interesting one, actually, because I wonder what Baltun meant. I think he may have meant for javelin throwers against the Desert Raiders. Oh yeah, it's Gorge. Oh, this I know exactly what we're gonna see. We're gonna see Furimba Garrison here into Poison Javs. I am certain of it. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see if you're right. With French and Malians on Boltun's side, and Ayubit Japanese from the other. We did hear that Boltun was hoping that they won't pick French, so Bella can get it. This is exactly what they got, so quite lucky with the picks. But Ayubit in Japan, very, very solid picks here as well. So I do wonder, we could maybe see some like greedy too fast castle from them. Could work. Let's listen. Let's see if they can tell us a little bit more about their strat.
I think another problem last game was probably that we didn't take many relics and I didn't deny them. I think that was probably really bad. I think Giacchino got like
Still
6 relics
talking
or
about
something.
last game.
Yeah. It's pretty rough. It felt like we killed so many knights and made no difference.
Yeah,
It's so
we cleaned
frustrating.
like, I don't know, probably 100 knights just
Yes,
in
I
your
was
base.
just
Yeah.
diving and losing them in my base
Yeah.
and in the trade. Like, I don't
Yeah.
even think it was worth it, the trade for her. Like,
Yeah, I don't know.
that
I
seems
think
just.
I think probably during the same time they were adding like second TC and trade, so they just wanted us to not push, probably.
Still thinking about the last game. However, they do seem to be in a good vibe. Positive thoughts. They are ready to rumble in the second game.
See, that's the nice thing about facing something like Sengoku, that even if you lose against it, you're still in good spirits because you're like, yes, they've just busted, like, whatever. Move on to the next. So that's funny to see, to keep good mental strength throughout this series, which is as important as playing the game, frankly, when it comes to these tournament matches. So important to see the importance of that being highlighted there in the comms as we get ready to witness what could potentially be a decided game here in the grand final, with B and Pepino Pig leading up now 1-0. But Botun and Bella seem to have a very clear strategy for this second game, and it's a good one, I have to say.
Ranged. So start with Yoroshiro to the archer range, but it also depends on what Boltun will do with Melon. So maybe will be so many javelin throwers or donzos, so I will ask you to switch to another mix of units. So okay, I'm ready.
Fine. So start with.
So dervishes and desert riders from me.
Yep.
And you're in the castle.
Very detailed and clear instructions from B. She knows exactly what she needs to do. Definitely reassuring. So looks like B is kind of expecting the javelin throwers as well. So hopefully they will have an answer to this very strong strat as you advertise it as. We'll see what they can do with that, right?
Yeah, especially B's plan to go into Desert Raiders here might backfire pretty considerably when those javelin throws come out. B himself is a big Farimba enjoyer. He must, although in 2v2s it's harder to have that line of thinking and see it, envision it play out, so to say. So he might not just not be thinking of it entirely. I didn't hear him mention it, but he's aware that the possibility for Boltun to do something else. So we'll see whether he recognizes that during the game, because I'm pretty certain that that's what we're going to see. But the game sound is there. The game is in fact ready, and here we go. The second game of the grand finals here at Top Team Gamer Mixed, and we're once again seeing Boltun in the color purple as the Malians. Nice back position here on Gorge. He would definitely know how this map spawns and is going to take full advantage. Bella, meanwhile, his companion in this game, is now going to be playing as the French in the color pink, and that is one of her best civilizations, one she's very comfortable with, so definitely feeling happy about that. B on the other side in the color green as the Ayubids, alongside Pepino Pig in the color teal as Japanese, who would have probably liked to be switched in their positions, I imagine. Pippin is the one who is going to go for that fast castle age, whereas B is going to be making desert raiders in the feudal age to stop the tide of those knights. And for that, they would love to be switched to cut some of the distance that B has to travel and increase the space between Pepino and the rest of them.
Let's hear
And
what
the
the
other
players
one should
have
probably be here,
to
I
say
guess.
about it.
To that direction now.
Yep.
We were not able to hear too much from our teams at the moment as of yet. First bush has been eaten out by B, which can tell us a little bit. He definitely won't be going growth at the start. I am suspecting maybe Devish, maybe reinforcement for some early shenanigans. Pepino Pig, they did talk about Yorishiros going into archery, so maybe as a surprise, instead of Matted Samurais, we're gonna see some Yumi fights here from Pepino.
Yeah, it's about the expectation, right, of what exactly is Boltun going to do. Of course, Onimusha just makes perfect sense up against their knights, but there's a lot of javelin throws, that might not be the best choice, and then you'd rather play something like Mounted Samurai alongside the Desert Raiders, which might do quite well indeed. Singular Villager on the age up makes perfect sense. It's just going to be the most efficient fast castle build for the Japanese here. Meanwhile, Bella now going up with the School of Cav and Mansa Quarry at a very nice... they're at the same time, basically. Perfect sync.
Yep, Mansa Quarry, School of Cavalry, pretty standard landmarks. Like you said, we have no surprises so far. Do we know what B is doing, or is he not quite there yet? He's going with logistics, so the dervishes will be super helpful here to both protect from French and making sure Pepino can get to that fast castle age, as they usually like to do as Japan. I do wonder if B is gonna grid it out and also go fast castle, or is he gonna make some units to disrupt the opposing team?
Yeah, we mentioned how B wants to lean into those Desert Raiders early on to stop the Knights from running too rampant up from Bella, which is going to do very well. Of course, the Desert Raiders beat Knights handily, especially if you have dervishes alongside to heal them. It's going to mean that Balti will need to invest very heavily into javelin throws to be able to actually deal with the Desert Raiders and push across the map safely.
Yep, we got the first. Actually, it's quite surprising to see Ayubits aging up fast. Usually they're a bit slower than most average ships, but only a little bit, so not too much of an advantage. However, he has got the dervishes in place to protect against that first knight once it actually arrives. I do wonder where she's going to plan to attack. Won't know for a bit. The gold is pretty safe, but it's not impossible. Like, she can pick something out there. Let's see if maybe the players can tell us a bit of what's the plan yet.
Tower there.
Mentioning the presence of a tower, likely on the mine there from Baltin and Bella. No, not quite. Might be anticipating for it. Could be on the deer. And second pit mine now being set up for Baltin as well. Is going to go greedy to the one in the north.
I was going to say that. Definitely on the greedier side. Desert Raider has appeared. Ready for the night. Well, let's see what we got here. He's just planning, hoping to maybe disrupt the deers a little bit. As if we can do that against French, definitely will put them in a little bit of a disadvantage. Very important. If for the French to be able to take that deer.
Raid that pit mine with Desert Raiders.
Already have the first javelins hitting the field from Baltun. Double range already, and he's at this point already eating the cows. This is 100% going to be a Farimba play. Question is, how early is he going to come in? We need to have some javelins to deal with these Desert Raiders, but if we delay Farimba too long, then the Mounted Samurai are definitely going to be a big problem here from Pepino Pig.
Oh, I put the wrong thing. Shit.
A little bit of an issue here from Pepino, but I'm sure they can adjust accordingly. Make sure it all works. She's got her stable ready. They can still use it up pretty well. Scud will pay the price now, unfortunately going a little bit too close to the TC, but Knight's still pretty much untouched. Little catch here from B, but with Desert Raiders, unfortunately you cannot really dive those towers, even though they don't do as much damage, but they are very weak to that. That's definitely a nice save there. No villagers fell.
Yeah, the javelins have been spotted, so the decision has been made to opt into the Mounted Samurai instead. Definitely the right choice in this case. Mounted Samurai, if you can get up enough of them, of course, they'll deal with the superior numbered French knights. But it's not easy to get to that count. Meanwhile, B, it looks like he's also aging behind this. What did he opt for? It's going to be the reinforcement wing, even more deserted. So he's going to fully lean into this play. Javelins. Now look into the gold mine, and I think the mistake that they were highlighting earlier was that house right there from Pepino, I think was meant to be a tower instead, if I'm not wrong, which might really bite them in the behind now.
Oh yes, that makes sense now. I was wondering. But maybe Bolton and Bella won't be able to use it to their advantage. I guess that's what Pepino and B are hoping for. With both almost in Castle Age now, Pepino already there, massing up her numbers of mounted samurais, trying to pick off the javelins. Not able to do that right now. Need to be really careful not to lose the dervishes. One gets sniped, very nicely done by Bouchin. The second one also has to come back to base, otherwise it's also gonna die. Javelin is working very, very effectively against the dervish here for sure.
And some Donzos getting added into the mix now by Boltun. Recognizing the threat of the mounted samurai, they can be very scary indeed. Especially as the numbers start climbing here.
Done.
And Bella and Boltun are pretty much at B's and Pepino's throat. They are very
not enough.
aggressively sitting here on the deer, denying that, seeing if there's any damage they can do. Pepino has started to collect relics, but I believe it was the priest was killed before it reached the destination quite there. A little bit of pickups now here nicely from Pepino. He's got some villagers which are very vulnerable, but they are focused on the army first.
But look at how effective these javelin throwers are against the Desert Raiders. The three that came from military reinforcement, one by one they get one shot, and suddenly B has just no military left. He has one Desert Raider on the field, and that's it. Now even queuing up Lancers, changing his original plan just to try and adapt to these javelin throwers. So many of them on the field, and more joining the fray. Double mill now, pumping cows for Boltun to eat.
Definitely, they don't have a great answer to the mass of javelins they have at the moment. Obviously, Pepino has got her mounted samurais, but Bella is protecting, making sure these javelins are not left behind. And to be fair, the javelins at this amount, they don't do that bad against the knights as long as they can keep the distance. It's still okay damage. Can pick them off.
What's your knight here?
Bit of comms here from our teams. Bella's knight got a little bit lost. She's not able to save it at the moment, but she's just searching. She's covering the relics. We did say, we did hear before. Boltun thought that one of the issues losing last game was not enough relics. So the adaptation is here.
Villagers once again suffering at this aggression. Many die on the escape there from the woodlands.
Oh, watch here. He's eating berry in front again.
They have spotted the berries at the front, where Pepino is eating them yet again, and this is another place for Boltun and Bella to strike. Bella herself looks like she's slowly working towards that castle age. Boltun might be thinking about it himself as the gold is banking and he has plenty of food income now. Damage has definitely been dealt. They eked out quite a good economic lead at this stage, 10 ahead, as well as ahead in army.
Yep, and they're just keeping on the aggression. They don't want the late game to happen again, as definitely this is something what Pepino and B were feeling very comfortable at, so they are trying to just shut it down. Boltun now is very close to hitting Castle, and so is Bella, so they are gonna maybe put a little bit pressure right now just to match to Castle, and then they will be continuing in, just like you said, Mirad. What's happening? What is Boltun doing?
It is in fact the Furimba garrison. The Mansa javelins, although they have been nerfed before, They have lost some of their movement speed. They are still just... They're a very disgusting unit, to be completely honest. They're so potent. The extra damage over time, the faster move speed, means there's very few range units. There's actually no better two-legged, let's say, range unit at kiting than the javelin thrower. Except maybe Yumi, but that's kind of cheating. They're just too fast.
Nice pick up him from B, is able to kill that tower, as now instead of Desert Raiders he's got the Lancers, which can definitely deal with the towers better. Is able to eat up I believe all 5 villages there, so a little bit of a significant loss for Bella, and he's going for it. He's going for the base of Boltune, as he knows that all his army is up at the front at their own base, so he's able to pick up quite a good amount of damage here. Boltune now on only 38 villagers, and Bella is coming for the rescue.
Yeah, there was an absolutely crippling strike there from B, finding a lot of damage, knowing exactly that Boltune is reliant on those cows, similar to how Mongols would be with the pastures underneath that TC, which means that if you are able to get in there, you can kill a lot of villagers if you're able to find them. Speaking of village kills though, Pepino Pig finds her own damage as well on Bella this time round in the north side with the mounted samurai. So many of them falling down. All of these villagers should be dead if she just gets a little bit on top of them. Meanwhile though, Boltune continues the pressure at the front.
So.
Couple of villages find their way home, but still good damage. That's another one of Bella's outside resources shut down. Boltune on 39 villagers, Bella on 37. The advantage of Eco is slowly creeping up now on B's and Pepino's side, so Bella and Boltune need to be really, really careful not to lose anymore. They've got a good, solid army, really strong. Maybe now we can have some good damage here. 1 villager, 2 are going down. The rest, luckily, is able to seek shelter. Another one picked off as well. And another one. Pepino is not seeing this in time. So actually, quite a lot is paying the price with their own lives. And the javelins actually can destroy towers that easily.
With the Donzo alongside them, they definitely helped out quite a bit, yeah.
Okay.
So that made it a bit more possible. Although the Kurostohouse here under direct siege, yeah, the food income is stagnating quite a bit here for Pepino. The numbers aren't really there. The economic count isn't really there either. Boltune and Bella still ahead. B found that great damage, and as did Pepino earlier on, but they'll need a lot more of that because the pressure from Boltune especially here, the front line has just been mounting continuously throughout this game. Again, the Kura Storehouse, what is normally very safe food, is now just a bait, it feels like, here for Pepino to keep going in, and she's not reacting. She's distracted on somewhere else, and so many villages are falling yet again. Pepino Pig down to 23 eco.
22, 21 even. It's still going down, and just as that, they just found damage on Bella. And the counter-attack from Boltune definitely made a huge difference now, with suddenly B and Pepino finding themselves in a sticky situation. Army numbers as well dwindling for B and Pepino, almost a double on Boltune's side. These jabs are just nasty.
But it's not good armor, so... I think she's running up here with some vills.
Dervish is trying to pick up some relics. I'm not really sure what's the relic split at the moment. Javelins might be able to pick up another 5 or 4 villagers. Does Boltune see it? I'm not sure if he sees this.
He has to see it, yeah, he stopped. He's definitely killing them now. They're another good bunch of losses.
Shutting down the eco is just so strong. If you can pick that up, even if you have a bit of army advantage, it's not as important. Bella as well, finding another villager. She's sending 1 knight for it perfectly, but there's a couple more here, which just sneak a little bit over the radar of Bella. Second TC as well added for Bella, just to assert dominance with the villagers. good fight here for Boltun and Bella as well.
It appears like B now forced to tuck tail and run a little bit back towards the depths of his base as the combined mass from Boltun and Bella, now united, look to strike ever deeper as they go directly under the town center here from B. Knights looking to hold the line up against this camel front line, but the camels are going to do great work up against them. There's plenty of jabs here, but no real anti-cav present for Boltun and Bella, so I don't think they can stay here for long. A lot of the knights are falling as B is able to hold this single-handedly for now. You know, Pepino still continually raiding behind this.
Yeah, fighting really well despite the eco disadvantage. Pepino now sending horsemen out, try to get rid of these javelins. They need to reduce that amount as soon as possible, as they are just so deadly, and they think that they have got the advantage they need at the moment and just keep following B basically himself, like he said. But there is a second batch here coming from Boltun, and the numbers are humongous.
Yeah, there's just a huge infantry mass right now from Boltun. He's rejoined with the forces in his base. Over 25 Donzo, 36 javelins. Meanwhile, Pepino is in dire straits. She has 2 horsemen to her name and 30 villagers. There's very little left for her in this game. And normally we see that a sacrifice like this comes with the other player having a reign over the map and able to create plenty of space. But B sadly doesn't have that position for himself now due to that very strong start from Boltun and Bella. Means that he's also forced to sit in his base and just wait for this to tide over, but this is not a storm that's going to pass. This is just going to keep growing in intensity.
Definitely agree on that. They need to find an answer to coming back to this game. They still definitely are in. There was wolf attack as well, which B I don't think he saw. They probably also don't know about the second TC of Bella because of just so much pressure they're putting in. They don't have time to search the or check more villager picks now from Boltun, just making bigger hole in this economy than Pepino already has. Dangerous. She's got 33 villagers and 4 on food, completely starving.
Well,
Someone
a little bit of a flashbang there.
It's okay.
Speaking of though, it's normally when you're under pressure like this, right? This is a great time to try and find damage on the other side. But there are times when you are so under pressure that even trying to raid behind this pressure is, you know, a luxury really that you can't really afford. And that seems to be the case here for Bella, for B and Pepino Pig. B looking to engage towards this mass from Boltun. Pepino wanting to wrap around with a horseman, but there's not much of a mass. I mean, Boltun can kind of hold this by himself for now if he just keeps kiting, which he has done very well so far. Bella only on 15 knights, the count not looking as healthy as she would like. Of course, a lot of food is being used on that second town center, so naturally the knight count is going to suffer a little bit as a result. It's all for the greater good here as they get themselves further ahead. Plenty of farms already in for Bella as well.
The pressure they're keeping on B and Pepino just allows them to do what they want, really. Set up their eco for longer game. There's no risks they need to take. They just need to keep going and just keep growing their advantage. Looks like Pepino might be thinking about getting a second TC. She's definitely got the resources. Not sure if she collected or was donated some. So needs to find that safe place to start remassing, because B's army, to be fair, is still okay to hold this. Actually, I really don't know who is this fight, but Bella now is arriving, so that might be an answer to my question. She'll be able to deal with what Boltun is not able to finish off.
The cavalry has indeed arrived here from Bella, looking to finish the job after the front line from B has been thinned out by Boltun, and Bella's just going right up in there, wanting to encircle, but B picks up a good choke point there underneath the TC and above the stable to hold the line.
So they just keep going, but just a little bit backing off, just in case. Like, they don't need to overextend. You definitely... B is a player who would definitely use this up, and at the same time, Peppino trying her best, trying to cut reinforcements of the javelin throwers, which actually is going quite well with the horsemen. They know, they recognize they can't take this lump of javs in a direct fight, but taking the reinforcements is a different story.
Bella's gonna find a lot of villages here. A nice little shared gold mine by B and Peppino is now gonna be a disaster for them. As in this situation, as B reacts, putting away the veils, but he's using Peppino's villages as a distraction for his villagers to get away. Not much he can do to help in that situation, realistically. But this does open the way, with Bella's Knights missing, for B to then charge in onto the backline on these javs. And I mean, these javs are just like shamelessly outrunning the camel lancers. I mean, you know, what can you do?
They're crazy. I haven't had the pleasure to deal with this before, and I think I don't want to. This looks deadly.
Count your blessings.
Bolton just keeps sending, and Bella also will be joining soon with her knights. Peppino, did she manage to get the second TC? I'm not sure. I can't really see. The green is a bit less visible. Because whenever she goes over 30 villagers, Bella and Boltune make sure it goes down to below. She's on this magic number of 30 now. Let's see if there will be another raid coming, or is she able to cross that line? 31 now. This is a success.
Yeah, she's been perpetually stuck on this economic count for so long. It's just brutal. There's no other way to put it, really. That's just the fact of the situation. B has such an impressive army and has been doing a great job of holding the line so far, but you know, it's slipping, and it's been slipping for many minutes now. Every minute just feels like it gets harder and harder for B and Peppino, and the numbers just don't lie. They're barely slightly ahead in army, but just look at the economy. Bella on triple the villages of Peppino right now.
Yeah, 2 now, so adding a second TC. Like you said, B has got an impressive army, which she was able to preserve for a long time. Probably partially due to the just staying in base and the dervish. But once they do die, once Boltune and Bella feel like they are strong enough to just dive it and clean it up, there's no coming back from it. Peppino now finally is able to catch a breath and get her second TC going. 34 villages for her. Get in there.
Yeah, it's gonna be a while till that TC pays off and she's able to make herself extra useful in this game. But that's what happens, right? You take that early damage, you're basically almost on the bench for the rest of the game. There's just nothing you can feasibly do. So I do feel for Peppino in this situation. We've seen Mimi being the victim of this position before in the games quite often. But it's Peppino's turn this time around. I mean, even Imp is now on the cards, Boltune and Bella. We can see the pools running up. They might just do a double Imperial Age at this point. And I mean, if B and Bella, if B and Peppino don't tap out the moment that comes through, you know, when the push comes in, they likely soon will afterwards. It's just the lead right now for Boltune and Bella is insurmountable.
Fourth of the hunches coming up between 2 goats, securing that just in case is needed. But there's actually a change of plans due to this horseman here. I'm not sure if he thinks maybe it's something else than it, or just decides to completely move it to a different place. Just places it a little bit more safely. Fair enough. Horses are scary for some. Red Palace also going up.
A tower has a very serious job in terms of defense to protect so many villagers. I'd love to see the tower hop micro with that one. But sadly, we're limited by the tick rate here.
Definitely, Red Palace is in plans as well. Bella has got her knights here to save the villagers, make sure they can do it efficiently. Fort. Oh! Okay, she cancelled it, right? Yeah, she did.
She did, yeah. We got the
That was dangerous for a second.
That could have been bad.
Some flashbacks right there. Botune with his villagers duking those little camels there. Bella comes to the rescue as well. Jav still doing so much damage. Red Palace
Be
halfway
losing-
through now.
Be losing track of his camel lancers there for just a minute. Many of them die on that exchange, but he finds some damage in turn, idling so much of Bella's gold here in the north. B and Pepino are just, you know, it feels like them getting Imperial Age would be an alternate reality at this stage. It's so far from being a possibility for them. They're not quite close. I mean, B's close to being maxed, but not even there yet, whereas Pepino, I mean, she has a second TC up and running, but virtually zero military. B is kind of forced to hold this by himself, and he still has a massive army, to be fair, and he's now adding Manjaniques as well to try and help him in this effort, but elite Javs, elite Royal Knights and Horsemen coming in soon. They can wipe this in just a few minutes, likely waiting for some key upgrades just to seal the deal and make it one-sided to not delay the game any further.
Beyond his last wits, he believes he wants to bring that win to himself and Pepino after such a impressive game number one. Manjanique's now in place. Botune is a little bit maybe overextending there on his own. The Bella's knights are not there to protect him, so he needs to be careful, as the Manjaniques can really do a lot of damage here. Bella, however, is trying to do some eco damage, I believe. And yep, it's getting a lot of villager kills now, but there is luckily some camels to keep her in place for now. However, if she adds up her whole amount, which she's hiding here, that might be hard to defend.
Oh, the complete encirclement here from Bella could prove pivotal. B is distracted on another side at the front here as well, which means that his army there gets completely wiped. Bella just destroying the military here from B, who stretched too thin and too wide. Pepino trying desperately to reinforce with some spears here. That's all she can really afford that can actually make a difference in these fights against the Knights, but the count doesn't lie. It's elite Knights. Bloodlines is probably in by now as well.
Really
and
good.
Botune pushing the front at the same time.
You adding a second TC there was really good.
Villagers dying as well.
If without that, we probably would have lost this game, actually.
Botune complimenting Bella.
I
That
freaked
must be
out
good.
completely.
I can imagine, yeah.
Oh my god. I was so overwhelmed.
Look at the gold next to your Red Palace. I think I had a
Next
bit
to
of
my
this
red
there.
pal- Oh my god.
Mm,
That's 50 reach villagers.
Yeah.
And there we have it. There's 1-1 in our final series of the Team Mix tournament. So nice to see 1-1. So far we had only 2-0s. We'll be heading towards their last game very shortly.
It's going to be a decider here in the grand final. Exactly what we love to see. No flukes this time round, as both teams are tied up in the series. We saw Botune and Bella with the lifted spirits being quite happy.
Definitely. It's quite nice that they did both 1-1. It just shows that both teams deserve to be in this final, both playing very well.
Now I have a little trouble with it. But I have still French and clock. I will try to raid them with knights. So it's just about you now, Byzantines. And another option. Which one you wanna? Golden Horde one. Okay, that's a good.
And then it's probably the best.
Yeah. Okay. You're playing Keshiks usually, right?
Yeah, Keshik. Go toward Keshik.
Okay. Keshiks, and
Or
maybe I
Byzantine,
will
I
ask
can
you some
go.
archers. I
Yeah.
think Byzantine's not good here because
Yeah.
not so many safe spots for berries
Yeah.
and collecting
Yeah,
them.
that's true.
Also, you don't have enough wood, and Byzantines
Oh, yeah, that's
require a
true.
lot. Yeah.
Okay.
So for just spam Keshiks, everything you need,
Yep.
like one good spot with tower, wood, and gold.
Okay, we can clearly hear the plan for B and Pepino. We'll see if they can execute it the same way they planned. And this is the first map, first Himiyama we're gonna see today. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about this map, Mayat. What are the strong points? What should they be watching out for?
Himiyama's a bit interesting because you have very small initial wood lines, a bit prairie-esque in that regard. And pretty much all of the food is projected outwards. So the back of your vase features virtually nothing except just some additional wood lines that dot the outskirts of the map. But besides that, most of the resources are way far out in the center with very little on the flanks, which promises a lot of action in that mid game. And of course, we do have a pond in the center of the map. If I'm not mistaken, the number of fish do not... Actually, no, they do change per size of the map. So there should be... Well, in a regular 1v1, there's 4. So I think that climbs to 6 in 2v2, if I'm not wrong. We'll have to see for confirmation when we do get into that game. But the pond, you know, even in 1v1s is generally... Depends on the sib, but not the most important thing. It's usually even less important in 2v2s. Obviously, the bigger the game gets in players, the more importance it loses. But it wouldn't be surprised to see some civs do go for it. That might be something we see being picked up here soon by either side. The draft is currently underway and we are witnessing this live. We will commentate you through it, of course.
I do wonder what we're gonna see. B does have a secret spicy pick here, which is usually Tuklak. He's done some magic with that. Me and Wham were playing against him on Friday, and he basically was fighting on 2 fronts, me and Wham, and he kind of won both. So he's Tuklak is really, really well practiced. He has been seen playing that for a while. One of the few pros, I think, who like use it as match. So if that goes through,
especially on
they're
hybrid
gonna allow
maps,
that.
the Tuglaks would be very strong. But as you said, the Tuglaks were in fact picked by B and Pepino pick, but it has been sniped out by Boltyn and Bella, so there will be no Tuglak. The other option is Mongols, so Mongols is guaranteed, as is Japanese for Boltyn and Bella. Sengoku has been sniped out by B and Pepino Pig, so this leaves us with the final 2. It's got to be Mongols alongside Byzantines for B and Pepino, and Japanese boosted by the Ottomans for Bella and Boltyn, so a bit of a switcheroo.
Yeah, definitely. Switched around a bit. We did hear B and Giacchino discussing that Byzantines might not be the best pick due to not many safe berries. Let's see if Boltyn and Bella can use it to their advantage. Make sure they harass it, don't let her boom too much. Just keep her in place. And then that should hopefully work out well for them.
Yeah.
So far.
Because as soon
Yeah,
as
go ahead,
possible, if you get
Yep.
units for just destroying their dock,
Yeah.
it will be okay.
Byzantine, Hippodrome, horses, spears, longbows. I got longbows.
I think Lobonwood's here, yeah, because they will spam a lot of spearmen for sure.
Yep. Okay.
First time.
Discussion about which contract to get, longbows being probably the choice. Do you think this is the right decision? Or is it too early to tell?
I think Biz is just, frankly, a bit of a gamble on this map. It's like B had very good concerns earlier. And as I mentioned before, the food is very forward on this map everywhere. Whether it's berries, deer, boars. So you're gonna have to fight for it. And Biz is not the best at fighting in the feudal age, especially in team games for that matter. They just don't do great. So combine that with a slow army, it's going to be very hard to mobilize around the map. Now, there were talks of Hippodrome between them, and B definitely an enjoyer of that, so he might instruct Pepino to go for it. And, of course, the Hippodrome Horseman with a Triumph, definitely not something to underestimate. The healing as well as the bonus damage, it's massive in these fights. They're going to be able to even beat Sepahi for a limited time as long as the buff is active. But you are hindered by the duration and cooldown of that buff, of course. As Botun and Bella, I mean, Japanese Ottomans is just a great two civs, isn't it? It's exactly the type of civ and the composition you want to have in a lot of 2v2s. Ottomans will be able to make so much space for the Japanese to go up to that castle age. And meanwhile, they don't mind staying in feudal for a long time whatsoever. Set up those military schools, keep fighting, take decent trades that will always be supplicated by the military schools, of course. It's going to make it very hard to win fights for B and Pepino.
Definitely, I agree. I do wonder what we're going to see from Mongols, though. As we saw, B is a bit of a specialist on the Ottomans, so I guess he knows exactly, maybe, how to shut it down. That could be their strong point, but who knows? Hopefully we can get to the game soon and see what they are going to be cooking in this final game of the finals.
Or they will destroy. Oh, Bella C.
Oh, that's gonna happen.
I tried to get the mod
Not too much.
quickly. So, or the map.
Yes.
Yes, yes. Deep breath.
Botun, trying to be a
Okay,
good
should
friend, good
Should
teammate,
have been. Yeah,
yes.
should be good now.
Right. Go.
making sure Bella is calm. This is definitely important.
And we heard a little, oh, there it is. Good luck, have fun. We hear in the lobby. Yeah, just a little map download was needed there. Himeyama is typically a 1v1 map with an EGC version, so, you know, not many of the female players in the community play 1v1 tournaments too often. There are some. So, you know, downloading the maps is always a hassle for any kind of new tournament player to get used to. So that's being dealt with at this very moment. But I think we're almost ready, if my ears don't deceive me. I think I heard some game sounds.
Did you?
Almost. But again, the problem here for B and Pepino is the fact that they will be forced to fight for their food, and Byzantines does need that food very desperately indeed. All those berries, you see. Okay, so it's actually just a little bit different here in 2v2s, and we'll speak about that in just a moment, because we have Boltun opening up with a barracks as the Japanese in the north side of Himeyama, alongside Bella as the Ottomans, who did not opt for the military school, instead of going for her own barracks, so the pressure is going to mount up drastically and very quickly indeed. B, meanwhile, as the Mongols in the color green, spawning in the north side there towards the right, with Pepino Pig in the color teal as the Byzantines. And yeah, the Dark Age pressure is not surprising whatsoever. There's so many places to strike. Deny the berries with a tau maybe from the Byzantines. Hit the gold and the Uvu from B. Only the gold is vulnerable, however. And of course the gold and the stones from Pepino Pig as well. You really can't run out of places to hit here.
Definitely. We did have a quick look at the pond. I think there is 6 schools of fish. No, 7? 6 or 7. So this is gonna be
Unbelievable.
interesting if anyone's gonna actually go for it. I can't see at the moment if anyone is deciding to drop a dog there. Instead, we have some Dark Age spears coming out from actually both Bochun and Bella, so they are ready to fight.
Fight they will indeed. You see, there's just a little bit of res at the back, right? We see just a little stone, a gold to the south of Pipinopig's base. And again, just a gold and a deer behind B's base. A few more resources at the back for Bella and Boltun. But still, most of it is out there, all over the map, spread out well. And Pepino, yeah, she loves that gold, that's for sure. Looking to get up as much of it in the bank as she possibly can. Now, just over what she needs for that age up, so I guess she's going to keep gathering as much as she can get away with, which is certainly fine here. And a lot of spears being invested into.
If I saw it right, I think I saw a villager from Bella going somewhere. Where though? It's not going towards dogs.
He's got spears here. He's
trying
to follow me, but I don't think they will have enough. Oh,
a bit of a tower situation, yeah.
Yeah, definitely wants to slap a tower onto these berries. That would be a big, big denial.
You can give me these sheep and I'll give you all my sheep.
Let's see what's the reaction from the other players. Will they be able to spot it in time?
Take as soon as possible and control the water with first archers. So that's the plan.
Yeah, they're towering.
Yeah, that means like nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
They also don't get bonuses for burning your buildings because they are not Mongols.
Oh, very right. That's great.
So we see, with the lean into the Hippodrome, B and Pepino are rightly not as concerned about this tower, instead of relying on playing the Hippodrome. So I think we're going to see a bit of a script switch here. I think it's B and Pepino that are going to go very aggressive here, using the timing of this earlier Hippodrome compared to the delay on Boltun and Bella from this heavy Dark Age pressure. It means that B is likely going to leverage this alongside archers to support the horsemen from Pepino. But can they actually find damage? Because it's a bit of a committed type of play.
Yep, definitely. I don't really know what's going to come out of this game. Does look like, obviously, Bella Bochun had a good plan, but B has predicted it, has got the Hippodrome going for Pepino. Distance already going as well. Will they be in time to... will Bochun and Bella be in time to react, being both quite late to age up to feudal themselves?
Exactly, that's the price you pay for such a committed Dark Age play. Already, horsemen are hitting the field from Pepino, meanwhile Boltun, Bella actually, excuse me, hasn't even started to age up yet. Still a little while off. The gold pull was just a bit too late. Slight miss macro there. It can happen.
With a dog also being placed by B, he has recognized that nobody's really contesting, so after all, why would he not use it, you know? Seems safe enough for now. Will definitely secure him a fair amount of food, so it's definitely gonna benefit greatly from this.
I think a horseman discovers the lone villager on the gold mine and pushes him away. Not going to result in a kill just yet. Looks like heavy stone gathering from Bella as well, so she's going to look to move into those military schools quick time after her age up comes through, wanting to secure all the stone she needs for all the military schools.
Yep.
Even a dog play actually from B.
Yep. Definitely. The horsemen of Pepino also are in time. We're able to push Pepino completely off guard. She needs to be careful, as at the moment she doesn't have an answer to that in her base. Oh, in Bochun. Sorry. Bochun is the Japan. Oopsie.
That's right. He's the one under the pressure, and he's feeling it, that's for sure. Especially with these... actually, no, the spearmen are Bella, so they're the saving grace in this case, not the mounting pressure. But with the water secured for B, there's going to be a nice little influx of additional food for him, which is going to be great, especially if he plans on playing aggressive. You can see one of the downsides of the larger pond in team games, though, is I think it's still actually only 4 fish, but maybe I'm not seeing it correctly. I didn't check fully. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 6 fish. Okay, so I was initially right. Okay, initially I said it's 6.
Yeah,
so I was
I'm
right.
alright.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna.
Okay,
take
I will
bait on
give you
this
that
subject.
on
Thank
this occasion. So yes, you were right. But what is the answer to Bella and Bochum? Have they scouted it? I'm not sure if they know that the pond is being contested there. B has it completely under control as well. He's made one, I don't know the name of this boat, but it's a battleship. Just in case, to make sure nothing is interrupted there. They don't actually know about this. So this could be huge potentially for B to get that advantage they need.
Motivating under so much pressure that he's forced to now invest into an even double archery range. Never what you want to do in Japan for team games, at least. You normally want to leverage your full strength in that castle age with the mounted samurai, but with the pressure mounting, that's not going to be an option for now. Even triple archery range, actually. So I think Botin and Bella are going to look to actually stay in the feudal for a good little while.
Yep, Khan just doing little runs around being annoying to Bochun, but he doesn't get baited by it. Has also got the Yumis chasing down, but there is Horseman, which might be able to collapse on them. Everyone is finally all set up in castle. I'm hoping to see some great fights now. I could pick up possibly here from Peppino on Bella. She was very quick though to react to that. Very nice, not losing any of these valuable villagers. As we've seen, the early damage you can do to these villagers, it will put you in such a bad situation. So it's just every single one of them is very, very important at this stage.
Plenty of production being set up here for Bella, going up to even triple stable now. I'd be impressed if she can produce from all of them, but with a bit of food securing, that's definitely going to be on the cards.
Triple stable though. That is bold move.
Well, Sapahi is a good unit, right? And Bella would certainly be aware of that. But now, all from the north side though, the Hippodrome, as well as the Keshiks, find the woodline from Botin. That's big
One villager.
3 villages might have went down even total. Not sure if one was caught just on the entrance there, as we just missed that.
Good damage from Peppino and B here on Bochun. Bella now chasing those horsemen is just not ideal. She has got the counter, but they're too slow, so these horsemen are gonna be getting away with stuff until she has a good amount of Sipahis to contest that. Double barracks here now being dropped off by Peppino. They must have seen the stables coming from Bella. They probably kind of assume at some point we will have some anti-samurai, so building up on this Limitane is definitely a good shout at this point.
Still have no mercs available for Peppino. Can't quite see the total olive oil yet. Oh yeah, the Keshiks were actually Peppinos, were they? Not bees? I'm not even sure. We can have a look at the merc camp and find out. So, okay, we did have something picked, but we don't know yet what yet. For some reason, it's not. Okay, we can't quite. Oh, it is the Western. There we go. We just had to look behind the picture there. So it is going to be the longbows, which was the original plan all along.
And looks like a big fight is going to happen right in the middle. Bella caught a little bit in between Bees and Peppinos, but Bochun's coming to the rescue of the Yumis, being super fast, getting there in time, pushing off B and Peppino. However, not much damage done on either of the side, very even. Just a little bit less villagers at the moment, but the military advantage is there. Not sure what's happening in the middle of the map. I think it might be just the ship doing some damage. It can be actually quite annoying. It can injure your units if you just rally them there. So they need to watch out for that. But there's a big potential here to snack on some villagers from Pepino as they are quite out on the field. Let's see the charge.
Yeah, massive fight about to occur here as the Keshiks hold as the front line against the Sipahi. They're going to do great with that, but the horsemen from Pepino Pig come around the flank. No triumph has been used as of yet. Plenty of Yumi here from Baltoon, boosted by the Yumi Bannerman, means that they're melting through the even the cavalry with relative speed here, but the front line doesn't maintain from Bella. The spears as well as the Sipahi are gone, so now Baltoon is forced to go for a retreat, but a difficult one against cavalry, even with Yumi for that matter, as the horsemen look for an envelopment. Starter stepping alongside the Yumi to deal as much damage as they possibly can. A great pushback here from B and Pepino.
Not much army from Bella left. Unfortunately, she has lost her spears. The Sipahis are building up though, and the Baltoon has still got good amount of Yumis, so it wasn't as bad as it looked originally. Pepino and B respectively just backed off. I do worry though about Pepino and her villagers being very out and about and not secured by any towers. And that ship is doing its work. Honestly, look, these units are going back. Good engage now here from B and Pepino again. They just don't have the front line, I think.
No, and the reinforcement path works against them so much. Like you mentioned already, the galley doing so much damage on the reinforcement line here. Baltoon, who on top of being the infantry player has to reinforce cross-diagonally across the map, which is never a position you really want to be in as the infantry player. Makes it so, even with the speed of the Yumi, it takes so much longer to cross the distance, which results in this. By the time your units are together, you're already pushed back to your base, and only here now can you afford to make that stand, as the Yumi numbers are dwindling quickly to the point where the archer count is actually even to them, and that's not what you want as the Yumi, without a doubt. And without the presence of heavy cavalry, means that the Sipahi, although incredibly strong, not exactly against other heavy cavalry for that matter, like these Keshiks. So when the count isn't there, the Keshiks win through and break the front line as they have so far. Signal arrow comes through.
Pepino now also deployed 2 lots of longbows, so that will be a good support to the army they already have. The numbers are looking good for B and Pepino at the moment. The dog has definitely paid its price, both for eco and damaging units. Actually such a small thing, but I think this really made a huge difference.
Yeah, absolutely. So early on, the additional income is not to be scoffed at, even though it doesn't seem like that much, and it's just shoreline fish. It's good food that is leveraged into a lot of units, and a lot of units means potentially a lot of damage in good fights, which so far have been looking pretty decent for B and Pepino Pig. They haven't managed to really break through on the other side and find too much counter damage. Some earlier raids did do great work, part of the reason they're ahead economically, although Pepino has suffered a couple losses of her own.
She hasn't. Looks like all the players are just set in stone to fight in feudal. Nobody is brave enough to break this and go to castle. I think they are both just afraid that one or the other teams is gonna outmass them and that will cost them the game. So they are all just massing, not taking any risks. This is the final game, so they are just playing very carefully. And seeing that such a long feudal game actually from all 4 players, 16 minutes in, is quite unique, I would say.
I need you in fight.
Yep.
Players, very focused. Let's see what they have to say.
Posturing for a big fight. Although the timing... Yeah, the timing is a bit tricky here because Pepino was very close to that castle edge but is now reinvesting. I kind of feel like they would have been better served by going back just a little bit here, but instead they are intent on committing. But there's so many Yumi, a lot of Sipahi still as well. They're pushing through for now, but I'm not sure how far they can actually chase. The damage from the Yumi is mounting quickly each time that they kite, even against the horsemen and the heavy cav, but But Bella is now cut off in terms of reinforcement from Boltun. They're holding firm in between the two bases, and this is going to be a tough one to crack, to be honest, for Boltun and Bella. The comp isn't really there. In Feudal Age, the Mongols and Byzantines have the advantage here with the presence of the Keshik.
Pretty much only units left on the battlefield. We got horsemen to just tank the arrows as much as they can. Boltun trying to focus fire the archers,
We should
but
destroy
they
these
just have
archers
no
now.
protection. There's just no front line, and that hurts them a lot. Now, army numbers really dwindling for Boltun and Bella. She's not able to join his friend, and they are just diving Boltun now, causing so much damage.
GG.
And Boltun calls it, I think.
I think maybe I could go castle, but I'm not sure.
He's not feeling too confident at the moment, but decides to stay in game. He's taking down these archers, so maybe there is still a chance.
Just
A lot
like
of spears there.
Yeah, they did like 10 spears for
God.
nothing
Yeah.
for the tower. So
Yeah. Luckily, there's so much food on this map, actually. Just
yeah,
get the
but
food.
a lot of it on forward. It's just about the
Forward, yeah.
spawn lucky or not. Yeah. But I got maybe the best spawn ever I wanted. So
Oh,
I did like 7 fishing boats that already
Oh.
gave us a huge advantage. Mm.
Oh wow.
The
Definitely
mistake.
happy.
Yes, a big win here for B and Pepino Pig to take the final down 2-1 up against Boltun and Bella. Boltun, as we mentioned, probably the most experienced pro that is also a team player, right? Very often, primarily a team player, one could even say. I'm not sure if we would call it an upset, really. Would you call it an upset, Miosis? I'm not sure, because B is probably the better 1v1 player. I'm sure Boltun wouldn't mind me saying. So the dynamics can get a bit blurry with that, right? As to who exactly is favored. And then, of course, you have the girls as well in the mix, making it even harder to predict too. But fantastically played for B and Pepino Pig. Big congratulations. And great effort from Boltun and Bella as well, who are second place finishers here. This was a great day.
Yeah, definitely. I'm glad they gave us a 2-1. None of the teams left it without a battle. Very close, serious. Great to watch. Nice that we got to see Himiyama at the end and the feudal fight. Very, very exciting. So, yeah, congrats to all the contenders. It was great watch. Really fun to watch, really fun to play in. Girls, I'm sure they loved it. Loved playing with the pros. It's a huge privilege. And hopefully the boys had some fun as well.
And guys,
Just waiting.
that was a very, very long tournament. Myriad and Miasis survived it because we went from Friday, which is pretty wild. So, stream, I hope you can hear me. Otherwise, Myriad and Miasis just look like they've lost their minds. So, here from behind the casters, I'm just sitting here lurking, waiting for us to see where it goes. But guys, thank you so much for casting these games. And Miasis, thank you for participating as well. I know it was a tough road, but guys, thank you so much for watching. I think for this tournament, it's the first one we've done in a while. After our female event next weekend, we will be starting with our qualifiers for the Homestead Cup as well. So guys, if you want to go check out the site, I'm not going to plug it on stream today properly. We'll do a little bit more during our qualifiers. So I am linking it there in the chat where you can get all the information on our events that we've run throughout the time. So you can see exactly who our contenders are and who are the athletes to watch. So guys, thank you so much for watching. Miasis, Myriad, are there any final words that you have for the cast?
You got to go first, Miosis?
I mean, it was great. Thank you for having me. Thanks for inviting. I had a lot of fun, good experience. So thank you, Myriad, for co-casting with me.
Been a pleasure as well.
I
think our first time casting together, right? I think.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. It's been a pleasure. Thank you very much to Whamenqt as well for organizing the tournament. All the players, crew behind the scenes, and of course the fans watching and making it all happen for us here. So massive thank you, and we look forward to seeing you once again. Bye.
Yeah, thanks everyone. Bye.
And now I forgot that I didn't have an end screen. So guys, you're going back to starting. Very professional. We'll get that one for next time. Goodbye. See you next week.